you could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty. It's been some time, now you know what's on my mind. I just wanna hold you tight while the streets are empty, while the streets are empty. You light up my life, I wish that you could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty.
Hello and welcome to round 2 of the SIM3D GT series presented by FTR events live and exclusive on Total Sim Sports. The Red Bull Ring is fast becoming one of the all-time classics, along with the likes of Silverstone and Spa, to name but a few. I'm Tim Cox in the Total Sim Sport Broadcast Centre, and in around about the next 5 hours' time, we will find out who has been victorious here in Austria. We're up in the mountains of Austria, close to the town of Spielberg, with just 5,000 inhabitants and with a track of just 4.3 kilometres. The circuit length is about as small in racing terms as the population of the town is. The track opened in 1969 to replace the flat, bumpy, uninspiring and unloved Zeltweg airfield. The Österreich Ring is a vast and majestic ribbon of tarmac that makes up 11 corners laid among this scenic Styrian hills. We've got an absolutely action-packed show for you as always here, with 3 15-minute qualifying sessions due to open in around about a quarter of an hour's time. First up, we'll have the GT4s, followed by the Porsche Cups, and then rounding out with the GT3s. Of course, they're all open qualifying sessions, so you will see all the drivers out on track for the respective classes. Then it'll be on to the 4-hour endurance race, which is just bound to be packed full of action. And with a lovely, lovely day here in Austria, I'm sure it's going to be absolutely spectacular. Joining us throughout the races, our roving, much-loved reporter Chris Rowlands, bringing his updates and insights throughout the show. And as always, we have Sean Cranleigh-Swash heading up production. But right now, I'm joined in the broadcast centre by James Parfitt. Welcome to the show, James. Last time out at Zolder, just wow. Wow. What a race.
Yeah, Tim, Zolder was absolutely incredible. And it was a full action-packed 4 hours. And honestly, with what we have seen here at the Red Bull Ring previously in multi-class racing, I really cannot see tonight's racing being any different.
No, I completely agree with you. And we've, of course, got Nicky Lauda, Remus, Sloshgold, Ralph, Worth, Wright, Red Bull Mobile. There's so few corners here at the Red Bull Ring, but yet there's just so many overtaking opportunities.
Yeah, and honestly, Tim, I think, to be fair, the main protagonist will be Nicky Lauda and then into Remus. You know, they're at the end of the straight section. It will take a brave driver and some cooperation from others to make the move down into Sloshgold. Regarding Roush and Worth, Tim, these are two corners that we expect to see them follow each other through. But, you know, as it showed in Zolder, someone will prove me wrong and do an overtake there anyway. And, you know, and as for Rint and Red Bull Mobile, really tricky turns and easy to get wrong. So I'm expecting sort of drivers not really to be making moves into them, but I think it's going to be a really brave driver to send it through.
Well, I mean, as you said, of course, yeah, last 2 weeks ago, it was the first round at Zolder and for season 2, and it was almost like a call to arms when you said, we won't see any overtakes at the hairpin, and we saw tons of them down there, drivers going too wide, where you said, nah, it won't be possible, we won't see people doing it there. They want to tuck up behind one another, get the best exit possible, and then, you know, heading down to the Jackie X and possibly some overtakes there, if not, you know, down to turn 1, and it's really just like a call to arms, really, just trying to get that done. But I mean, it was just such a close affair, wasn't it, last time out?
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I've said that, down into the middle Roush and Worth section, that it's not really overtaking sections. But again, I'm sure, Tim, someone will prove me wrong. They will
Oh,
go for it
definitely.
there as well. You know what I mean? So if we run through last week's 2 weeks ago standings in the GT3s at the moment, so the winners out last time were Raceline Sim Sports. Second was Next Level Racing Blue, and in third place was Texsense Fitzy Motorsport. In the GTE AMS, we had 11th Temps Racing Team Black was the winners last time out, with B-Sim Racing following up in second and Zabi Racing Team in third. Now, in the P Cup, that was won by Delta Sport and followed up by Shark Esports in second. Vulcan Sim Racing were third there. Now, in the GT4s, we had JD Sim Racing, Backmarker Racing Blue were in second, and FTR Esports in white. So it was it was a busy race last week, Tim, wasn't it?
It definitely was. It really was indeed. And you said about obviously, Texsense who came home in third. Obviously, it's a real mixed race for them. Where they sort of dropped down the field early on, and then the Calvin Dent, who was absolutely electric last time out at Zolder, and just clawed them back through the field. It was an absolutely mesmerizing performance from him, a biblical drive, and it was so close. I mean, them and FTR Esports Red, who finished fourth last time out, I mean, across the line there was only 2 seconds difference, but it came down to the last lap, and it could have gone any way whatsoever.
Yeah, I think to be fair though, that's the kind of exciting thing we've come to notice with multi-class racing, Tim. It's never over. You know what I mean? Regardless, as we've seen with Calvin, if you have an accident within the first hour, you've got 3 hours to claw it back. And I think, to be fair, down here at the Red Bull Ring, you're going to see, you might see a few accidents, but I think you're also going to see people coming back through the field.
I think so, and just to shed some light onto Porsche Cup as well. I mean, that was just so closely, it's such a close battle. The field was really close together throughout the whole race, and we had, of all the 8 drivers we had in Porsche Cup last time out, 5 of them all finished on the lead lap, and they really, really dealt with the traffic so well. But yet, they were able to keep on battling for the entirety of the race.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well. The series itself, the Porsche Cup series, is kind of a wide open process. Everybody's got an opportunity to get the wins, Tim. And I think, it was a really strong race throughout the last time. So I'm really not expecting a massive difference this time.
No, I completely agree with you on that one. I think it's going to be a real close, tight affair, exactly the same as it was last time. And just looking back through the results as well from last season in Porsche Cup, it was no different back then either. Now, obviously, the Porsche Cup last season, which unfortunately wasn't covered by ourselves, a bit of a shame because we're completely and utterly falling in love with this championship here at Total Sim Sports, and it would have been absolutely, great to see that. Obviously, we've picked it up during season 2, and I'm so happy to bring this league to you because it's absolutely great. But obviously now we've got the GT4s in there as well. Now, as you're saying, JD Sim Racing, it was a bit of a shame really because Big PPNRG, obviously they had that incident, before even the race began, where they purchased a one-way ticket to the barrier just as they were coming out of Jackie X, the last corner at Zolder. And that's really, unfortunately, hampered their race early on, and they ended up retiring, unfortunately. But it would have been great to see them. Now, also worth mentioning, in GT4, we do have a new team. It's going to be doing it solo. It's a driver called Paul Busby. He's going to be racing, well, for ourselves, actually. It's a team entered in the name of Total Sim Sports. So it's going to be great to see how he's getting on. And Also, we're going to be hearing from him, hopefully, during the race. You can see him on the screen right now. There he is, his nice standout livery with that nice cyan colour and pink colours there. And we're going to be hearing from him during the race. So we're going to hear from him on the way to the grid. And also, if there's any safety cars, we're going to try and catch up with him in the car, see how things are going along, and really bring you inside the race car of what's actually happening from the driver's eye out on track. So that's going to be a really fascinating one to watch out for. Now, on the mention of safety cars, James, I believe they've made some alterations to the software which they use called Race Director to help, help encourage more safety cars. But obviously we didn't see any last time at Zolder because they ran them with, I believe, was it slightly looser settings, as it were, more conservative settings.
Yeah, what they've done is they've just tightened them up for this race. I don't think it's in the hope to get safety cars, Tim. I think, everybody really doesn't want a safety car, especially any leaders of the race. If they're leading by 30 seconds or so, you're not going to be wanting to all of a sudden be pulled right back up to the pack again. But I think it's going to make it more interesting here. Red Bull is kind of one of them circuits where you're going to probably see an accident, but it depends on really how race director perceives it and whether or not it's in need of a safety car. We can all sit and hope that we don't have them, but it may happen. But it's just that they've just tightened it up a little bit seeing how it gets on for this race as it goes along.
Yeah, and it was quite interesting as well, talking to James Vett last time out after the race. So he's obviously our head steward for FTR events, and he was saying obviously where they put the slightly softer settings in because they didn't want it to be triggered every 5 seconds. But I mean, something interesting happened when they ran it last season, whereby I'm trying to remember which team it was, but they were they looked not quite down and out, but they were well off the pace due to sort of earlier incidents, and the safety car allowed them to come back into the race, and they ended up taking the victory in class. So whereas it's not going to be, like you said, James, it's not going to be wanted by someone who's leading, especially if they've got a really, sizable lead. If they're 20, 30 seconds up the road, nearly the time of a pit stop, the last thing they're going to want is a safety car. But someone behind them, this could play into their hands massively and really shake up the result here.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When you're bringing in safety cars into racing, regardless if it's in IRL or as we're looking at sim racing, you are throwing the field right open to everybody just bunching back up and going again. Because if that leader has got that massive 30-second gap, he's going to be pulled right up to second place, who may be as fast as him throughout the race and laps, but due to lots of traffic, they might have lost time and stuff. And that's going to really throw it wide open. Now, we can only hope that we don't get them, because they are, they do kind of bring that stock into the racing that really viewers and us ourselves as commentators really don't want to see. But it brings a different element to the racing. It's really quite exciting when they happen, because everybody closes up and it's almost like another race start again. We're going again for the next, whenever they appear, if they appear throughout the race.
Yeah, and I think, I'm sure that there'll be, I know that we have a few neutrals sat at home watching, and I'm sure for them as well, it'll be interesting for them to see, add a bit of drama and spice to the thing. But then we are at Red Bull Ring, and so where we've covered other leagues and series here on Total Sim Sports at the Red Bull Ring in multi-class, things don't calm down here at all. Well, until I think it was around about, James, correct me if I'm wrong, it was around about 3.5 hours into the race. Now, we've only got 4 hours here today. He says only. But I think this could be a battle and a fight from start to finish for the entirety of 4 hours.
Yeah, I don't think, to be honest, Tim, we were looking at 6-hour races in the last one where it did calm down after 3.5, but I can't see this calming down. I think last time out in Zolder really proved that the racing goes on for the whole entirety of the 4 hours. There isn't a lull where you would normally get in that endurance stage, where you're sitting down thinking and not a lot's happening, you know, and you've got the good commentators talking about something completely different. But we were going for the whole 4 hours, and I don't think this is going to be any different. I think this is going to be, because of the length, because of the makeup of Red Bull Ring itself, I don't think we're ever going to have that lull period when nothing's going to be happening. And I think, you know, for the viewers at home, you know, for the neutrals and for the team supporters, you're going to want to get your drinks in, because you're not going to want to miss this action.
Oh, and the snacks as well, you know.
Oh, yes, popcorn.
Yeah, popcorn, you know, a few nachos, something like that. All good for the fun. And as always, we love to hear from you at Technical Sim Sports in the chat. Who you're supporting, you know, who you like, you know, keeping one eye out for, or even if you're just a neutral as well. We love to hear from you and taking your comments throughout the show. And good to see so many of you already in the chat there. I see Carl Cranswick. Come on, Buzzmeet. Your Aunt Jean is watching. Good to see that Aunt Jean's watching at home as well. It's a family affair. I'm sure she's having an absolute whale of a time. Huge hype for round 2. Good luck from FTR Esports. Great to have you along. 11 Temps Racing Team. Let's go. Good luck to all the drivers. Yeah, likewise, Queerty. Bet all safety car. Oh, wait. Well, it will be interesting to see if that comes up. Sim Racing Baggio. Good luck from Greenleaf Red Bull drivers. We're not too far away from qualification, where the GT4s, they'll be heading out on track. James, I think it's worth mentioning that we've got a couple of slight tweaks to the rules that have come into force for this round, just regarding the formation zones and the start of the race. How's that going to affect things for the drivers?
Well, obviously, last time out in Zolder, we had the incidents at the beginning, and this is something the organisers looked at. So basically, all drivers will be forming the starting grid on the straight between Worth and Rin, which, if you're not familiar with Red Bull Ring, that's really the last second from last turn and the third from last turn, just as you come around Power Horse. Now, once the GT3s have seen the green starting light, they will be able to be seen starting the race. However, the Porsche Cups and the GT4s will not be starting then. They will have to ignore those green lights, because last time out they went on the green lights and it caused a bit of a concertina collision effect behind them. And they will still stay in their gridding process. Now, as the Porsche Cups approach the start line, the stewards will announce to them over the radio, green, 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 which will then be their command to start the race. And basically, it will be the same process for the GT4s as well. The start zone will be just off Red Bull Mobile. There is a curb on the left-hand side if you're watching on screen. It's basically between that curb and the start finishing line that we're looking at the green start zone, Tim.
Brilliant. And that's I'm sure that'll maybe calm things down a little, maybe at the start, but hey, these are race drivers, and I'm sure that won't be the case. Just watching the GT4, so just on their out lap right now, just coming up to halfway run, just on the run down to Schlossgold, where we've seen there's going to be so many overtakes and potential spiciness around there. Just look at the winner from last time. It's that JD Sim Racing FTR. Casca currently on board. What can he do? Can he improve? He's just coming round right now. And then through Red Bull Mobile, and he's going to start his first flying lap. I tell you what, it'd be lovely to get right on board. There we go. As if by magic. James, do you want to take us through a lap of the Red Bull Ring?
Yeah, so as you can see, we're coming up to the first curve. You're going to be wanting to try and carry as much speed as you possibly can in second gear, so you're flicking to third on the exit. We're all the way up now, heading up the hill, up into Remus. You're going to be going through the gears, hitting top gear all the way through. You're going to be looking for the 100 board. There it is, onto the brakes. You're going to be slowing the car down into second gear, turn right, flick on the way out if you can, up into third, and accelerate all the way down into Schlossgold. Now, this is a tricky off-camber curve, so you're not going to be wanting to get this wrong. You're all the way up in top gear. Again, looking for just where the 100 board is on the brakes, down into second, and let it roll. You want to get that grip out of the front tyres. And off you go, accelerate late and all the way round to Roush now. All the way through the gears, you're going to be hitting about 4th or 5th Right now, brake, and then you're going to be down into third, letting it roll around the first part onto the accelerator, and then down into fourth for the next kink. You're going to let it go again. You flick down into third if you're not carrying enough speed, and accelerate yourself out. Take the curb on the right-hand side, as you can see from Casca there, and you're going to be going up through the gears. You're going to hit probably fifth gear up into rinse. You won't get to sixth. You hit the brakes down into fourth, let it roll, and off you go again onto that accelerator, trying to not get as much exit as you can, down into third, keeping the curb there and off, because we know there's an off track, and you're accelerating through the start finish line. There you go, Tim. A nice short lap on board with Casca, who currently, he must have got an off track there, Tim. It didn't look like he ran wide. He didn't have anything register.
Yeah, I think it, like you were saying there, James, where just that exit of the corner there, where he seemed to run quite a bit right, especially compared to what Belcher just did in the FTR Esports White. And as you can see there, there's the time on the board. That is the benchmark. 1:38.68 is what the drivers have to beat. And yeah, where you were saying about, obviously, we're watching on board there with Casca for JD Sim Racing. It was almost like they took it that a little bit too wide, which created that off track, which obviously deletes their time. So hence why JD Sim Racing, despite being first across the line, have yet to set a time.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They have to look around Rint. If you run wide at Rint, which is the second to last corner, you are going to get an off track. You have to stay out. Now, they've released new off-track rules and regulations for the Red Bull Ring that we picked up on, Tim, in one of the other events we did. And they've given you 2 car lamps off the curb, 2 car whips off the curb, but you've got to be keeping at least 2 wheels before you hit that green. If you hit that green, your lap's going to be finished. And I think that's probably what Casca did going round Rin, was he went over that green line on the exit.
So just head to D-line now. I think they might have picked up already an off track, so not sure they're going to be setting a time. And no, they have. There you go. Wow, look at that. 1.1 seconds clearance. There you go. Busby for Total Sim Sport Racing setting the new fastest lap by 0.08 of a second. All the drivers within GT4 have opted for this series to take the Porsche Cayman. And right now, there's a bit of a gap at Belcher. Although, you know, the first time on the board there, definitely not the quickest. A second behind for second place, and well, ultimately first with Busby and Langerberg for Total Sim Sport and D-Line Racing Red, respectively, setting such close times there already on their first lap. Now, I think Busby's going to be definitely one to watch out for, James, because from where we're keeping an eye on the practice sessions, he was top in all of the practice sessions this week.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. And to be fair, the last session yesterday, Tim, there was literally basically about 2 tenths between him and JD Sim Racing. Now, obviously, we've tried to express to the viewers at home that, you know, we're talking tenths and thousandths and hundredths, and basically it's not a massive difference. It's a slip of the brake or not getting on your throttle, just that little second early enough to get that 2 tenths. So I think JD Sim Racing have been up there with Paul Busby, but Paul has topped the timing tables for the last.
There you go. As you say about it, well, they've swapped around. So JD Sim Racing went quicker, and then Busby went quicker again for Total Sim Sport. The first of our drivers to get into the 36-second barrier. And those two are getting really, really close. Interesting, I was chatting to Paul Busby late last night, and he was saying that JD Sim Racing just see Custis just going into 4th place there for Backmark Racing Blue. And I was talking to Paul Busby, and he was saying that JD, interestingly, they got into the session early and set their times then, did their practice then. Busby did it towards the end, and obviously being a 4-hour practice session, the temperatures varying as well. It was a lot hotter, and Busby's feeling really, really confident coming into this one. And because obviously he was faster with a much hotter track, which obviously means there was less grip out there available for him.
Yeah, I think, with Paul, as we've seen with Paul in other series, he's a really confident, well-rehearsed driver in the Porsche, but we have got, obviously, the Casco in the JD Sim Racing, Langenberg at D-Line, Kuskus in backmarker. These are all drivers that, practice sessions now and qualifying sessions might not be quick over 1 lap. I know I'm personally over 2 laps and that I'm not quick, but these guys obviously doing 4 or 5.
Sorry to cut across you there, mate, but JD Sim Racing, they've gone quicker again. It's supposed to be these two are trading fastest laps right now, really pushing each other along. You see Landenberg just carrying on there at turn 1 into Niki Lauda, but we've got a couple of micro battles. We see FTR Esports White going quicker again. Lee Belcher on board for them, so he's definitely getting quicker as the session goes on. But we've got like little micro battles sort of happening. Look at the gap. I'll just draw you to viewers at home to the timing tower in the top left corner of your screen. The gap between 3rd, 4th, and 5th is 0.2 of a second. So you're talking the blink of an eye almost. That is all that is separating those drivers. And like you say, James, I know when I race, I'm absolutely god-awful in qualifying, much better in the race. And, of course, being a full-hour race, there's plenty of time for mistakes to be made and times to be gained. And also, it's that traffic management with so many cars out on the track at the same time. And it being, of course, such a short track here at Red Bull Ring.
Yeah, that's the thing. Traffic management at the Red Bull Ring is massive. You don't want to be jeopardizing, your own race for traffic, but at the same time you don't kind of want to be holding up the guys behind you, especially in the GT3s that could jeopardize your race anyway if you don't let them pass. It's a fine balance. So obviously if we've got battles, say all of these top guys here from the GT4s are in a battle, they're not going to want to move over, but at the same time you don't want to be holding up the people behind. And that's the really hard thing with driving in sims and traffic management, is you've really got to be looking at where's going to be best for you to let these cars through and if you can do it safely.
So we're currently about halfway through qualifying right now. You can see quite a few of the drivers electing to dip in, take on some fresh tyres and top up the fuel tanks to go again. And it's going to be tight here in GT4. You can see JD currently on their outlap right now. Likewise, our backmarker Racing Blue. Be interested to see how they can improve. But Crystal, he's about to start on the lap for Team 6. Oh, sorry, just spotted where he is in the lap. He's about to finish off his lap. Can he improve? Currently in 6th place right now. Only 1 corner left to go through Red Bull Mobile. Just hooking up to the inside now. It's the run down to the start-finish straight. Trying to get straight in the car. Keep it as straight as possible. Can Saul improve? And yeah, no. The answer is no to that one. So he remains in 6th place. He ran about half a second slower, and I think also he might have picked up an off-track there, James. So even so, with the time being slower, it was deleted anyway.
Yeah, there was an off track, as you can see at the moment. He's coming round that infield section down into Rowlands, and I think that's where he's picked it up. But he's going to have to go again. He's still got time. He's just got to keep it, more on the black stuff, Tim.
And talking about keeping it on the black stuff, there we go. It's D-Line just taking a bit of a unique route there. I've never seen that one before, but clearly bailing out of their lap, deciding to try and cram one more in and go again. But they've did not go faster that time around. But what can backmarker Racing Blue do? There's only 0.02 of a second separating themselves and FTR Esports White, who are on an outlap. We've got around about 2 minutes left of qualifying. And with a 1 minute 38 second, well, just below that, it's going to be tight. They're going to have roughly an outlap and this, a flying lap, and that is going to be it. But this is the first proper sort of flying lap. Oh dear, that's not going to help Kaskas, and yeah, he knows there, James, doesn't he, that for JD Sim Racing, that is definitely not going to improve their time on this. Not the best way to be starting off your lap.
No, definitely not. That first corner is tricking. And he's, you know, you catch that curb and you're instantly off with all four wheels, and it's an instant off track. You see in the background as well. That's, I believe, Chris Searle from Searle Team there. I think he's gone off as well. If he's going, that's still quite impressive for him. But I think he's lost a lot of time. I think it's going to be what Lee Belcher does.
Now, his last lap did get him up into 5th place, which is demoted Belcher for FTR Esports White. You're currently watching right now. The pressure is turning up onto Belcher. He's running out of time. He needs to improve. This comes down to Slosh Gold now. He wants to be hooking that car up in nice and tight, and not like that. And he knows it, and they're not going to be improving. So with less and less people out on track right now, we haven't got any of our top 3. We've only got Backmarker and Searle Racing, Searle Team 6. What can they do? Can Backmarker Racing Blue improve? So they're going to come across the line, and it's not enough to improve. So this looks like this is going to how things stand in GT4 right now.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing to take note of is Kuskas come out and did the qualifying for JD Sim Racing, but Thomas Mojek, who we know is fast, he is taking in the opening stint. So they've swapped drivers, possibly on the reflection of what's happening in pole position with Busby at Total Sim Sport Racing there, but they've swapped drivers, and Mojek is quick. So I think that battle up front is going to get even tighter than it is already.
Oh, we love a bit of spice, a drama here. And it's short, bound to deliver here at the Red Bull Ring, as it's, you know, drivers swapping driver lineups around to take the fights at other teams. It's setting itself up nicely as Porsche Cups are just starting to line up now, ready to head out on their lap. And there we go, it's Greenleaf. They're the first out of the blocks, out of the pit lane. Back on board for qualifying for them. Now, just worth taking note that we have had a couple of qualifying bans. So Funk Motorsport, number 97 machine, that's in the GT3 class, they have picked up a qualifying ban for having the incorrect car number. And also, Equipment Geek Racing, they may not enter the race as they entered the wrong class for this round. So unfortunately, they won't be appearing. It's a bit of a gutting one. So many Porsches. Clearly, I'm not knowing which one to choose. We have got Porsche in every single category. It's a very heavy Porsche field. Of course, we've got the Porsche Cup, which of course is naturally all Porsches. You wouldn't have it any other way. And then all of GT4 is Porsche. And then within GT3, got a bit of a mix, but just a lone Audi and lone Mercedes. But just right now, let's concentrate and give lots of love to the well-deserved guys in Porsche Cup. What can happen here? As we said, it was so close last time out. Some really, really strong drivers as well here, James. You know, we've got likes of Plasto, Wynn, Dorrington, Becker, but all of them, they're no slouches whatsoever.
No, I think this is where, you know, we're going to see the pickup be wide open. I think, you know, any one of these can get this win, and I think that's going to be the most interesting thing. Obviously, you know, Vulcan Simsport were in the top 3 last season. Can they do it again? Well, you've got Delta Sport in there, 11th, 10th Racing, Virtual Racing Compound. They're all quick, Tim, and I think this is going to be wide open today.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be wide open, and it's going to... wow, I just can't wait for it already. And look, there's a bit of a queue forming here. We've got Roberts, Tavares and Plasto all just trying to hook up behind one another. Just trying to get that slipstream on the run down to Slosh Gold. But just heading into now to Vulcan. They're not too far from rounding out their lap. No, sorry, they're coming around Slosh Gold. But Greenleaf are going to be the first people to set that benchmark here in Porsche Cup. Out of Worth and on the run down to right. This is where James was talking about earlier, where the drivers will be forming up to take to the grid in around about half an hour's time when we go racing here at Red Bull Ring. That looking a bit wide, and I think that might be a bit of an off track there, James. I'd be surprised if they got away with that one.
Yeah, I think they're looking at that could possibly be an off track. They're going to have
No.
to go again. He's
No.
set a 132.36, so maybe the track limits there, Tim, are a little bit wider than we expect.
We've got times coming in left, right, and centre. So Delta, they've nicked that pole, and whereas FTR Esports Black just stick it into third place. So right now, as 11 attempts, they've gone 6th place. Vulcan up into 4th, as everyone's just heading over the start line. So right now, for the first flying laps you've got in first place with a 131.4 is Delta Sport, followed by Virtual Racing Compound Blue. The only 2 cars in the 131s. Then it's FTR Esports Black, followed by Vulcan Sim Racing Porsche Cup, and the Greenleaf guys who were the first to head across the start line and set the benchmarkers. Then it's the Virtual Racing Compound Red, followed by Colin Wynn for 11th attempt racing, and Shark Esports were the only people not to set a lap. So they picked off an off track somewhere, which disabled them from appearing up onto the timing sheets. And I think they've got a replay of, let's take a look of how that happened. There you go. I think that is there, just a little bit too far out onto the green. No, there you go. I think that's maybe it there, over the white line, and that is their time deleted for Shark Esports on their first attempt. There you go. There, it's coming into the last corner. Greenleaf, they've already gone into the pits there. What can Shark Esports do? Where are they going to come in amongst everyone? And there you go. They needed 2 attempts to get the lap in, but by God, it was a quick lap. Shark Esports only 1/10 behind Delta Sports. We've got people coming across the line. There's no improvements, looks like, happening here, James. It's only Shark Esports who've gone up onto the front row of the grid provisionally with Delta Sports.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. That's obviously, it's worth noticing as well from yesterday's practice session, Tim. The fastest time was FTR Esports Black, and they only did a 131.6. So Delta Sports and Shark Esports are already ahead of that time as well. So FTR are going to have to go some in the hands of Eduardo Gil there, but it's anything can happen, Tim, with this P Cups coming into qualifying, as we know.
Well, we've seen as always with multi-class racing, anything can happen, and anything will happen. Throw into the mix of the potential of a safety car, and it will really, really shake things up within the battles that are happening in classes. We ride on board with Shark Esports, heading on the run between Worth and Wright. James mentioned coming hard onto the race, just letting the car flow round. Then just hooking up, getting as much of the inside, using that camber to pull the car round as they head through Red Bull Mobile across the line. Is it enough for them to improve? Let's find out. The answer is no. They've gone 3 tenths slower than their previous lap. Now, I've got a couple of people coming. There you go. FCR Esports Black, James. You said about it. They'd have their work cut out, and look at that. Getting up into second place. What can Vulcan do? Have they improved? No, they've not improved. They have improved, but not enough to head up a place. But James, you said about FCR Esports Black, and they responded.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, that they know that yesterday's practice time they hit a 131.6. So to get pole, or at least try and get up to Tavares from Delta Sport, they've got to go quicker. So we'll see Plaistow cross the line now, Tim, who's in Virtual Racing Compound.
Tavares going, obviously said quicker and quicker. Last time around a 131.2, but no improvement for Virtual. They went only 1/100th of a second slower than the last time. I mean, talk about consistency there. A 131.9 and a 139.91 there. So you couldn't ask for much more consistency, really, there, James, from those 2 times.
No, when you're looking at identical times, you've done exactly the same as the driver beside your driver in front of you. It's just now, how do you now progress that from what you've got at the moment to pushing it for them extra attempts? And that's where you've got to look at braking, acceleration, all going to be important to move up them temps, Tim.
This was sweet. Just see Delta heading to the pits there. But what can some of our other drivers do? What can Vulcan do? They're on their outlap, trying to generate some heat into those tyres as they come round. Right there, down into Red Bull Mobile to start off their flying lap. Be interesting to see. They're not far behind, Virtual Compound Blue. Only a tenth of a second separating those two teams right now. And it's going to be close as we see Virtual Racing Compound Blue just setting a 132.06. Obviously not enough to improve. The last time was a 131.9, so they've gone around about a tenth slower than their personal best. But what could Vulcan do? Can they get themselves off the third row of the grid? Maybe onto the second, maybe even onto the front row. That is 2 times between FTR Esports Black and Shark Esports are incredibly close. Only 0.06 of a second there, James.
Yeah, I think that's going to be important to see as we see Dominic Foster come around the inside, round Roush and down into Worth. You know, they've got to be looking at really pushing the exit speeds on these cars, Tim, to make up that time. They've got to be looking at getting on their throttles earlier.
Oh,
taking
James, just seeing there, Greenleaf, they've gone quicker. So, Vulcan, they've dropped down to 6th place. But just look at how tightly compacted that midfield is in Porsche Cup. Vulcan have only got 1 corner left to go. What can they do? Can they improve? They're going to head across the start-finish line any second. Here we go. Is it enough for them to improve here? And the answer to that is no. It's not. They picked him on an off-track there, James.
Yeah, he watched him on the last corner, Tim. He was a little bit outside the boundaries. And I think he's going to be looking at picking up his off-track there.
So, FTR Esports Black, there's only about 4 minutes left. So, that is going to be 2, possibly 3 flying laps for these drivers. Of course, how much fuel they've got on board will also affect that. And that is, I think they were on their outlap anyway there, James, weren't they? So, this is onto their flying lap. And can they improve? It's tall order. There's, 3 temps is a big old gap, but also they've got to be really wary of Shark Esports, who are looming behind them and just heading out on their outlap now.
Yeah, it's when you've got this time and you're limited, really, because you're out, with a few minutes to go. You've got to nail that outlap. But the problem is pushing an outlap on cold tyres, as me myself has done many times, has resulted in me joining, the back coming to the front. But these guys have really got to be looking at trying to get round for that time so they can then settle into that next lap, Tim, where they can get going as well.
So worth mentioning, it's a nice warm 22 degrees here in Spielberg. Track temperature currently for the drivers 23 degrees. It's 11:15 local time here in Austria. And that track is only going to get warmer as things progress. As there you go, you see Virtual Racing Compound Blue, they've improved. They've got ahead of Greenleaf. They are up into 4th. The 1:31.8, but only 200th of a second. We keep talking, not in tenths, but in hundredths of a second here. But what could FTR Esports Black do? Can they improve? And the answer to that, James, is no, they can't. They're going to have to go again. I think, did they pick up another off-track? Because I'm not seeing a time registered for them. No.
No, I think that's, again, I think Justin Michaela in FTR Esports has picked up an off-track as well. It's so easily done. I don't know if, you guys at home have seen it, but they've changed the lines. But it's definitely, like there with the Greenleaf car, was very wide. I'd be surprised if you can get a time registered then.
Yes, what happened? So Shark Esports, they have gone quicker, but it's not enough to get themselves ahead of FTR Esports Black. Getting people to improve that time around You see Delta Sport, they're in the pit, so they won't be going again. There's 2 minutes left. They haven't got enough time to get out and get a flying lap in. So they look done for qualifying. But look at the battle behind them for second and third place. The difference between first and second row of the grid, only 0.03 of a second separating them. And then it's a similar story between fourth and fifth. This Virtual Compound Racing Blue not going quicker, only a 1/3.
I think this is where we're going to see Greenleaf, Tim, now. They've got the slipstream on Sharky Esports in front of them. And I think as they come down Roush and Worth, it's going to be interesting to note that Greenleaf are in a really selective position where they've literally kept up with that toe. And it's going to really benefit them as long as Backer can keep it on the track and not hit them off tracks as we see them come round the Worth section, heading down into Rint now. He's going to be hard on the brakes and letting it roll. He's going to be on the brakes now, trying to let it roll all the way round that Rint section down into Red Bull Mobile. It's all about keeping it on the track with Greenleaf now. They've picked up the toe all the way round. It's going to be interesting to see down onto the start finishing straight what actually happens with their time at the moment. And they go third.
Wow!
And that's the thing, Tim. He picked the draft up all the way around that lap.
It is, and it's really a show for him, and that's actually demoted Sharky Esports into fourth place. And Greenleaf, what a lap from them, getting themselves up into third. And I mean, just look, you know, we'll see how we'll wait first. Let's see how Virtual Racing Compound Blue get on. Can they improve? Can they really mix things up here? Red Bull Ring, no, they haven't gone quicker. They're going to have to settle for 1:31.84, 100th of a second slower than their last personal best time of 1:31.8. But yeah, the difference there, James, we had like the top three covered by second, third, and fourth covered by under a 1/10 of a second. Less than that, James. It was under 0.05 of a second.
Yeah. What is that in time, Tim? A blink of an eye.
It's even that.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, it's minute in relative terms of time, and you know, as we see the GT3s enter now, we'll just see if we can get the same from them.
Well, we've seen how close it is between the GT3s in the last round, and where we've been looking through the archives at what happened last season, it was a similar story back then. Such is the ferocity, the battles, the closeness of the racing here in the SIM3D. Challenged by FTR events. And there you go, they are the winner of the last round. Raceline Sim Sports in the Porsche 911 GT3. What can they do this time out? And they are also the reigning champions as well. So they started off the season like they finished off the last. How can they get on? They've got the #1 car. And quite arguably as well at the moment within iRacing. Even the #1 car to have in GT3, such as since the Porsche 911's arrival onto the platform, it has been absolutely dominant. But there we go, we've got our lone Audi in the field. It's next level Racing Blue. How can they get on tonight? But also, you know, worth mentioning as well, for Sunday drivers, they're the lone Mercedes in the field. It'll be interesting to see how those two cars get on. There they go, there are the Sunday drivers. A lovely black, red and orange livery car. Absolutely stunning and spectacular. And to be fair, James, so many great liveries in this series.
Yeah, I think that's it. That nobody's really gone for something like just black or just green. You know, we've seen personally for both of us, we have seen some extraordinary, outlandish liveries of multicolour cars. There's more colours going on than the rainbow, and these guys, it's conservative, elegant, but it looks beautiful. And I think that's the only sentence I can give the liveries today.
I completely and utterly second that. Amen to that, sir. And yeah, good to have you obviously always along in chat, and Jet Molly putting "Let's go Arctic Racing." Also, we've had Chris Rowlands. I thought Paul was meant to be 5 seconds quicker than that. Well, it wasn't quite that, but it was a dominant sort of performance from him in GC4. And then QWERTY, awesome job by Greenleaf. It was there, as we see. Next Level Racing Blue, first over the line. They've set the bar. Raceline Sim Sports going 2 tenths slower. Stage 1 Junior 6 tenths slower. FTR Esports Black. Well, tires flying in right now. And what an opening lap that's looking from the Audi. Nobody able to beat it so far. They're all coming across the line. B-Sim going into 5th there. As we see already just how close it is. Zabi, they've gone to 9th. I think that is everyone across the line for this time around. No, we've got one more. It's the Stage 1 Racing Senior. Oh, wow, look at that. Up into 4th place. James, you said about potentially it being close. Actually, just check in with the Sunday drivers, see how they get on in the Mercedes. Where can they get that mighty German V8? And they've had an off track, so they've had their time deleted. It was looking promising for them there. But James, you were saying just before, you know, obviously rolling on from the GT4s and the Porsche Cup, how close it would probably be in GT3. And just look at the times there, you know. It's so tightly compacted, especially just drawing your eyes from Stage 1 Racing Senior in 4th place all the way down to their sister team, Stage 1 Racing Junior. We're at about a 10th separating all those places. But we'll just wait a second and see if Raceline SimSport, they can improve. There you go. That is the new benchmark. Followed immediately by 11 tenths. They've gone even quicker again, 300ths of a second. And they have taken that first place away from Next Level Racing Blues. RPM Racing, they've gone into 3rd. As Next Level Racing, in the space of a few seconds, have gone from top of the timing sheets all the way down to 4th. Can anyone else improve? No, it's not looking like that, but wow, look how close that is, James. Amazing.
Yeah, it's absolutely stunning to see a car go wide there, the Ferrari behind us. But I think it's worth noticing as well, we've got Prismatic Motorsports in chat, got a little watch party to support our girls with Prismatic Motorsports A and B. You can do it. Well, right about now, we've got Elise Main is currently in 13th overall and is looking strong in that position. And Emily Howe has yet to sit a time, so she's been looking at obviously maybe having an off track somewhere as well. But that's awesome to see that you guys are all together supporting your ladies in today's FTR race.
So, drivers, we've got a fair few off tracks happening where drivers are just dropping a wheel and having their times deleted. But it's so competitive here. I mean, just look at how tightly compact it is at the sharp end here. There you go, Next Level Racing Blue. They've replied to losing that initial pole position, the initial fastest time. They have gone 3rd, but only just. They were, whoa, no, that's the Zabi Ferrari pointing the wrong direction. That's just losing it out of Red Bull Mobile by the looks of things, and just keeping one eye. I don't think, no, B-Sim, they've gone quicker. I was about to say, it didn't look like anyone was going quicker. Prismatic Motorsports B, they've gone quicker as well. Getting that BMW up into 12th place, but yeah, Next Level Racing, only 1,000th of a second, separating themselves and Raceline. Just check and see how the guys at Mad Chili Racing get on with their Ferrari. Can they approve? No, they've had their time deleted as well, so they're remaining down the bottom. But let's see how Prismatic A get on. Some strong performance from the A squad, and there you go, up into 7th place. But James, just going back, I mean, that's no luck. They have not improved their time, so they're saying where they are. But well, everyone's just you know, was halfway through the qualifying for the GT3s now, James. I cannot believe how close it is at the top. 1st to 5th, separated by less than a 10th.
I think this is going to be seen as we see Daniel Murph go a bit wide there. You know, we're going to see this all the way through this qualifying session, Tim. These drivers are so quick, and they're going to be keeping it together. Obviously, you know, they're not quite quick enough to keep up with Raceline at 11 tenths, but you know, they're going to be looking at moving up as much as they can throughout this qualifying session.
The Track Limit Racing BMW, they've just got up into 12th place. But, I mean, we've got that sort of, and what looks like, you know, that battle for the first place. It's FTR Esports Black. There you go. That's the new benchmark. And what a time. 129 dead. So close. As they RPM Racing, they've responded to go into second place. And this is just getting better and better, this qualifying session. With drivers, it's the time starting to tumble, new benchmarks being set, drivers then responding and taking the fight back to whoever set that new level. And we are so close. Can we see someone break into the 1 minute 28? And this is the last two corners, I think, yeah, for FTR Esports Black. Coming round there. It's rounding out their fastest lap. But it's wow. We've got a few drivers on the out laps right now. So we've got Stage 1 Racing Junior, BSIM, and Raceline as well. Can they improve? It won't take long to find out at all here at the Red Bull Ring.
Just over 5 minutes, Tim. I think this is just going to get hotter and hotter and hotter as people are on their out laps. They've changed the tyres. They're going again. You know, and we're going to see these times tumbling. And hopefully, you know, we're going to be seeing. And here we go, RPM Racing, Tim.
Yeah, let's see how they get on. That's going to be one. I think that's going to be deleted. And I think Richardson knows it as he heads to the inside of the track. So they're not going to improve. What can Matt Chile do there in 8th place in their Ferrari 488? Are they able to improve? The answer to that is no. They go 4 tenths slower. But what can Arctic do? I know there was a bit of love for them in the chat. They are not able to improve either. Time's starting to run out now. We've only got around about 4 minutes left. Zabi, they've improved. Look at that. And so with no luck, EM Sports in 14th and 15th place, 129.7 and 129.8, respectively, for those two teams. But it's, I don't know where to look really with this, James. Of, you know, we've got so many little battles emerging with such close competitive times. You know, 1st to 18th, under a second.
That's to just see Ryder Quillier. They go really wide around the Red Bull Mobile, but that's the joys of what we're watching, Tim. This is where we really appreciate the battles.
Oh, there you go, James. Next level. Look at that. You say about the joys of watching it, and there you go. Next level racing, getting up onto the front row into second. And whereas we saw it before FTR Esports Black, James, before they set that new benchmark, and really got some clear air between them and that real tight cluster between 1st and 5th. As you see, 11 attempts. Raceline in Stage 1 not able to improve on their times, hence why they're in white as they just pop out right now. Yeah, you know, saying about the excitement, and all of a sudden someone goes quicker again, and that gap is starting to close down between 1st place and the guys around it. Was just the Arctic. They've gone up into 7th, the 129.3.
Yeah, I do see that Mark Stevens is coming in really at the Mark Stevens coming in right at the right time there, and we see Roy Mars across the line. Unfortunately, hasn't gone quicker, but that's the thing. You're seeing times tumble, but you're seeing them tumble because the experience is there, the driver skill is there. You know, the track's evolving. It's all pushing these down. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we can get a 128 out of qualifying, Tim.
I wouldn't be surprised either, but Prismatic A, look at that. They've just stuck their BMW up into 4th place. That was a 129.1, and let's just say, James, we are so agonisingly close. There you go! Next level, Racing Blue, they do it. I was just about to say, we're so agonising close to the 1 minute 28. They've set a 128.9 here at the Red Bull Ring. And with time running out, the drivers are going to have around about 1, maybe 2 flying laps left Raceline Sim Sports, they're going to be able to go again as well. They've been unable to improve their time. So what was a strong start for Raceline and Daniel Murphy? Stage 1 Junior, there you go. They've gone quicker again. Look at that. 6,000ths of a second is all that separates first and second place, with BMW and Audi currently on the front row of the grid. But what can RPM do? Can they mix things up? Can they improve? No, they can't. And I cannot get over, James. This is ridiculously close here. It's crazy.
I don't really know, because they're both on a 128.99 too, and they both nicked inside the 28s, but they've only just done it. But even 129.01 and 129.10, you know, you've got nothing between. Well, you're right the way down into 6th place between 1st and 6th, at least, or 7th. Nothing, Tim, nothing. Not even a hair distance between the cars in result of time.
Definitely not. And I think these guys right now are going to be a little bit worried at Raceline. They're in 7th place. All it takes is that fraction difference between the acceleration or braking, and that is what's going to elevate them, possibly even demote them, where the people around them are setting faster times. Can they improve? They've come across the line, and it's not good enough to improve. They might be able to squeeze more and more lap in. Got people coming across the line. FTR Esports Red, what can they do? Can they improve? They can. 129.4, but not enough to head up the table. What can Prismatic Motorsports B do in the BMW? Can they elevate themselves up close to the sister car up there? They can't. They stay down in 17th place. Zabby won this sort of following group from Arctic in 8th place all the way down. As you see, Stage 1 Racing Senior, they have gone quicker, but not enough to take them up a place. 129.5. As we see the Sunday drivers head in, that is qualifying going to be done for them. As you see people come at the last few cuts, starting to come across the line. This is it, all or nothing now. Throw everything out there. Caution to the wind. What can No Luck Esport BMW do? And unfortunately, it's not enough to improve for them. They go slower by 0.7 of a second than their personal best. So they are not going to improve at all.
It's going to be the remaining cars on track, Tim. You know, we've got 19th with RD all the way up to Raceline, and this is where it's going to happen now, Tim, in this last few seconds.
It is. Raceline, winners last time, last season's champions. And I think they've had an off track, so they are not going to improve. They're going to remain down in 7th place. Going to hamper them, obviously getting away off the start, and not what they will have wanted here at round 2. I think that is everyone. I think we are pretty much done. I think it's only really Stage 1 Senior, and maybe as no, we've got Zabby, I think, just ahead of them. Stage 1 Senior do anything? It's enough to improve their time, but not enough to take them up a position. And there you go. That is it. The checkered flag is out. Qualifying is over. And wow, what a qualifying. We'll just wait for a few seconds and then we'll be able to bring you our classified qualifying results and thus the grid. Wow, James. Wow. Wow.
Take a breather, Tim. We've got 4 hours to go, but you have got less than a second between first and all the way down to 14th. So
that is frightening, isn't it? Just how competitive that this league is. It's scary, you know.
And I think the chat and YouTube just sums it up. One word: nuts. Literal insane. So close, so close.
Yeah, completely and utterly crazy. I mean, I think 11 Teps Racing Team just surmising it nicely there, just with great session. I think that's putting it incredibly mildly, really. It was a biblical qualifying session that had lots of turns and twists to the tale and the story here. And we haven't even got racing yet, and we've already seen great action here out on track, and wow, just wow. And I mean, we've already got this excited, James, and like I said, we haven't even started yet, and I dread to think what's going to happen heading into the race.
No, I can't, to be fair, Tim, as we've got to see the grid on screen currently for the GT3. We've got Kevin De Winter in pole, Mark Stevens in second, Christopher Cook in third, Nathan Richardson fourth, Emily Howe in fifth, Mark Patser-Jones in sixth, Daniel Murph seventh, Samuel Lamont in eighth, Lucas Provoznik from Zabi in ninth, Eric Maletti in 10th, Ryan Chevalier 11th, Morgan Driscoll down in 12th position. Luck Lamau in 13th, Roy Mass in 14th, Chad Wilkes 15th, Chaz Small in 16th, Elise Main in 17th, Sam Helson 18th, Rob Sullivan 19th, Chris Soffer in 20th, Corey Peters in 21st, and Jeffrey Belk in 22nd. So there you go, that rounds out the GT3s. In the Porsche Cup, you've got Kevin Tavares in pole, Igor Kuss in second place, Wu Tobacco, who was in chat earlier, great lap under the toe. Yes, we saw it live for Greenleaf. Matthew Dorrington fourth, Pete Plasto in fifth, Dominic Foster sixth, Chris Roberts seventh, and Colin Wynn from 11 tenths in eighth. Down into the GT4s, Paul Busby on pole, Thomas Mochek, as we know, JD have swapped drivers for the start. Kuss in Backmarker Racing in third, Langenberg in fourth, Chris Self fifth, Lee Belcher in sixth place, Tim.
Now, we're going to hear quickly from Paul Busby, qualified first in GT4 for Total Sim Sport Racing. How do you feel that went, Paul?
Oh, I'm buzzing with it, to be honest, mate. Really happy with the lap. They pushed me really hard, and now I'm just kind of hoping to hold it together for the first lap and get my head down.
Do you think it's going to be quite spicy out there first lap?
I hope not.
No worries. Right, we're going to... Good luck for the rest of the race there, Paul. We'll maybe catch up with you later.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Right, we get ready to go green here at the Red Bull Ring for round 2 of the FTR event. GT Trophy. And we are off. And well, everybody all compacted. GT3s everywhere, but stage 1 keeping hold of it. But here come FTR. It's Ferrari. Oh, and they've lost it. And then everyone's had to take evasive action into Nicky Lauda. And from the lead, they've tumbled all the way down. And that has gifted FTR Esports Black the lead. But look at them just in the background. It's BMW versus BMW. Prismatic versus Arctic. Prismatic's going to head to the inside just in the background. As Raceline, they've got themselves up into second place somehow. We said they'd had a bit of a poor qualifying. It's the Porsche Cups. They've now heading away. And Greenleaf, they've made a big jump. They've got themselves up there. And Shark Esports following them through in the background. But they're being hassled by FTR Esports Black as we see. Well, we said to Busby about getting a good start, and well, they're going to go 3 wide into turn 1. Busby in the middle, JD on the outside. That's Backmarker who are on the inside there, and somehow Total Sim Sport comes out from the middle of them into the lead in GT4, but JD are right behind them. We head now back to GT3. FTR Esports Black just getting the jump on everyone here right now. Raceline are in second. A great start from them at 5 places already. But Prismatic also getting a good start as well. You can see him just coming into the camera shot in the background now. The first of the BMWs as they're all going to move across to the track, jinxing left and right. This looks like we're going to have a 4 wide. They all settle a little back down. It's going to come 2 by 2 as we see that. I think that's a Tex that's just running a little bit wide there. So they're on the inside there, so it was 11 tenths just running a little bit wide, but they managed to regain. But right now, this BMW at the front of their train is causing an absolute traffic jam. GT3 swarming left, right, trying to get that little bit of space that they need to try and get past. There's Arctic just heading up a place there as we head back to Porsche Cup. And this is getting close here. Greenleaf, they made a good start, but Shark have managed to get past them. That's Virtual Racing Compound behind Greenleaf. They are in third right now. As just seeing this bit of a reshuffle down in GT3 happening, but also in Porsche Cup, there's battles happening behind. And somewhere, JD have managed to get past Total Sim Sport for the lead of GT4 here at Red Bull Ring. And Busby just looking really on the defensive now because he's got backmarker Racing Blue. They're on the attack, on the run up to Remus. And wow, James, can I draw a breath now? Maybe not, as they're coming up to Remus, and that's getting close. We've got another close battle in GT3 happening here, just coming through right. And you can see the FTR Esports Black just taking a little bit of a defensive line there and just holding on to that place. But no, they're at Zabia coming back. It's Ferrari on Ferrari on the run down to Nicky Lauda, and it looks like there's contact. They bang doors, and everyone manages to get through somehow. The Next Level Racing Blue, Audi just somehow just scraping their way back through there. They've lost the place because of it. We're just lining up behind. It's Funk Motorsports in the Porsche. Porsche not so dominant here today. And James, what an epic start here at Red Bull Ring.
It's worth noticing, Tim, that our pole sitter, Kevin De Winter, is down in 20th position in class at the moment. And that is massive. And Mark Stevens is down in 9th as well. So they're going to be looking at coming back through the field. But beneficiaries, Tim, Daniel Murph, Eric Molinari, and Emily Howe from the start there. And also, Tim, as well, GT3 start is currently under investigation from the stewards as well. So we'll see what comes of that.
Yeah, that's not going to be surprising. They're absolutely all over each other. You know, they started to really trip over one another. It's like tweaking the rules, causing a little bit of confusion. But, wow, I mean, from the start, Stage 1 Junior, I mean, they unfortunately lost it all by themselves. So we head back down to GT4. And oh, we got contact there. Contact between D-Line. And I think that was Chris Sewell as well. Sewell Racing. It's falling out. We'll see if we can bring you a replay of that. But let's just stay with this. If we can stay with this battle for backmarker Racing Blue, they're going to stay in that position. Let's see if we can bring you a replay of what happened further down. So still really getting the run out. Brilliant run there, James. And this is where the contact started to happen. There you go. Between themselves and D-Line.
Yeah, it was a weird line from D-Line. I'm not quite sure what the zigging left was, but yeah, it looked like he may have lost it or got some wheel spin on the curve out there.
James, the only thing I could think of is that they just did the way Chris Sewell for Sewell Racing Team managed to get the exit. He absolutely monstered Nicky Lauda. And I think just didn't expect him to be there. And, you know, to carry so much momentum and so much more speed as we just head up to Porsche Cup now. Plasto just losing a place for Virtual Racing Compound Blue to the Vulcan Sim Racing. Now we've also lost Delta Sport as well. They've dropped down the order. See if we can try and dig that one out. And lots of action here happening at the start of round 2.
Delta Spotter in YouTube gets crushed out in SCO, takes pole here, disconnects at the start.
Oh, no. Now we're just looking back down to GT3. This battle currently going on over 4th place. We've got Tech Sense at the front of the queue, followed by Arctic, 11th Tip, Zabi, FTR Esports, Mad Chili, and well, basically the whole of the field all following a line. But here they come. Here comes Zabi in that blue Ferrari, just showing the inside to 11 Temps, trying to unsettle them. So they all bounce across the sausage curb on the exit. They all follow in one long snake now, all trying to maximise that slipstream on the run down to Remus. They come through turn 2 now, lining up, jinxing left and right. But Zabi just having to settle back down for that position as there's just bang doors on the inside with FTR Esports Black. Wow, this is getting close, but it's not over yet. Now this is JD and Total Sim Sports. They've swapped places in GT4. After we saw JD, they took the lead off Total Sim Sport. And that is Busby for Total Sim Sport getting the lead back off of JD in GT4. That's a bit of a tongue twister. But no, oh, hold on. This is why we're staying with the replay, because JD really fighting back there and not letting that one go there, James.
No, I think these guys have been swapping. They've been backwards and forwards for the last lap or so, Tim. And I think, you know, that's where this is the competition that we expected from Paul Busby and Casca in JD.
As we head back into GT3, and it's getting even closer. Arctic just managing to pull away from this little group right now. that are really battling hard. And Stevens, who started in second place, he's 8 places down. You can see him in the Audi. They're just coming into shots. There's a bit of action happening behind them. The Stage 1 Senior and the No Luck EM Sports team just battling out. And the BMW of No Luck EM Sports really struggling off that there, James. And they're getting absolutely swamped behind them right now.
Yeah, these guys in Zolder had a really tough race. And as you can see at the moment, they're being swamped all over. He's very defensive, Chad Wilkes. He's got to be looking at trying to get that line on the outside and really settle down for the rest of the race, Tim, because otherwise, for the next lap or so, he's going to be swamped by 5 cars there, and it's not going to be good for Chad. He's got to keep his nerve and move forward.
So just to bring it up to this, we'll stay with this battle before we head to what's happened with the stewards. So FTR Esports Black and Stage 1 Racing Junior, their incident, their further action, huge netco between the 2 cars where no contact would have ensued. Oh no! Who was that we just lost, James? I think it was one of the Porsches, wasn't it?
Have a look now.
I know. I know it was one of the BMWs. It was track limit racing. Oh wow, that could have been so close.
Does he keep it out?
Wow.
Oh, that exit road helped him, Tim.
It saved him, didn't it? It just allowed him to have a bit of traction before he came into contact with the barrier. But I'll tell you what, that's Dabby Ferrari already carrying a bit of damage to the front right. However, we've seen time and time again in GT3s, that shouldn't affect him too much, should it, James?
No, it should do. I think if you've got insurmountable amount of damage, as we've seen with wings and arches and all that, then you're going to have a problem. But I don't think that little bit that he's got there just on the top left of the arch, I don't think he's going to have an issue with that.
Wow, look at the not getting the best of exit. Driscoll for Mad Chili closing up, but let's take a look at what's happened to B-Sim. Oh, lost it by themselves into right there, James.
Yeah, easily done, carried too much speed, tried to slow it down on the trail braking in, and as we've seen with trail braking, unfortunately, it just releases that back end, and as that releases that back end, the back end goes round, and I don't think that's going to be the first one today, Tim. I believe there's going to be a few people doing that at this moment as the race goes on.
You see already the GT3s are overtaking the GT4s. Just coming around, that's the FTR Esports White. Porsche Cayman there just getting swamped by Dabby, Mad Chili and Next Level Racing, as you see the Audi just chinksing out and managing to get past there, not wanting to let go of Mad Chili's Ferrari, who is ahead of them as they're now coming up to another one of the FTR Esports machine, and getting really close now. There's Next Level, they're going for the move up the inside here. Can they get the move done on Mad Chili? Mad Chili runs heavily to the outside. They're going to pick up an off track for that one, but just trying not to lose the place. But Next Level Racing Blue, they are ahead in the Audi.
Yeah, I can't see if they would have held that position, Tim. That would have been a message to say, look, give it back. You can't overtake. You can't lose the position and take it on the outside. You were off track. So I think either way, they did the right thing. Settled in behind them. Go again for the next lap. 3 hours, 48 minutes, Tim. And, well, anything's going to happen.
I think anything will happen as well.
Talking about that, Tim, as well, the incident that we saw on screen between D-Line and Searle Team 6. Basically, Searle Team incident between is 30-second stop and hold for breach of rules 11.8 and 11.3. Driver tried to overtake off the defined racing service as stated in the rules and caused an incident as a result. So that's Searle Team 6 getting that 30-second stop and hold, which
so
it's a bit harsh.
It is, but you see RPM Racing, they've managed to get past B-Sim down the back end of GT3 right now. No Luck EM Sports, they're coming under a bit of pressure. Well, they were coming under a bit of pressure, but the backmarker Racing Blue, GT4 behind them, whilst they nearly came into contact with the back of the JD Sim Racing car. But this is playing into the hands of the Total Sim Sport machine with Busby ahead, really extending the gap out as the BMWs fight it out here. That's Stage 1 Junior and RD Sim Sport, with RD just losing out. Sutherland just struggling as they just weave their way past JD Sim Racing's GT4 now. Round turn 2 on the run up to Remus, and they need to be... Oh, is that possibly a sly little move there? Unexpected from the Porsche. Just getting it. That's the Funk Motorsports guys. And what a move that looks like out of nowhere. RD Simsport, James, they're just completely unawares. Left the door open, and Funk Motorsport said, thank you very much, I'll have that.
Yeah, they're on the recovery from their unfortunate qualifying ban, Tim, and I think, I don't know, but that was a serious send up the inside. He saw the gap open and he literally just sent it, and away he went. So, you know, well done for noticing the gap there.
As we head back down into Porsche Cup, where it is tight as ever. Around about 1.5 seconds covering its top 4 here. And oh, here we go. Greenleaf, they're going to have to go defensive around the outside of Roush, as they've got FTR Esports right behind them. And also the virtual compound racing guys as well. And wow, this is incredibly close. They're all swaying left, they sway right. Just trying to get that one edge. We ride on board with Koss right now. As they come down into right. Probably the best view in the house, as we see just ahead of them. Vulcan just drifting out wide a little bit there. They're all taking that wider line there. Remaining this train, are they going to be able to sneak up behind? That's the D-Line GT4. So as you see, the FTR Porsche, there's a bit of contact there, wasn't there, James?
I don't know if there was contact or that was D-Line reacted to the fact he realised that car was as close as he thought it was going to be. Because I don't know if they hit him, but he looked like he took a quick left jig to avoid it. But he has put himself into the back marker, so it's going to be interesting to see.
You see Vulcan just having a real ding-dong here with FTR Esports Black, which is playing right now in the hands of Greenleaf, who are ahead of them, and also Shark Esports, who lead in Porsche Cup here right now at Red Bull Ring. These two going side by side on the run down to Schlossgold. As we see, FTR just trying to run it around the outside. It doesn't seem to work, that line. We've seen racing here before. It's always more tricky to try and get it moved done around the outside, but I mean, I think you should probably say it, James, because that normally invokes the drivers being able to do it.
Yeah, you know me, Tim. I love saying things that shouldn't happen but actually do, but it just goes to show the skills.
As we head back up to GT3, so there's the Prismatic B car just coming out. They've already headed to the pits by the looks of things very early on here. Carrying a bit of damage, but you see Stage 1 Junior down 11 places on that recovery drive. The no-look EM Sports BMW behind them. Really tucking up behind one another. But lurking in the background is that Funk Motorsport Porsche. It's coming along for the ride, and what a start from then. You know, you were saying about it earlier, James, 7 places in GT3.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. When they lost it at the start there, Tim, I think it was you know, tough for them. So we'll see what happens to Lilacs there.
Here we go. Something's I think something's already happened to the Prismatic Motorsport B. Maybe a disconnect there, because they just disappeared off the screen, and that must have been why they headed to the pits.
Yeah, I don't know if they started out with Lilac, to be fair, as well, but we have got Judith YouTube saying, let's go Emily. Maybe Judith can fill us in on what happened to the Prismatic B car there.
Right now we head back up into GT3. These two will not leave each other alone. It's the Zabi Ferrari and the Next Level Racing Blue Audi. Next Level obviously losing 7 places in that opening lap. Tumbling down the order on the recovery drive. Now currently in 8th place, and let's just run you. Now things have slightly settled down after what has been nearly 20 minutes of racing. I don't know quite where that has gone. So in GT3, it's FTR Esports Black. They're in the lead over Raceline Sim Sports for 2 seconds. Then it's Prismatic Motorsport A. What a great start for that all-female team. Then we've got TechSense. They are in 4th. Great drive last time out from them. We don't have Calvin Dent with us, unfortunately, this time. Then it's Arctic Racing in 5th. 11 Temps Team Racing Black, FTR Esports Red, Zabi Racing Team Next Level Racing Blue, and Mad Chili rounding out your top 10. Then let's head down to, well, actually, no, let's not. Well, if we stay with this battle, Mr. Producer, that would be absolutely brilliant. As the 11 Temps and FTR, James. Well, it's somehow it's like they're performing, an intricate dance. The way that they're just, fitting together, like almost like a jigsaw puzzle, where they swerve one way or another and just seem to make it work.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well with these two guys as well. Mark Baxter Jones in the car 111 and Ryan Chevalier. Absolutely epic battle, and they know each other's limits. They know where there's going to be, and they know what space they're going to have. I don't think they're going to do anything stupid.
Right on board with the Audi right now. Next Level Racing Blue, and that gap is really, really closing up between themselves and Zabi.
Yeah, Emily from Prismatic, I believe. Sorry, Elise had a PC failure, and she blue screened, and that's why Lilac has hopped into the car from Prismatic Motorsports.
Oh, absolutely gutting for them. After strong showing in qualifying. But right now, look at this battle that we've got, and I tell you what, James, the battle ahead between FTR Esports Red and 11 Temps is what has allowed Zabi and Next Level, despite having their own battle, but not quite as fierce and competitive, it's allowed them to close up the gap and to join up with these two guys having a fight. But I think the big loser from this is Mad Chili, who was in amongst them and has dropped back a little bit. So we just head back down to Porsche Cup, and yeah, I think the FTR and Vulcan, they're going to remain as they are. But yeah, Mad Chili seem to have dropped off a little bit off the back of these guys here.
Yeah, as you see Mark Stevenson sticking his nose out as well. He wants to get on his bike. He's lost 7 places, and he's going to be looking at making moves. But I think with 3 hours 40, you can't jeopardise too many moves early on.
Now, we've got Halson here. Stage 1 Racing Green Porsche GT3, and just out onto the gravel, and that's rotated it. And can they flip the car back round without keeping out the barrier? And that's not a comfortable place to be sitting, is it, James, when you're facing the barrier on the inside of that corner?
No, I think you're kind of, from a driver's eye, you want to be going back and left. So as you go back and left, you turn the car into the direction you're going. You kind of don't want to be taking that on-track route to try and spin that round.
James, while we were looking at that, though, just looking at this, Next Level, they've managed to get past Zabi's Ferrari. And here they go. They're going to keep hold of that position up the inside for the Audi, but the Zabi Ferrari fighting back hard here. They're going to come side by side into Roush, potentially. No, the Ferrari just backing out there. But yeah, Next Level getting ahead and getting themselves up to 8th place in class.
Yeah, Mark Stevens did the right thing there as he come round Roush. He just let the car sort of drift out a little bit. Let's see.
No. Here we go. So this is the lead of Porsche, plus a bit of traffic as well, as they're coming round to catch the GT4, lead GT4 of Total Sim Sport. Actually, it's probably worth bringing through as we started on it, but didn't quite get to it. The lead, so your order currently in Porsche Cup, it's Shark Esports, followed by Greenleaf Racing, then Vulcan Racing Porsche Cup with FTR Black, or maybe that's about to change. These two have been swapping places all, well, I would say lap long, but it's pretty much been up race long as Vulcan being pushed out wide there. But they're going to get the exit. They're going to be on the outside. They're going to have to drive here, which is going to give them the inside on the exit of Worth. And now this run down to right, they're going to have the inside line, James, for these next 2 corners here.
Yeah, as you see, they're side by side, but I would expect the FTR car to really try and maybe not run it. He's going to be tough. If he takes him, he's going to be off track to him.
Oh, this is close, James. They're still side by side as they come round Red Bull Mobile. And they're going to be side by side across the start-finish line. And despite Vulcan having that inside line, they've been unable to capitalise, and they've had to yield it, where FTR, Esports Black, have got the traction off all the corners from that outside line. They've been able to carry the momentum. But no, here they go again, just covering off that inside line to prevent Vulcan getting the undercut. And now they're going to have to head around the outside. But, James, we've seen it work, actually. The outside line can work better here sometimes.
Yeah, if you'll slow in and get on that accelerator, there you go. You see Vulcan close right up to the back of FTR. I would be looking at whether or not FTR is going to keep that position. That was a pass kind of off racetrack, Tim, but be interesting to see how the stewards look at that and whether or not that pass is going to stay as it is. But it's a very complicated section to go into when you look at the rules of passing off track and on track.
Now, we'll run you through an order then. I believe, James, you've got a message from one of our sponsors. So just to run you through the order. So yeah, 5th place in Porsche Cup, it is Virtual Racing Compound Blue, followed by Virtual Compound Racing Red, and then the 11 Temps Racing Team Red, and then Delta Sport after such an unfortunate start for them. Now, they are still within a minute lead, so there's plenty of time left for that to happen. But down in GT4, it's Total Sim Sport leading the way, the new team. New driver to this league, Paul Busby, followed by Backmarker Racing. And wow, what a gap they've got over them right now in class. Followed by JD Sim Racing. Then it's FTR Esports White, D-Line Racing Red, and then the Searle Team 6 car. Obviously after that drive through, they are in the pits, and that's why they're falling down the under, unfortunately. But James, I believe you've got a message from one of our sponsors of the race, Go for the Gap.
Yeah, so today's obviously race, Go for the Gap, find the very best F1 and motorsport art and graphics. Get over to the store on Etsy now and use the code 10TOE Sim Sport for 10% off motorsport prints. That's etsy.com/shop/Go for the Gap, and head over to @Go for the Gap for more information on Twitter, and all links can be found in the YouTube description and on the Total Sim Sport YouTube channel.
See, just in the background, well, you mentioned that out from one of our great sponsors for this league, Go for the Gap, and we saw Zabi just getting back past the next level racing Audi. Those two battling out, which is also allowed actually Ferrari with Driscoll currently on board for them to catch up. And also they've now actually dropped back off this battle that you can see in the shot. We've got FTR Esports Red Ferrari, followed by the 11 Temps Racing Black Porsche. Baxter Joe's currently on board for that, but next level Racing Blue here, James. This Audi, they can't seem to shake Zabi to progress, but it maybe almost feels like they're just, I mean, dare I say it, being held up due to the, the closeness of the times in qualifying, where we've seen already these drivers are so evenly matched on pace.
I think that's the thing, and looking on the timing from the last lap, Mark Stevens at Next Level Racing, Tim, lost half a second on Zabi in front, so he either had a very slow lap, or the guys down at Zabi have really pushed Provanek and told him he's got to get a shift on, and he really did for that last one. So that could explain the position change we're in at the moment.
See, it's not able to get the Audi alongside right now. Ferrari, notorious for its straight line speed. Clipping the curb on exit, on the run up, but right now, the Audi's going to feel maybe a little bit vulnerable. It's the Maggioli Ferrari behind them. The Ferrari has probably one of the strongest straight line speeds in of all the GT3s, James, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's the thing they do have it at the moment, but when you've got a driver like Mark in the Audi who's very comfortable in the car, you are going to struggle, and you can see it there as they change onto the P Cup with Shark Esports, Tim.
This battle for the lead is so close. Greenleaf have managed to close up to Shark Esports. I'll tell you what as well, this is happening a little bit further down the field. Vulcan, they've just managed to get past FTR Esports Black, the fourth in class. As, oh, there we go, we've got the replay as if by magic, there we go. Just queuing up and up the inside there, James, into Nicky Lauda.
Yeah, you see, he's got the job done. Turn 1, which is one of the main protagonists for today. I think you're going to see a lot of overtakes. So, good, well done to him, and he's now on his way and onwards and upwards, as you say.
Now, well, we say onwards and upwards. FTR fighting back here against Vulcan. They're going to go side by side down into Slosh Gold. And who's going to come out on top? FTR just looking for the cut back there, but not able to get it done. Vulcan just covering them off where they took that slightly shallower line to prevent it. Now, this is second and third in GT4. But, this is back marker. So JD Sim Racing have really fallen back. Obviously, they took the lead against Total Simsport, and then Total Simsport regained it a couple of laps later. And now they find themselves battling out with backmarker Racing Blue.
Yeah, it looks like Casca's had a bit of a rough time over the last few laps, and unfortunately he's dropped back from the TSS car of Paul Busby, and he put him into the clutches almost of Kutkus from backmarker Racing. And as they see, I thought I was going to have an overtake there, Tim, but there you go. He's got to get on a bit as JD now to really keep up with Paul Busby.
He's so incredibly close here at Red Bull Ring, and talking to close, here we go again. These two just will not leave each other alone. FTR and Vulcan in Porsche Cup. Here they go. Once again, it's almost like deja vu watching these two, saying their names. They're on the attack, but I'll tell you what, James. Virtual Compound Racing Blue, they got Pete Plasto currently on board for them. Probably the best view in the house right now of this battle.
Yeah.
And what do you think's going through Plasto's mind right now?
Sit, hold, wait for the off track, wait for them to come together, because I wouldn't be wanting to stick my nose in two drivers battling this hard. But going back to this, Tim, FTR, when we spoke about earlier, passed off track. They were actually asked to give the place back to Vulcan, hence the pass in turn 1. As we said, obviously in the booth, that position was gained going off track, and the stewards have instructed them to give it back. So that's why the pass took place.
There we go. So I'm sure, wow, if anything's going, but I mean, I can't believe, where has that gone? We are already half an hour in to the racing here at Red Bull Ring, and I have genuinely no idea, due to the amount of action here, where that has quite gone. But next level, I believe, James, they've got back ahead of Zabi, and there we go. So they're coming through the traffic, I think.
Yeah, I think this is Zabi going deep into turn 2.
Oh,
yeah,
there we go.
He had to slam the brakes on, and he's had to stop going through Remus and down. And that's unfortunately, well, not unfortunately for Mark Stevens, but that's allowed him to go through.
Right now, these guys are all over each other. Well, I say that Arctic and FTR Esports Red really closed up. I know they've been close, but these two are absolutely, well, FTR are absolutely all over the gearbox right now of Arctic.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning as well that 4.5 seconds down the road is Texan.
I thought that was going to be an overtake. Sorry there, James. I thought that was the next level. Just going to get ahead there. Well, that is a back marker. That is the Porsche 911 there. But yeah, I think no, it's not. It's 11 isn't it? Sorry. So many Porsches. It's confused, especially with the new 992 Porsche. That's very similar to the GT3. Yeah, sorry, James. You were saying.
Yeah, so down the road, you've got a couple of cars kind of running their own races, really. You've got Emily, who's still in third. She's 12 seconds in front of Ryan Chevalier here. Eric Molinetti from TechSense is running his own race as well, 4.5 seconds down the line. So these guys might be battling, but the top 4 are kind of getting away and spreading themselves out. So you've got to look now. Is it worth letting them pass? Is it worth letting Mark Stevens pass? Letting him get on his bike, because we are losing time to the cars in front currently.
They are, and you can see that gap around about 3 seconds, isn't it, out of the front? They're able to pull clear. But here comes next level. This looks like this is going to be a move to get them upper level past 11 tenths. Here they come up into Niki Lauda, and that is the Audi through, but the Porsche is trying to cut back there. So they bounce across the curves, but I'll tell you what, James, just seeing Zappy, they're not too far behind these guys as we look back from the Audi of Next Level Racing.
Yeah, they're not too far away. See him just in the background there. But more importantly, Ryan Chevalier is right in front of us. So, you know, let's be looking forward for Mark Stevens. We don't want to keep looking back. He's now only -5 on his qualifying position. So he's going to be looking at making moves. And with this group of cars, he's probably sitting there thinking, I can go 3 or 4 places here.
You see the, just on the outside of Swashbuckle there, that is the number 220, Porsche 911. That is one of the Porsche Cup cars. That is 11 Temps Racing with Colin Wynn currently on board for them. They are up 2 places so far in the race, up to 7th in class, 27th overall right now. So they can pass the lead. GT4, that is Total Sim Sport, Paul Busby. And this is, I think this is really where we're starting to see these cars close up, and definitely, wow, here we go, Next Level. They're going up the inside. Not happy with just the one place. They're fighting against FTR. They're going to go side by side through Ryan, through Red Bull Ring. Hold tight, breathe in, everyone. Please don't have any contact. But right behind them, look, it's the 11 Temps Porsche that's really closed up to him. The AM car are really, really looking to try and get involved and get past that FTR Ferrari here. And it looks like they're going to get it done. Have to go. No, they've took back in again, but the Zabi Ferrari, they're having a go now, and they're going to look to capitalise. But the 11 Temps Porsche just had to back out of it slightly.
Yeah, coming up down into Swashbuckle, into Rima's section, they have gone side by side, and Zabi's got the job done. Slow entry for 11, a slow exit for 11 Temps, and unfortunately that was the end result as they've got it. But they will come back as well.
Now let's. Here we go, what's happening down in GT4. And right now, Backmarker Racing Blue just managing to pull a bit of a gap over JD Sim Racing here. But they've got, these two really need to work together, really, if they've got any hope of trying to catch Total Sim Sports, who are 19 seconds clear. As we just mentioned them, James, what's happened here?
Yeah, I think Paul Busby, he's flashed 11 Temps in front. I think he's just run wide. Yeah, I think it's going to be, there you go, and then, yeah, he's taking the off track on the inside curb there, Tim. That was just too much of a bounce.
But yeah, these two really need to work together, and you've got to feel for JD. You know, they got into the lead, past Total Sim Sport, and then they found themselves, you know, dropping off the back. I think it was probably traffic, wasn't really, that managed to give Total Sim Sport that real hefty gap, as we see the Porsche Cups coming through there. But we've got a replay. This is Profashnik of Zabi. Oh, they've lost it by themselves, James, in the middle of that battle. Oh, wow, that was very close. That was very, very close to taking up the lead. GT4 there. The flash of the lights indicating a not very happy driver there. But it's so gutting to lose them out of what has been this epic 6-way battle, pretty much.
Straight away, Tim. Stewards all over that. Zabi Racing, drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Multiple cars to avoid you on your rejoin. That was a deserved. I think, Tim, that's probably an ideal penalty because that was very, very, very dodgy rejoin.
It was. I mean, it's got to feel for him. It's so tricky because all you can see is you're losing. You know, you're locked in that big battle, which is got to be enjoyable for the drivers as well. But you know, you see you're losing loads of time, and it is such tricky with so many cars on track here. It's so challenging to rejoin, but we'll see whether they come in this time around. There we go. On the brakes, and they're in.
Yeah, I think he's got all of these things that aid him. Paul, Tim, sorry. So he's got all these things that aid him. He can see on his relative where cars are. And I think that was just a rush to get back into the race, and unfortunately could have really jeopardised other cars' races there.
Well, talking about getting back into things, let's get him back into the lead in Porsche Cup. Only 4 attempts separating Shark Esports and Greenleaf Racing. And know, they've got Greenleaf Racing Red officially is their name. There's no red on that car, but right now they are really closing up, and we saw this quite before, really, didn't we, James? In the last round at Zolder, that, you know, lead Porsche is just happy to work together and pull each other along. And right now they are around about 8 seconds clear of FTR Esports Black, who are currently third in Porsche Cup right now.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. And if we look back to the initial qualifying, this was the situation we had, where Shark Esports was pulling along Bakker all the way around that lap, and Bakker was just literally in a perfect position for that whole entire qualifying lap to him, and he went into third. And he finds himself here again. He's got no reason to push the overtake. You know, he can save fuel, he can sit behind him and go longer. So fair play to Bakker for sitting here and not making this move, but it does put Matthew Dorrington under pressure in Shark Esports to keep him behind and not make the mistakes.
Nice. As we said, we anticipated it not quietening down, and it has been like that right from the start. It's like it's been the 4 minutes of Red Bull Ring rather than the 4 hours. But you see Greenleaf just really starting to close up onto the back of Shark Esports, but unable to quite get the move done. Right now, these two are really pulling gaps over third place FTR Esports Black. This the team of FTR just coming through in the background. They're Ferrari in GT3 Pro. And how challenging is it for the GT3s to get past these Porsche Cups? Because despite them having some weight restrictions and reduction in power, they're still quite relatively evenly matched, aren't they?
Yeah, there's not a massive difference. You know, you're talking 2 seconds a lap time at the moment, but you know, I think it's just using that racecraft that we all develop. I guess that you know you can make the move like FTR did in a sensible place, or you could jeopardize it in the turn like Roush and Worth. It's really your own mentality, and you know, as you see Chris Cook here going past him in sensible place, and in the background you've got baseline as well. So he's really making them moves, dealing with that traffic in the sensible places of the track, Tim, and you should be able to get the moves done in the GT3s.
So it's now Racing Sim Sports to sit in the middle of these 2 Porsche Cups, and this has really played into Shark Esports' hand, hasn't it, James? Because where they've been caught up by the GT3s, it has allowed Shark Esports to pull around about half a second over the Greenleaf Racing Porsche behind them, just by utilising that traffic a little bit.
And that's what we mean. I think, you know, when you're fighting and using the traffic, you're not going to want to give away positions. You're going to be looking at where can I lose the less time possible? Where am I able to keep this car behind me but let these guys through? And as you saw there from Shark Esports, they did it on the straight section, and I think that's the important part.
So just head up to the lead in about 3rd and 4th in Porsche Cup. FTR Esports Black and Vulcan and Virtual Compound Racing Blue, who are happy to sit behind these two, who are still battling it out. They've seen them so much all race long, side by side, trading places. One of them taking the lead, then it's this little group, another one then taking the lead. Just spotted Arctic Racing just managed to get past Next Level Racing up in GT3. But right now, Vulcan, can this be the move done here, James? Looks like they've managed to get the exit coming off of Remus.
Yeah, it's whether or not they're going to keep that speed up, as you see coming down into Sloshgold, is how bad and how fighty FTR are feeling. They've got the inside line, they can send it. And there you go, but it's allowed the FTR car to come right up back of them as well. I think that's going to be the job done for at least the next couple of corners there, Tim, for that peak up.
It's looking like they are through here right now. But, well, I'm certain this battle is definitely not over, and I get the feeling they're going to be like this for a lot of the race. But a pass here Next level on the Arctic BMW. Managed to sneak that Audi up the inside, and that's looking like it's nearly banged doors there along the straight. Down turn 2, and next level Audi's going to have it. The inside line there. I think this is what's going to get them past Arctic. Yeah, there we go. That's the move done. But FTR, they're not far behind, are they?
No. I think that's the close thing is CFTR on the left there, Tim.
Oh, Arctic seem to be almost heading into reverse, you know. It's turn 1 again, and they are through, but it's the Porsche also of 11 tenths. Mark Baxter-Jones, he's joining in the fight. They're going to go 3 wide as they head up the straight, around turn 2, up to Remus. The Porsche just at 11 tenths, just backing out there and tucking in front of the Mad Chili Ferrari. And somehow they've all managed to settle down a little bit. FTR and Arctic still side by side. We've got FTR, they're going to be on the inside. You can just maybe see, there we go, 11 tenths. They've got the best view of how these two are battling it out. Side by side, down into Swashbuckle. They both run it outright. Baxter-Jones currently just poking his nose, just trying to find an advantage. Who's going to get through? Just trying to follow them through, and FTR just getting ahead. And Arctic, they lose another place here right now. And they're looking incredibly vulnerable to that 11 tenths Porsche as well, James.
Yeah, I think Mark Baxter-Jones is going to be pulling his hair out with this, because he is visually, you can see he's so quicker and he just wants to get past these cars. But all the time, you've got Mad Chili tucked up right behind him as well, who's putting him under pressure, and he's just wanting to go and go and go. And every time he's catching up, these two are side by side. And I think this is going to be his best opportunity down into turn 1 if he wants to make this move on Arctic.
I've just seen Mad Chili just bravely swooping out there, just trying to unsettle someone and just try and get that slight advantage here. Now, just bring up a quick message from one of our other sponsors. Get this in quickly. Well, there's so much action going on. So thanks to the guys at SIM3D, one of the sponsors for this league. If you're looking to enhance your sim racing experience with custom design parts, with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use. All the products are made to order. They're designed by sim racers for sim racers. Head to sim-3d.co.uk to find out more. As James said, this good message from Go For The Gap. All the links can be found down below in the description of the YouTube video. But now we've got Delta Sports. This is their first overtake. This is against 11 tenths, isn't it here, James?
Yeah, it is. As you can see there from Gash, Tim, you know, it's a job well done, isn't it, really? And he's onwards and upwards.
Now, they are still roughly, just looking at it, James, roughly about a minute away, within a minute of the leader. But I think here we go. Yeah, there we go. That is the pit window open in GT3. You can see them all heading in. You've got Prismatic A, Raceline Sim Sport, FTR Esports Red, Arctic, 11 Temps, Mad Chili, and Stage 1 Junior and Funk Motorsport. They are all in to the pit. And maybe just a little bit longer than what we... No, actually, no, it's probably about expected, isn't it? Around about the 45-minute mark. But just looking at it, James, from the timing sheet, can't see it right now. Next Level Racing Blue Audi is the fastest car on the track.
And we saw this with the Audi in Zolder, didn't we? We saw the fact that they went longer and longer and longer.
They did, didn't they?
We know we know we've got this in this car. It's going to be interesting to see how long, whether or not they can take the lead and get a lap if they can stay out a couple of more, or whether or not they're going to cover off what's just happened in front of them and they're going to come in this lap and pit. Yeah,
because the Audi went one lap more than the highest of the rest of the field. So we've got, that's the leader in, FTR Esports Black. Canadian Cook just bringing that in. But will second place. Texent Motorsport. Running a different livery to last time out. Although technically the right livery as it failed to come in. As there we go. That is third place in. So your top three on track at the moment are in plume of smoke there. Not sure what that was from, or maybe a bit of dust as heading through the pit lane. Oh no, we've got the JD Sim Race. They've managed to get past the back marker racing. Wow, that was close. I was just about to say, James, they got past the back marker racing blue GT4 there, but they now found themselves well down.
Yeah, I think Cascad's got a little bit hot there on the accelerator, and unfortunately spun it round all on your own onto that last corner of Red Bull Mobile. So unfortunate for him, but I'm sure he'll be off. He's on his bike, trying to catch back up again, Tim.
Now we're just keeping one eye on it. This line, they've managed to get out. Interestingly, James, by the looks of this, they've managed to get out into the lead after all of the pit stops. With trying to have this, but it's really, it seems to have closed up the gaps at the top. To be fair,
yeah, I think this is the thing. The interesting thing would be if Muff is doing the whole 4 hours again on his own, like he did in Zolder. So I think that's going to be the interesting thing as well, because we've got a few drivers doing full 4 hours solo. I believe we mentioned Paul Busby is doing it as well, but I believe we've got car 277 of Chris Roberts and 278 of Pete Plasto. They will be running solo as well too.
It's clearly a theme running there in Porsche Cup between the two virtual racing compound teams. That is it's a tough order, but it is achievable. And let's see, fun. Talking of by yourself, Funk Motorsports. See, disqualified from qualifying. They're on a recovery drive. Currently up 10 places, up into 11th in class, and thus overall in GT3 right now. It's a move done for them, but these two they're inseparable, aren't they, James? Absolutely inseparable. They've got a Porsche and BMW behind them. That's the B Sim Porsche and the RD Sim Sport BMW. But
yeah, they are, but they must be managing traffic well together, Tim, because you normally would see a little gap, wouldn't you? But we haven't.
Hold on, James. FTR Esports Black, Lee Ferrari, well, it was Lee Ferrari. They are back in the pits again, and they've just gone out again. It was I think they were stopped for about 3 seconds, so something clearly has happened there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we can get and see what actually happened with them as they're coming out. I believe they're behind Man Chile. It was just up the road there, but yeah, it's a bit of a strange one.
It is a little bit. It is a little bit. Now, we've got also, let's just watch the FTR Esports Black, and just seeing ahead of them. It's like Mad Chili just getting out onto the grass as they try and get past FTR Esports Red and Arctic. Now, also, just having a bit of a look from the Prismatics Motorsports A, they're also running solo apparently. But are these two going to be trading places here again, James? It looks this. Let's take a deja vu. They've swapped places all race long, but they've got the JD. That's the back marker racing blue GT4 ahead of them, and how are they going to negotiate that as well as each other?
Yeah, I think the FTR Esports team, I think literally he would have defended that on the outside had he not seen that back marker racing car there. There was just nowhere for him to go. So he's had to literally just sit behind the Vulcan, and here we go again, going into the next turn to him.
Down into Splosh Gold, running it wide, and the GT4, they're just getting it a little bit close for comfort. Marker Racing Blue, obviously Custis not having the performance that they maybe would have hoped for, dropping well behind the lead in GT4 here. But now, just looking at we've had Porsche Cup. It looks like they are starting to have it, and also our leader from GT4, Total Sim Sport, they are in as well. Just watch this battle on your screen right now in GT3. It's B Sim Racing versus RD Sim Sport, and they're trying to get past the Shark Esports Porsche here, who haven't pitted yet, and they're almost holding up, and you can see the straight line in the Cup car. It's really strong, isn't it, James?
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well. We're going to see this a lot throughout this race where we're going to be side by side and not a lot of difference. And it's got to be managed, Tim. And I think if you don't manage it, it's going to cause you issues. But it has released that Shark Esports from that, from Greenleaf Racing. As you see, there's a couple of, a few seconds back now. And yeah, I think they've got to. They were originally working together, Tim, weren't they? They were keeping the management traffic down low so they could both get out the way and carry on their battle. But yeah, obviously Greenleaf here have got it out the way and done, and now it's down to Shark Esports to move.
Now Arctic, James, they've got little, it's happening again. It's FTR, Esports Red, and Mad Chili. They're all locked in a battle now. Just while this is all going on, worth noting the top 4 cars in from GT4. They are in the pits. Back marker, FTR, White, JD Sim Racing, and Total Sim Sport. They've just headed out. And right now, I'm just looking at my sheet, James. I think we've only got a couple of the Porsches that are yet to stop in Porsche Cup. Virtual Compound Red, and also the Greenleaf car as well. But it's a struggle to know where you have to take your eyes off this, really, because you've got 2 FTR cars. Plus, it's so many great teams here. We've got Arctic at the lead, FTR Red Ferrari, then the Mad Chili Ferrari, and the FTR Black Ferrari at the rear of this 4-car train.
Yeah, it's a bit insane when you see them racing this closely because, we've all been in this situation where the lead car, like the Arctic car, has spun. And unfortunately, it's been like a concertina effect on all of the cars behind. But it's just now where these guys are going to be looking to keep it clean. As you see, the first of the FTR kill has got a good run, and so did the last one. So it's going to be interesting going into turn 1, Tim.
So, Delta Sports saying in the chat, trying to catch a break today, but just isn't our day. Super disappointing between these 2 events. We've then a bit of love for Total Sport driver Busby. Got Bickley Motorsport saying Paul is bossy in GT4, go on lad, and Tom Carroll saying let's go Buzz, have a whale of a time, and Judith Cooper saying solo drivers are on a whole another level. Well, yeah, I think you've it's brave. Some say it might be stupid, some may say it'd be crazy, but wow, it's definitely commendable as we see the FTR Black car Ferrari just getting ahead of the Mad Chili there, Ferrari. And now the FTR Esports Ferraris are looking to somehow find a way past 5th place overall Arctic Racing in GT3.
See, I wonder here, Tim, with Chris Cook, whether or not Ryan Chevalier will let him pass, because he's been quicker over the last few laps. And maybe this is where we look at these little bits of team orders. Ryan might realise, or the team manager might get onto him and say, dude, let him pass because he is quicker. Let him have a go at Samuel Lamont from Arctic Racing. Let him try and make the move in him that brings him, then backs him up into you, and you can get past as well. But at the moment, Chris Cook is looking the faster of the 2 FTR cars.
He is. Well, you say that, James. It's almost like they've heard you and you've issued a challenge, because there you go, Chevalier, the number 22. A lead FTR car showing their nose up into Nicky Lauda there, but and also losing a bit of momentum coming off it.
And that's what I mean. You see visually, Chris Cook is quicker.
There you go, James. This could be the swap. Up into Remus. Oh no, a bit of contact between the 2 FTR cars there. And this is Mad Chili's chance. Can they get 2 for 1 here? They head through the middle of them. They separated them. They cut across the front of the FTR, and they're going to get to the apex first, are they? They're going to have the inside line down into Slosh Gold. We've seen that's the better line of being able to get it to work. But FTR not backing out. It's Chevalier right now. They're going to go side by side, and they're just having to run it right outside. Did the Mad Chili car and Driscoll. You've got to feel for Morgan Driscoll. It looked like he's going to take 2 places. He finds himself back where he started.
Yeah, I think that's such a shame. He didn't sit behind Ryan Chevalier, which opened the door up to Chris Cook to follow Chevalier's line through. I think what he should have done is looked at coming across, closing that door on the second FTR car and following Ryan Chevalier through, and he didn't do that, which left the gap open for Chris Cook to follow the Chevalier line and take the position.
No. So, I'm going to hand over now to our roving reporter, man of many insights. Chris Rowlands is going to join you, James. I'm going to disappear and have a quick break and try and calm down from all this action on track.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. Chris, welcome in.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, depending on where you are in the world. It's been a pretty madcap first hour, I think it's fair to say. Lots has been going on. James, how on earth do you catch your breath when we've had this 4 or 5 car battle in GT3, and this is ignoring the fact we've had battles for the lead in Porsche Cup and battles for second in GT4 as well. How are you coping?
Well, to be fair to me, I've quite settled in here. These guys have been really on it, as we see Daniel Muffler from Raceline really get close to the GT4 Porsche. But yeah, it's not been too bad, Chris. And at the moment, obviously, I would say we're settling in, but we're kind of not, because even though we hope we would be, we're an hour in and the racing's still progressing. So it's only going to keep going, and we're just going to have to see how we can get on. But if you've got an update for these viewers at home for the last hour, that would be amazing, Chris, and let people know what's been happening.
I mean, well, if we do it with the update for everything that's happened, would probably take the whole of the next hour. But of course, we started with what was meant to be Stage 1 Racing Junior. Obviously, you can see they started on pole, but they're down in 12th, so it's not been a good start for them. Raceline, by comparison, who are now in the lead, have been doing pretty well by comparison. And of course, this is not to forget a lot of the drivers up in the top 3 or 4 here. So Prismatic, we've barely covered them, but Emily Howell is really motoring along pretty well here. She's only 4 seconds away from the lead, so we've not really covered what's happened there much. I'd say the driver of the hour in terms of providing us with the most entertainment is currently 4th placed Next Level Racing blue car being piloted by Mark Stevens, who I always remember from about a year ago would just always be quicker than me in the Formula 3 races, which he used to do, but I believe he's moved over to tin tops for now. And he might not have the outright pace, although actually looking at it, I think he's got the fastest lap of the race so far by all of 100th of a second. But he's been providing us with the bulk of our overtaking, especially into turn 1, which I would never really have considered one of the major overtaking opportunities. But I think we've seen probably 4, maybe even 5 overtakes there from Stevens. I'm interested to see with Eric Molinatti in the Texense Fitski Motorsport car just a second and a bit up the road. You can see him there in the BMW. We've got another one in our sights there as well. But of course, this is not to forget the battle we've seen, in particular Arctic Racing, Mad Chili Racing, FTR Esports Red, RPM Racing are now in it. This sort of battle for the outside the podium top GT3 spots has been absolutely insane. It's been very clean as well. I think that's been an incredible feature. We saw just that one crash earlier. Rack my brain, so much has happened, seeing where they've gone. You'll have to help me out here. Which GT3 was that? It was the Abbey Racing team, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's Abbey Racing, yeah.
And they're the only real casualty of this midfield battle we've seen in GT3, and they're still doing all right. They're down in 17th in class. But yeah, it's been a pretty hectic GT3. By comparison, Porsche Cup's been reasonably sanguine. Greenleaf Racing currently in the lead. They've been in an interesting battle with a few of the other Porsche Cups. Currently, it's Vulcan Sim Racing in second, and you can see there they're dealing with traffic. I know Tim and yourself were talking about it about 10 minutes ago. The interesting bit of jeopardy that we've seen, really, with the fact that because the Porsche Cups are pitting a bit later than the GT3s towards the back of the pack are getting caught out even more. As you can see, we've got Dion Newwell just a little bit up the road. We've got Sunday drivers Preston Rudker just behind. They're losing a lot of time trying to get past these Porsche Cup cars for a second time just because of the timings of their pit stops. So that's going to really factor into the strategy, in particular for the GT3 amateur category, which is currently being led by 11 tenths. You can see just up the road here. And let's not, of course, forget our homeboy Paul Busby in the Total Simsport car. Been involved in one incident already, just as where we're coming past here, where he had to take evasive action from a recovering GT3. He's now got a 20-second lead over Backmarker Racing Blue. He was battling with JD Sim Racing earlier, and they were, of course, battling with Jack Backmarker as well. But GT4 field does seem to have spread out a little bit, although, of course, I think it's worth keeping an eye out on FTR Esports White and D-Line Racing Red. They are quite close. They're within 5 seconds of each other. And as you can see on the track map, this is about as spread out as the racing has been so far. So it's been a pretty hectic hour, James.
Yeah, it has, and there's been a few stewards things, notifications come through at the moment. Zabi Racing and Shark Esports was under investigation. It's another drive-through penalty for Zabi Racing for avoidable contact. Now, as we've seen FTR Esports, Ryan Chevalier, and also their sister car as well. There was a warning for FTR Esports Red for avoidable contact. Same contact happened twice in 2 laps while racing room was left. So they are currently, he's had a warning as well. But something must have happened to the 2 FTR cars, as I see briefly as well. So this is going to be interesting to see what Mark Stevens can do. We've got TechSense in front of us at the moment. That's the Shark Esports car in front of them as well. And he's got to be on his bike. There's Mark Stevens. He's back out from 2 places of his qualifying position. He gets an excellent run out of the first Nicky Lauda. Now he's got this car to manage, Chris. And as we said, traffic management is massive here. You'd want to be looking at taking that inside line and clearing that car as soon as possible.
Yep, that is for certain. I think what's going to really help Stevens here in the next level racing car is I think he's quite an aggressive driver, and I don't say that at all as an insult. It's a compliment, and we've seen it with his overtakes today. That assertiveness and aggressiveness in a driver, it can make all the difference. I mean, you see there the difference in how TechSense got past Shark and then how Next Level Racing got past Shark. It's cost TechSense over half a second, basically, and it's put Stevens right within his draft. So I think it's always an element of risk management in endurance racing, however. So we'll have to see over the next 3 hours, is Stevens' aggression going to pay off, or is he going to get involved in an accident from one of these overtakes? We obviously hope not. And he's already up to, the recovery drive started on 2nd. He's already up to 4th and looking good potentially to get back on the podium, possibly on the next lap.
Yeah, as we see, they go past Backmarker Racing. They're coming down into Schlossgold at the moment. It's going to be hard on the brakes as they go round. There you go, coming round into the Red Bull Mobile. Now, we have had an interesting thing at the moment. FTR Esports Black have plummeted off the timing tower if we can find what happened to Chris Cook. As we see Mark Stevens, he's going up the inside of Eric Molinetti again in his favourite place of turn 1. And that move is stuck on Nicky Lauda, and Mark Stevens is on his way. He has got 20 seconds up the road is Emily Howe from Prismatic, who is in an absolutely amazing 2nd place. But Mark Stevens has got the JD Sim Racing GT4 there. He's going to be looking at clearing that one, whereas as so much what we spoke about, the TechSense car has kind of stuck there a little bit more, Chris.
Yeah, it's. I think this is the trouble. The further up you get, obviously, the faster these drivers are. So you get past them, and suddenly they're now in your draft. And because you're of similar pace, you're not going to shake them off. The other advantage that Stevens had earlier was the train of cars behind each car he was overtaking. So that was giving each car he overtook something to think about into the next corner. And because Stevens has got the overall pace advantage, he is able to break the draft and get further ahead. But I suspect we'll see Molinatti here stick with him for a fair sight longer than some of the other cars have been able to. And just with Chris Cook and the FTR Esports Black, I believe they've just jumped to the pits. They were getting past ever so slowly by each driver. I feel like there might be some hardware issues for them there, because I don't really know what else to explain that. They'd come out of the pits and then sort of just drop down the order after that. So something unusual has happened there.
Yeah, Igor Kos is coming into YouTube. They've had a connection problem. So that has caused what the issue is. And there you go. They're just recovering on the right-hand side of our screen as we see Mark Stevens there coming up to the back of the 2nd FTR Esports Black with Chris Cook behind the wheel. Now we're coming down with just over 2 hours and 53 minutes remaining. We're looking at the battle for 3rd and 4th in GT3 at the moment. Mark Stevens, Eric Molinetti heading down into Remus as we are speaking at this moment in time. And this is where we're going to be looking at now, because 2 hours, 53 minutes, we've still got a long way to go. You know, are we looking at these guys really going to be, as we see Mark Stevens spin there, a little bit of a left rear on the gravel on the outside, and unfortunately that spun him round. Can he recover it back on track?
Let's just see how hard he was pushing here.
As we see there, he comes round, grass off to the gravel, and away we went. Just a little bit of acceleration too fast. And unfortunately, that's allowed. As you can see him sitting there waiting for a gap. He can probably go now if he can get it back on track quick enough. And off he goes again, Mark Stevens. But that's put him 6.5 seconds behind the FTR Esports red car. And he's going to be looking at trying to get that time back as quickly as possible. And that's the thing with this track, Chris. One mistake like that, 6.5 second gap straight away.
And it will be so frustrating for him as well, because he knows how quick he is. He's done all the good work in the first hour. And just that one and it was a tiny lap. So we've seen far bigger misjudgments not get punished. But that's the sort of it is a tricky part of the circuit. It's got odd camber. You're going down the hill into the braking zone, then it does flatten out on the exit, but it's a very odd exit. And because you're nearly full throttle for quite a lot of the rest of the track, you do want to make sure you get a good run out there, because it will cost you if you don't. And I think that's why there and the final corner is why we've seen so many instances already where drivers have just put the power down just that little bit too early. But of course, the nice thing is we'll hopefully get to watch Stevens fight through the pack again, because it's been providing some very entertaining racing so far.
Yeah, as we see, we've got a drive-through penalty for Sunday drivers for avoidable contact and a warning for Funk Motorsport for an unsafe rejoin. Now, Mark Stevens has been here once. He can do it again. He's just unfortunately making it very hard for himself. And it's not something that you kind of really want. You kind of want to clear the cars that you've got around us and get on your bike again. And unfortunately, Mark has put himself into a position now where he's got a battle back, where before he could have probably just settled back a little bit more and taken a position when it had the opportunity, Chris. But unfortunately, this is the joys of motor racing within the iRacing platform.
Yep, it really is. And I think as well, for the guys that are used to doing the iRacing officials, which are usually going to be sprint race formats, suddenly jumping into endurance racing, I don't think even the practice can really replicate the physical and mental strain that the drivers are put under from doing this. And of course, we've already talked about a few of the drivers that are doing this solo today. So of course, our very own Paul Busby being one of them, but Emily Howe in Prismatic A is another. I'm obviously forgetting quite a few, but they're all absolute titans of motorsport, in my opinion, to be able to manage this the whole way through. 4 hours is a long time to be sat in even a virtual cockpit. It's going to be tiring. But one driver I want to sort of focus on just quickly is the Nicholas Gash Delta Sport car. They are lapping quicker than most of the other Porsche Cup cars. They obviously disconnected just before the start. They're currently gently catching up to Shark Esports, and I think it'll be interesting to see. I don't think they'll be able to do what they did last time out, James, where they took the entire field after spinning off. But they still are only a minute and 20 off the lead of Porsche Cup. That is not insurmountable, but a podium is only 44 seconds away, so perhaps a more realistic goal for them.
Yeah, as we've seen with endurance racing in general, Chris, anything is possible. We just had it there, Mark Stevens spinning completely on his own by a little touch of the curb. So, it's not going to say that Greenleaf or any touchwood, hopefully nothing happens to any of the cars in front of them. But that really, in endurance, anything can happen. And there's no reason that Gash can't get that car up into the lead. Yeah, he might be 1 minute 20, but it's 1 minute 20 that a car's only got to spin and put himself into the wall when he's out. So, anything is physically possible with this car. And I think as long as Nicholas can keep going and going and going with it, there's no reason why he can't really put this car into a really decent, if not podium position for this round, Chris. And I think that's the thing we've got to be aware of.
Yep, I think that is exactly right. And I think also, I think it looked like Morgan Driscoll was about to go into the pits. Although actually he might be. Something certainly going on with Morgan Driscoll in the Mad Chili car. It's not having a good time on the timing tower. But 11 tenths are sort of they're still in the lead of the GTE AM class, but they're down 5 places from the start. But since that, they've kind of quietly got about their business here. So it'd be interesting to see as well if they're going to be able to hold on to the GTE AM win I mean, they've got 11.5 seconds advantage over B-Sim in second. But B-Sim, it does look like beginning to get embroiled in a battle with Funk Motorsport. So this is sort of the tricky. I've always thought it's tricky when you're in a same class car, but within different categories within that. How much do you justify battling with them versus how much do you think, well, actually, I'm not racing this car, I'm racing the other GT3s in my own category. Obviously, I don't think you want to get too involved in aggressive racing, but they don't seem to have done so far. As it looks like Eric Johnson's just had in St James.
Yeah, it looks like it really slow out there as well. So here we go. He's coming down into Schlossgold. It's a bit hard on the brakes, second gear, and I think this is going to be a slam on the brakes before he tries to go any further. Yeah, look, clean wiggle, clean hit on the brakes, and that backed everybody up behind him. Great driving from the guys behind to not actually cause a major accident there, because that could have been quite bad for Lomau as well, as he's battling with the Funk Motorsports car and Rob Sutherland as well behind that. So it was good that they managed to get through completely clean, as we see the battling back Prismatic B car Lilac as well after the blue screen situation we had, unfortunately, earlier on in the race, Chris. Now, we've got to be looking at, we're coming into this mid-race period almost, you know. For the solo drivers, this is kind of the stage where you're kind of sitting thinking, I need a break. You know, we've possibly got Daniel Muff. We've got Ryan Plaistow as well. We've got Paul Busby. We've got Chris Roberts. We've got Emily from Prismatic. You know, are they going to be looking at this is the time when they're really sitting there thinking, oh my God, I could just do with a break? Or do you think their adrenaline is going to be taking them that much harder than it would for, say, for me and you, for instance?
I think the adrenaline's probably worn off. I imagine at the start when you're battling within your class, that's the biggest hit of the adrenaline. And of course, we saw today, all three classes were pretty bunched up for quite a while at the start. It's relatively unusual, but like you say, you get these ebbs and flows in endurance racing. So again, it's why I think it's nice to have a look at the track map occasionally, just to see where the bits of clean air are on the track. And you can see where Paul is at the moment. Obviously, he's not really looking at clean air in front of him. He's looking at clean air behind him, and he's got a couple of GT3s for company, and soon he'll have a Porsche Cup. But not really that many bits of traffic behind him to worry about. So, actually, I say that, typically. He gets involved in a slight tap. But that won't have cost him too much time.
No, that's obviously not the first time we've seen, unfortunately, Paul Busby stuck behind a slower car. We saw it earlier on with the rejoin, I believe, from Zabi, and as well, nearly ended it as such for that GT4 car. But yeah, he's got to settle in now. He's got the lead. He's got the lead by quite a margin. And it's going to be interesting to see. I just can't imagine solo in 4 hours. I don't know about you guys in chat. Please let us know what you feel, what your longest stint was in an endurance race in a car, because I think mine was about an hour and a half. And by that point, Chris, I'd had enough. I wanted to get out and just be able to chill out for a bit. So 4 hours for these guys is absolutely incredible. So well done to all the solo drivers today, Chris.
It really is incredible. I mean, I've done a stint at Watkins Glen 6 hour, as we can watch Delta Sport get past Shark Esports here. And I think I was only in the car for a shade under 2 hours. And this was at the end of the race when everyone's spread out and all the idiots have already been crashed out. So it was reasonably relaxing. And even that, towards the end, I was just thinking, I'm tired, but in a sense, I'm also bored, because this was at Watkins Glen. It's a track that's relatively easy to learn. I think the drivers we've got here today, a little bit harder for them. I think Red Bull Ring is a deceptively difficult track, and because of how small the track is as well, you've got to stay a lot more switched on for traffic. And so far, for the most part, I think it's fair to say that the traffic's not been too badly behaved, although they've got plenty of time to prove us wrong.
Yeah, as I've seen YouTube there, Sim Racing Baggio, I soloed a 12-hour of Sebring. Wow. I couldn't imagine 12 hours in my rig, not without needing an extra break on a pit stop.
Oh, well, I don't know who here will. It's sort of advertising rival sims, I suppose. But Super GT of Gran Turismo fame has done. I think it was a 12-hour Sebring, or it might have been 12-hour of Bathurst solo. And I swear I've seen YouTube clips of him going into the pits for a long stop and running to the loo or running to get something and getting back just as his pit crew had finished their thing, which is madness. I think find a teammate. Although let's watch the battle on track here.
Yeah, so we've got Ryan Chevalier and Simon Lamont from Arctic and FTR respectively going down into Nicky Lauda, heading out on the run out to Remus. FTR on the Ferrari has got a lot better exit than the Arctic car. As they're coming along across the straight, the Arctic Racing is taking the inside line, is hugging it very, very carefully. If you're going to take him, Ryan, it's got to be on the outside. As they come down into Remus, too wide. Ryan Chevalier tucks up behind, gets a lot better exit. As they're heading down into Swashbuckle, this is going to be a side-by-side car battle. As you can see them in the background there, coming down into your screen. We've got Arctic Racing on the left, Ryan Chevalier on the right. As he tucks up behind again, he's looking to try and take that. Ryan Chevalier is looking quick here, and I think it's going to be a not long next couple of laps there, Chris, and this is going to be even more intense, and I think we might see the move done by FTR car behind him.
Yep, I think Chevalier seems to feel like he's got the advantage. Of course, we saw earlier about half an hour ago that Arctic car was just going backwards, basically, and you don't want to say, well, they've not got the pace, because Sam Lamont has been driving that car very well indeed, although he has got the fastest lap of the top 8 GT3s. That doesn't mean a huge amount, really, because it's not about your overall fastest lap in endurance racing, it's about your average lap over a stint. And Lamont has been driving quickly, but it does just feel like every time there's a car behind him, they seem to be ever so slightly quicker. And I suspect, to an extent, it's Lamont being cautious, which is sensible, because the last thing you want is to get crashed out an hour into a 4-hour race, because it counts for nothing. If you finish this race, you're more likely to win it than if you don't. I mean, I phrase that slightly daft, but you know exactly what I mean with that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like anything, isn't it? You know, they say you've got to be in it to win it, regardless if that's the lottery or sim racing. You've got to be in it to give yourself a chance. And sticking your car in silly situations and causing yourselves issues and spins and contacts and X's is not going to be able to keep you in for this 4-hour race. You've got to be really sensible. And as we see Chevalier and Arctic, they're still tucked up behind the back of each other as we go round into Roush and Worth, I believe, onto the track at the moment. Round what they aptly name as the big power horse section of the track, is they're going one by one all the way through this, Chris. And that's the thing. If you don't finish, you can't score points. And if you can't score points, you can't move up. As we see, I believe that is Chris Cook in the other FTR and Lee Belcher in the FTR Red, and also Trevor Anderson in the D-line, nearly coming to somewhat some controversial blows there. Coming around the last corner, that must have been epically close from that Chris Cook from the FTR Esports, and how he managed to not make contact there, Chris, was commendable, should we say.
It was an exercise in excellent car control in one sense, because of course the actual incident being initialized is less good, as it looks like D-Line have got a good run out here.
D-Line have got a run out of Remus there, coming down into Swashbuckle, looking to take that outside line. This outside line can be effective, but it's got to be cooperated from the car in front as well. As they're coming down, are they going to be looking at going too wide? D-Line still looking at that run. He's now slotted back in behind. As they head down into Roush, they're going to be line astern all the way through, I believe. As they're going to be coming round the Roush section, D-Line still tucked up the back of the FTR car. And they've settled in for the next couple of corners, Chris. And it's looking spicy here, but all this meantime is why these guys are racing each other. Casca is getting on his bike down the road. Paul Busby's on his bike down the road. You know, he's pulled out a massive gap at the moment. And these guys are still fighting and not really getting that gap down. So, yes, in a way, fighting is good because you're keeping the position you're in. But at the same time, you are considerably losing out on time to the guys in front.
Yep, I think that is exactly right. But at the same time, I think they, to a certain extent, just need to think about the car directly in front of them. And I'm certainly guilty of this when I've been driving in longer races. If you overthink the strategy, you're underthinking your driving, and you're not maybe driving quite as quick as you could do anyway. But while we've been covering this, I think Delta Sport have had a bit of an incident with the Shark Esports car. So hopefully let's go and have a look at this and what happened here.
Guide us through it, Chris.
Yeah, so it looks like Carl Sharkey. Oh, you can see just ahead, that's Nicholas Gash has lost the car there. And it looks like there was further incidents, so just see if his rejoin was all right. It might have just been him clipping the inside fence, but again, like what we saw with Mark Stevens earlier, just that one small incident will undo so much good work there, because Nicholas Gash in the Delta Sport was ever so slowly catching up with the two virtual racing compound cars, and he's back behind the Shark Esports car again. So it was sort of, in a sense, all for nothing.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the joys of sim racing for the Endurance Series as well. We've got a warning for Track Limit Racing for not maintaining control once the slide concluded. Had they held their brakes, you would not have rolled back into the track. So Track Limit Racing are having a warning. I believe that was contact between Track Limit Racing and Stage 1 Senior. But we have got FTR Esports Red and Arctic Racing currently under investigation, so we will keep you updated. As we see FTR on the screen at the moment with D-Line on the inside, Trevor Anderson coming down into Nicky Lauda curve into turn 1. He's going to be looking at getting the run, but FTR have got an absolutely amazing run going up into Rebus. Are they going to be looking at keeping the outside line? Heading down into the corner, Trevor Anderson's hugging the inside from that D-Line car, trying to make him go the long way. He's got to be keeping his feet in as they go hard on the brakes down into first gear. And unfortunately, nearly Trevor Anderson bouncing the curb on the inside. And that is the FTR car of Lee Belcher through, and probably just at the right time, Chris. As he's heading down into Slushgold, you can see the looming pack of cars that he's going to have to try and let through while maintaining that position from the D-Line car behind.
Yep, but you saw there that BMW, the Arctic car, quite a wiggle in the braking zone there. This is sort of where the GT4s are a little bit at the mercy of these other cars. And like you said, a lot of them about to come through, and this is going to be a very stressful lap or two for the GT4s. Also, really, we've seen small battles for the GT4s, but this is the first properly intense battle we've seen in this series in the GT4 class, which is long overdue because we've got some incredibly talented drivers in that pack. But of course, I think it's just the nature of having a reasonably small class. This is a bit scary for me.
Yeah, as you can see, the cars behind trying to overtake the FTR of Lee Belcher, but Lee's got the right idea. He's kept him in front. You see Mark Stevens trying to get through there as well. They go down 3 classes, 3 wide there, as heading down into Nicky Lauda as well. And then we got Morgan Driscoll from Mad Chili. Chad Wilkes again overtaking the Backmarker Racing GT4 as well. And that, I believe, behind him is Stage 1 Racing Junior as they're heading down into Nicky Lauda at the moment and off onto the straight up to Remus. And that's the joys of multi-class racing there, Chris. 3 cars, 3 classes, 3 wide. You can't get much better than that.
It's pretty intense, and again, one of those situations where it's much nicer to be watching it than when you're one of the cars involved, because I think sometimes it's tricky enough just to be able to go quickly on the track on your own, let alone thinking about, well, what are these other drivers going to do? What's the preferred line for that kind of car? Where do I need to position my car so that I make it easy for them to get past me? It's a lot to have to process while you're still trying to take the corner as quick as you can yourself. So, like, if you're Lee Belcher, for example, yeah, you want to facilitate that pass, but you don't want to let Trevor Anderson pass because that undoes all of the hard work you've put in over the last 90 minutes. So we're going to see what happens here with the GT3 coming through, and it's an awkward place to catch, really, because these are not easy places. Can you get past 2 GT4 cars here? Well, apparently you can. The 220 of Colin Wynn has done it pretty ably there, although a bit of runoff needed, but he's done it. That's the important bit, and no one's crashed.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the Colin Wynn going through Red Bull Rint and Red Bull Mobile. As we see the battle again with Lee Belcher from FTR, Trevor Anderson from D-Line Racing, headed down into turn 1. D-Line on the left-hand side of your screen. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that. A slight little run out. Is the FTR car going to keep the lead from the off-track? Now, we had this earlier on, and they were asked to give the position back. I believe that was another FTR car that was involved in that one. I believe that was the GT3 but they were asked to give that. I think this is going to be a give and back if he hasn't at the moment. Yes, I believe that was. Well done to you, Lee Belcher. No warnings needed from the stewards there. Realised he took the position by going off track and he gave it straight back. But unfortunately, the situation is involved again in front of him. We've got the GT3s of no luck, Stanley's Racing Jr., and that's left a little bit of a gap to D-Line now. And there you go. That's the joys of multi-class racing with two different car types. That left that gap, and now the FTR has got to close right back up to the back of D-Line again, Chris, for another lap. And as you say, this is the closest GT4 battle we've had, well, especially throughout this race, bar the first couple of laps, obviously with JD Sim Racing and the Total Sim Sport car of Paul Busby.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the other interesting thing we've got here, now they are currently lapping at the same pace, but it'll be interesting to see what the lap times are for these two plus Backmarker Racing at the end of this lap, because Backmarker are only 9 seconds behind. The longer these two battle, the more it's going to look like this third place battle might well become a 3-car battle, because as we all know, 9 seconds in a 4-hour race is next to nothing.
Yeah, 2 seconds there, Chris. The FTR car has got a good run out of the last corner out of Red Bull Mobile. He's taken the right-hand line. Trevor Anderson didn't really defend the inside line. This is going to allow the FTR sports car to possibly get through, but D-Line got a massive boost as he come out of that corner. An absolutely amazing exit. We'll jump on board now with the FTR esports car white with Lee Belcher closing up behind the D-Line car of Trevor Anderson, coming down into Nicky Lauda. We're going to be hard on the brakes. Second gear, down into first, getting that roll on the accelerator to get the run out. And we're going to be running out down to Swashbuckle at the moment as we're heading down there. Down they kept the gap about. He's opened up to actually half a second, Chris, within that little complex of them two corners. But again, this is the thing with it. There's plenty of time for Lee Belcher to recover. He's not going to sit back and go, oh my God, he's pulled out half a second. He's going to be looking at thinking, well, yeah, he's got a little bit of a gap. I've had a bit of a bad corner, but I'm going to carry it on, and I can get him back within 2 hours, 31 minutes.
Yep, I guess this is also sort of the risk-reward nature of racing, in that, you know, do you put everything into the overtake and cost yourself time on the exit, or do you just follow through and wait for a more precise moment? I think for these two at the moment, like we were saying a lap ago, as it turns out, so they were 5 seconds slower on the last lap than Backmarker Racing. So you don't want to fight too much, because I know that was the first corner incident and then the slowdown, but he's now only 8.5 seconds behind. It is very, very quickly looking like it's going to become a 3-way battle.
Yeah, as we go on to Zabi, and we got Track Limit Racing as well, as they see the cars tucked up behind the GT4 leader Paul Busby there, as he's coming round the exit on the Worth. Going down into Rin, is going to be getting through. I believe Prozanek from Zabi Racing got through Track Limit Racing at turn 1 on the last lap. As we're coming down through now into the last corner of Red Bull Mobile, we're looking for a good exit out from the Zabi Racing car. Heading off down the straight now with Track Limit Racing. Chaz Small tucked up right behind our exhaust pipe. Going to be looking at closing the gap. Didn't get close that time. He's going to be looking for this run up into Remus. Full throttle, getting through the gears, begging that this toe catches up, begging that it will pull him closer to the Ferrari of Zabi Racing. He's going to be there with old Chaz Small in that car. He's going to be looking, pull me in. He's got to get the gap down first before he can close right back up. We have got the car of Vulcan Racing in front of us as well, so we're going to be looking at trying to clear them before we get down into the slippery section of this racetrack. Down Swashbuckle into this section now. And that is as well, Chris, that's the thing with this car. If you don't keep it, as Chaz Small didn't, up to the back of Zabi Racing in front, and luckily enough, you've managed to slip back that little bit further. Yep,
it's just one of those things, isn't it? And looks like we've finally got a battle in the Porsche Cup as well. We've got Shark Esports have been involved in all of the action so far, it feels like. First with Delta Sport, and now they've got Chris Roberts in the virtual racing Red for company. But again, like you're saying, the joys of multi-class, they've got to think about the GT3 behind them as well, because there's no point in going for the ham overtake if it's just going to get you punted by a GT3 desperately coming through.
Yeah, as you see, Emily Howe and Raceline are currently into the pits, but that's the 11 Temps racing car of Byron Crawford there, tucked up behind these two in the Porsches. And as we specified earlier, the race speed difference between these cars, yes, they're on reduced and they're carrying ballast as well. But, you know, if it only takes the P-Cup cars to get a good exit, and unfortunately, the GT3 cars can't quite keep the gap to maintain the overtake, Chris, can they? So that, you know, it's got to be give and take here as well, because you don't want to just be Byron Crawford and forcing your way through. As we see, we've got 3 classes in front, as we see the Belcher and Trevor Anderson battle live on our screen as well, as we got the Chris Roberts and Carl Sharkey battle behind them, and then we've got the 11 Temps battle behind them. So these are 3 battles on racetrack at the moment. Oh, no, that's not a good way of doing that. Heading down into the last corner. Wait for the straight. 3 cars, 3 classes, 3 battles. And here we go. We have 5 cars in the camera shot at the moment. You see the FTR racing car back way out of that battle and say, right, you carry on. As we've got the D-Line racing car going up there as well. The GT3 of 11 Temps Racing is going. He's on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see 277 Carl Roberts from the Virtual Racing Compound Porsche Cup car is on the left, on the right now, going down. And this is the thing, Chris. You know, this is absolutely epic racing as they head down into Swashbuckle. But are you going to be getting frustrated if you're in the 11 Temps Porsche because you can't make the move past the Virtual Racing Compound red car?
I think you do, to some extent, get frustrated. But I think it's more that, certainly for me as a driver, I just want clean track and I just want to be able to get on with it. I personally don't enjoy the battles with the other classes because there's just too much to think about. I think it's kind of a top quality driver that can manage the traffic so well. And I think we often see in the endurance races, it's not the overall fastest racer that wins the race. It's the most consistent of the fast racers. So in the Porsche Cup, I don't know if you were seeing on the timing tower a minute or so ago, Delta Sport have got the fastest lap of the race within Porsche Cup, but that's not doing them a whole lot of good when they're 7th in class and they're over a minute down on Wutabaka in the Greenleaf Racing Red. As it looks like the pit window is reopened for GT3.
Yeah, as we've got Kevin DeVinter from Stage 1 Racing, Arctic Racing, FTR, Esports Red, Mad Chili Racing and B-Sim are in the pits. Now, it's worth mentioning FTR Esports Red, car number 22, has got a drive-through penalty for a second warning for avoidable contact as well. So they've got a drive-through for them as well. We see Chris Roberts on board with a Virtual Racing Compound car. We've got Carl Sharkey in front, and I believe that is Tom Mel from RD Simsport in the BMW. Oh, there's contact! Chris Roberts, Carl Sharkey, contact going into Remus and heading out down into Swashbuckle. They are still managing to get going and they both stayed on track. But I believe, as you see, jump on board with Carl Sharkey here, as they come around, I believe that's the second to last corner. That is coming into Worth. That's not the, unfortunately, the replay of the incident. But we'll see if we can get that as we come on board now with Chris Roberts. You're going to see Carl Sharkey really slow because of that car on the inside. And I think, unfortunately for Chris Roberts, he just was not expecting him to be there. As we've got B-Sim, Zabby Racing's in the pits, TechSense, Track Limit Racing, as they're side-by-side going past the exit of Worth, heading down into Rin. Now, and that's the thing, Chris, with the cars overtaking in front. You know, Byron Moore was... Tom Moore was right to overtaking the RD Simsport car, but unfortunately that jeopardised Sharkey's exit or an entry, really put him on the brakes, and the Virtual Sim Racing car didn't have many places to go, as we see now Carl Sharkey coming into the pits.
Yep, I wonder if either he's out of sync or just decided to stop a little bit early, because that is quite early for the Porsche Cup cars. Maybe it's just an excuse to get away from the battling, because they might well feel that get the damage repaired early and they can lap in a bit of clean air and not worry so much about being involved in the battle and the risks that entails. Because Chris Roberts did come in quite hot for there and you saw him lock up, but if, and you know, this is a big if if there were no cars there, he would have been making that corner absolutely fine. But this is the trouble. You can't just go through the cars. Otherwise, I think we'd be seeing some very different drivers on the top steps of the podium today.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. As you see the track limit racing car there as well, Raymond Aquila. He's got the Wutabaka from Greenleaf Racing. That's the P Cup car tucked up right behind him at the moment. And this is where we're looking at. We've got the D-Line GT4 in front of us. 3 cars, 3 classes going into one turn, into Roush, and then down into Worth. He's going to be wanting to try and clear this GT4 car as quickly as possible. There you go, job done for him, and he's going to be on his way. But Wutabaka is doing an absolute stellar job in the P Cup Porsche there to be keeping on par with the GT3 in front of him, Chris.
Yeah, it's. I think this is sort of one of the tricky things here for the Porsche Cup, because if you look at the fastest laps, Porsche Cup are only about 2.5 seconds behind the GT3s, and that means if you then look at sort of towards the back end of the GT3s, yeah, their fastest laps are still 2 seconds quicker, but their average lap is going to be nearly identical, and it's why I think we're seeing so much trouble for some of the less quick GT3 drivers, because they're just getting sort of stuck within this battle. But if you flip that around and look at it from the Porsche Cup perspective, they're not racing these GT3s. It's of no interest to them getting past the GT3s. But if they're getting held up, they're going to think they've got every right to go past for the safety of their own race. But we might be able to talk now to Jamie Jessica Martin, who is our obviously team manager of Prismatic Motorsports. It's a sort of tale of 2 different races for your 2 teams today, isn't it? Emily's having a fantastic race up in 2nd currently, but after an incredibly unfortunate software failure, Lilac in Prismatic B currently down in 19th in class. So it's how is that to manage when you've got two teams doing so differently within a race?
I think it was it's definitely a bit of a challenge for sure. I'm kind of sad. Obviously, they were running really well in their class, Elise and Lilac. Unfortunately, these things happen with sim racing. These things happen with computers. It is what it is. But they're putting on, I think, quite a show to recover. In terms of Emily, she was really frustrated after the last race. She really did believe that she could have done so much better, and she really was hard on herself. So to see this performance where she's been absolutely right in there, no more than a 4-second gap against Daniel in the raceline car is unbelievable.
Yeah, how is Elise feeling? She qualified really well, she started really well, and obviously it's no fault of her own what's happened. I mean, obviously you can take pride in the fact that that's how that went, but she must be quite gutted at the same time that this is how it turned out.
Yeah, unfortunately, she was a little bit gutted, but she did keep her head up. She knew that she'd done a good job up until that point, and there was nothing she could do. But I think she needed to keep her head up to give confidence to Lilac, who had to step in an unfortunate situation, and I don't honestly think has done a really good job.
Yeah, she's doing fantastically. And also, are you sort of setting a target for them, sort of like an updated target within the race? So, like looking just to see how far up you can get, because it's kind of to an extent out of your hands, I suppose. Now you've just got to rely on, putting the race you can in and hope other drivers happen. So, have you set Lilac a target, or is it just a case of go out there, show what you can do?
I think it's definitely go out there and show what you can do. I think I had a target, hopefully, when we originally started the race, to aim to finish above 4th in category. But unfortunately, that's going to be a bit of a difficult target. So she's going to go out there. Both of them are going to go out there and put in one hell of a race and see what they can make out of this.
I think it's fair to say that was a very achievable target before the unfortunate software failure. But I suppose for Emily, you're targeting the race win. And how likely do you think that is? Because obviously we know Daniel Myth is pretty quick.
At this moment, I think it's more than likely a possibility. I have much respect for Dan. He's a fantastic driver, absolutely brilliant. But to be honest with you, there are no signs looking at the deltas that either of these drivers are going to drop time. So all it is now is just seeing who blinks first. I mean, like I said, for the past hour and a half or so, they've been outside of pit stops. They've not been anywhere near. They've been around 4 seconds at most between each other. So I genuinely think that Emily could pull out the win here without a shadow of a doubt, and I really have the faith in her to do it, especially if Daniel gets caught up at any point.
While we were talking, Emily just went 4/10 faster on the last lap, so she's obviously taking our energy and putting it to good use. Thank you for coming in. Good luck to you guys for the rest of the race, and hopefully we can talk to you again later.
Brilliant, no problem.
Yeah, there you go. There's James from Team Manager Prismatic Motorsports team. As we just go on board with Lilac, unfortunately running wide, getting stuck in the pits at the moment. I believe we've had a very Team Sharky, I believe, are in the pits and have been for Shark Esports in the P Cup car. They've been in for 4 minutes, so but we think they may be out because their timer has stopped. So it would have been interesting to see what happened there, unfortunately, as well. So here's it. We're going to pick up on those, see if we can get the crash they had earlier as well. We'll just jump on board with Morgan Driscoll from Mad Chili Racing. Well, it's interesting to see there from Emily's, because obviously Emily's best time is quicker than Daniel's best time from Raceline, Chris, and she was 5 tenths quicker on the last lap. So she's definitely making an impression on the time front. It's just, are we going to see it gaps down to 3.6 now? You know, they're well within the rights as we see Sean Campbell from Tech Sense and Morgan Driscoll heading up into Remus at this moment in time. Behind them as well, they're going up. The gap is closing. I don't think they're going to get the job done. No, unfortunately, they're not finishing that one at the moment. See, P1 for the GT4, I believe, is in the pits as well, as we're heading down onto Schlossgold with Tech Sense at this moment in time. And Mad Chili Racing still battling out, guys, at less than basically 0.32 of a second between the two of them, heading down into that tricky Roush or Worth section. I think, Chris, this is going to materialise more out on the Red Bull Mobile front turn. Start-finish straight. That's the words I'm looking for.
Yep, I mean, you don't really want to be certainly at this stage of the race, I don't think it's a good idea to be pulling moves on cars within a few tenths of a second of you pace-wise, because you're just going to cost both of you so much time for what is a very high-risk manoeuvre around the fastest turns on the circuit. It's taken me by surprise how many moves we've seen into turn one. It'll be interesting to see if Campbell does go for it here, because he is closer than he has been the last few laps here. For me, turn 2 and turn 3 are the more traditional overtaking spots, but I'm a more conservative driver, and conservative driving doesn't always get you the victory.
Yeah,
He's looking
2
for
seconds.
it here.
Yeah, he's going out onto the outside of the screen. To the outside, the Mad Chili Racing got blocked in from the GT4 from Backmarker Racing there, and that's the fear from Mad Chili. They didn't take that line, Chris, in front of the Tech Sense car, and found themselves trapped up behind them, as we see the recovering FTR red Ferrari now, Chris Cook. But that's the thing. He lined him up the turn before, didn't he?
That was incredibly intelligent driving from Campbell there. He saw that there was going to be a car that they were lapping there, got himself out. I did think he got out very early there, but then you see the class in front of him, and you realise, like you say, he's boxed Driscoll in. And it was just one of the smartest bits of driving we've seen today, to be honest. And he's not that far behind Barwick and the FTR red either. So we might see that again in another lap.
That's easy for you to say.
No, it's not.
I believe we're rejoined by Tim Cox in the booth. Tim, how are you?
All good. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I was obviously meant to go off and have a bit of a break, but set the kettle on quick and came straight back because I didn't want to miss any of the action. Really, it's what a race we're having at Red Bull.
Yeah, it's been really eventful so far as well. But Tim, take us through. We've got, I believe, a second sponsor of this race today from our parents over at SIM3D.
We have indeed. So if you're looking to enhance your sim racing experience with custom design parts with the Sim Racer in mind for both durability and ease of use, all their products are made to order, designed by sim racers for sim racers. Head across to their website. All the details are below in the description. And James, I believe it's your chance now to go and try and take a breather for 5 minutes. Enjoy.
Yeah, I will do. I'll keep you there, guys, with Tim and Chris, and I'll be back shortly.
You've just seen there, Sean Campbell 2 laps in a row has used traffic to get past another GT3 car because he waited there. You saw, I don't know if you saw into turn 1 there, he braked early while Richard Barwick tried to get past Paul Busby into the turn, compromised his exit. Campbell got a better run up to turn 2, and I think we're seeing the smartest driver in the field right now in Sean Campbell, Tim.
I think very much so, Chris. Really making some moves. He's the TechSense driver right now for BMW. But, interestingly, FTR Esports Red and Mad Chili, 2 Ferraris, you see them on your screen right now, they won't leave each other alone. They've been like that all race, but B-Simmer making the move here, Chris. They're getting the move done against 11 temps. And Johnny Lar just having to yield that place. That is for the lead in Porsche Cup and 11th overall right now here at the Red Bull Ring. And what a move there, Chris. Round the outside, Rauschenwerth.
And just 5 minutes ago, I was saying how you shouldn't overtake there because of how risky it is. And then a much more talented driver than me has come along and shown exactly what I know about GT racing. It just shows you the talent these drivers have got to be able to control their cars around turns like that with another car alongside them, get the move done, and neither of them have really compromised that much time. And now he's free to try and chase some of these guys.
Well, this battle is getting incredibly close here. So we've got at the front of the train, it's the BMW of No Lucky M Sports, followed closely by TechSense, but they're not too far behind them in this 4-car GT3 train. It's the FTR Esports Red and Mad Chili's Ferrari as well. And they've been so close, ever so close. And Sean Campbell for TechSense right now. I don't know about you, Chris. I can feel a move brewing, especially the way he's been scything his way through the other drivers around him.
Yep. Although, if I'm going to be cruel, say he's not got any GT4s or Porsches in front of him to trick the other driver with, so he'll have to do this on raw pace. Although it would be churlish of me to pretend he's not also got the pace. You don't get past drivers like Richard Barwick or Morgan Driscoll without having supreme pace yourself. But we'll see if he's going to be another one that lines a move into turn 1 here, or is he going to be a bit more patient and wait for turn 2 or turn 3?
Well, I think it's going to come, I would imagine, probably on the next stage. We come down to Nicky Lauda, hard onto the brakes. And this is going to be it now, surely, for TechSense. All about the run up the hill towards Remus, locking in on the back of their BMW in front of them, trying to find some pace. He jinxes to the inside. He's taken a lunge. Here he comes for TechSense. Can Campbell get the move done into Remus? And the move is completed. And right now, they don't seem to have any sort of answer for him, do New Looking M Sports. He's really got the move done there, Chris, on the run. Well, didn't even fight back on the run down to the hill to Sosh Gold.
No, he didn't. And if hour 1 was the Mark Stevens power hour, hour 2 seems to be the Sean Campbell power hour, because it just seems like each hour we're getting one of the drivers in somewhere near the back end of the top 10 of GT3 has just decided they've had enough of being 10th and just started powering their way through with a series of incredibly good overtakes. And Sean Campbell putting on a show for us right now. These have been some top quality overtakes from him. It'll be interesting to see if anyone out of No Luck, FTR or Mad Chili decides they want to try and get past as well, because Sean Campbell at the moment is the man on a mission.
Right, clearly, and already pulling out a gap in front of the No Lucky M Sports BMW. Already 7 temps clear and extending that gap. Right now, they just don't seem to have nobody seems to have an answer for TechSense. They're just like a hot knife through butter, scything their way through the field. The BMW really coming into its own here at the Red Bull Ring. Gap, even with the slipstream, Chris. I mean, do you think maybe the M Sports are maybe running more wing, or just TechSense running less wing? Because even on the straights, they just can't seem to close up at all.
Well, if you on our timing towers, if you have a look, Sean Campbell's top maximum speed is 3 kilometers an hour quicker than No Lucky M Sports, and that's without the draft, I think. So that kind of difference, I think, can only really be explained by a difference in drag and downforce. You don't, unless there's damage to the other cars, which, looking at the sort of top speeds that we're seeing from other drivers, I don't believe that's the case. So yeah, I think that's going to be an issue of setup, and you want that lower
Sorry to go
downforce.
across you there, mate. But we've got second and third place from Porsche Cup there into the pits. Greenleaf and the FTR Esports Black Machine, but that's allowed Vulcan there out in the lead at the front of the Porsche Cup right now. Seems to be running as well compared to their competitors longer than everyone else and really extending out the fuel stops right now.
Yep, I think we're, as you can see on the race timer, we've still got 2 hours 8 minutes to go. They're not quite running long enough that they can get away with one less stop. You really need to be looking at pitting around 2:02, 2:03. And the stewards have been foiled again in one sense, because we were wondering if we'd see maybe a safety car this time out because of they've increased the sensitivity, as I know you and James were talking about earlier. But, you know, unfortunately, in one sense, but fortunately in another, these drivers are just too clean and too good. And I think we'd be seeing, if there had been one or two safety cars, some of these Porsche Cup cars could have maybe got away with one less stop in this race. And that's an element of strategy that could still come into play, but we're going to need to see a safety car in the next 45 minutes, I would suggest. Otherwise, that strategy is out the window.
Just see FTR, Ferrari and the Mad Chili Ferrari, who have been inseparable as we coming not too far away from half race distance, and this gap between them, Chris, they've pretty much remained like this for the last 2 hours. They've just been inseparable the whole time.
Well, you know, they must be quite good friends and want to spend some time together. But it's I think once the car in front gets out of the draft range, this is sort of what can happen, because if you are of a similar pace and you get past, you're just going to get stuck by the draft. We're going to see, oh no, Richard Barwick has learned from last time and made sure to get past the traffic.
Obviously, in the GT4 FTR, so, you know, you'd look to maybe have a bit of team tactics playing into there across the categories, but also worth mentioning the D-line machine that really seemed to hold up tech sense. They pulled out to over a second gap over No Lucky M Sport. That gap is down to 8/10 of a second. So here they come, FTR and Mad Chili past the D-line, clearing that nice and quickly and easily into Remus. But I think something might have happened to Delta Sport apparently. I think they've appeared off track or something, Chris. We'll see if we can bring you what's happened to them as they're really now, as we're starting to head in towards the second half of the race. It feels like Morgan Driscoll of Mad Chili Racing is starting to really just we see like just Torres for Delta Sport there just in the pits for a little bit longer than maybe expected, just maybe clearing off some of the damage. But yeah, they're those guys are getting ever so close, and it seems like Driscoll for Mad Chili starting to get a bit more aggressive with his moves, as we just watched Delta Sport there, who are right about 30 seconds clear of 11 attempts, 6th place overall. So 6th place in Porsche Cup right now, but actually here he comes. We said about maybe he's looking a bit more aggressive. Here comes Driscoll on the run, down to Nicky Lauda, but he elects to just tuck back in. We've seen time and time again, the run up to Remus is where you're going to have the best overtaking opportunity. Here comes the Ferrari. Can he get the move done? Obviously similar straight line pattern speed, both being exactly the same car. And from now, FTR just holding on to that place. Saying, Chris, that Barwick just seems to be learning from maybe a few of mistakes as he settles into this race more and more.
Yep, I think that's the thing. You know, you can do hours and hours of practice, but nothing replicates actually racing for learning as much as you can about these things. And 2 hours in, I think, is when you're going to start really getting into that rhythm, and especially on a shorter track like Red Bull. That's all. Are we going to have a move here, Tim?
I think it looks that way, maybe not, but Driscoll just seems to get just that nearly to alongside, doesn't he, Chris? And he just can't seem to get it over the deal over the line of getting his Ferrari alongside FTR and get the move done. As there we go, see just showing the car to the inside, trying to set a move up down into right, but having to take a back out of it yet again. But let's see, stay with these guys. as they head round Red Bull Mobile and come round to complete yet another lap. Drivers onto their 75th lap here, and you can feel it brewing, but it just seems to be lacking that final edge to get himself alongside and get the move done.
Yeah, I think if anything, he's almost faster in the wrong places, so he seems to have a lot more pace and security on the track in the middle section of the field. And like I was saying earlier, before being proven wrong by one set of drivers, it's not really an easy place to overtake. I mean, if Driscoll wanted to be hyper aggressive, he could have stayed on the inside into the penultimate corner, just maybe to see what Paul Van Loan would do, or sorry, Richard Barwick. But you know, you are taking quite a big risk with still 2 hours of driving to go. You're not going to endear yourself to the other drivers, because sometimes if you just drive a bit more sensibly and you show that respect, you're usually going to get shown that respect back. But while we're following this battle, which I think we should stay with for a little bit longer, it's worth on the timing tower.
Can this be it? He's alongside now. He's going to have his work to do round the outside, but no, he's just having to back out yet again. And like you were saying, Chris, it feels like Driscoll is faster through all the corners, and that's what's preventing him from getting the move done. And if he could just find a way, somehow, some way, past FTR, he could start to pull a gap and really start to chase down. No, look at Tencent, who are clearing off up the road. 2.5 seconds up the road. And I think we're sort of hearing as well that some of the GT3 drivers, sorry, Porsche Cup drivers are complaining about the slowness, you know, and the lack of speed difference against the GT3s, as we just see them clearing the JT. Is this, yeah, there we go. It's going to settle in between the two of them. And that's just going to allow FTR a little, well, I say a little bit of breathing space. It's not really changed the gap at all, has it?
No, I think if anything, it did look like there that Morgan Driscoll still got quite a good exit out of turn one, but again, not really able to do anything about it. I think Richard Barwick is running lower downforce and he's got a slightly higher top speed, because there's only, I mean, you know, there's 2 kilometers an hour difference. Obviously Driscoll is 2 kilometers an hour quicker, but that is with the draft. So I just think where he's lacking that maybe little bit extra speed on the straight, it's just making it ever so harder for Driscoll to get past. But again, a good exit out of here.
It's you can feel it coming, Chris, as Driscoll absolutely harassing Barwick right now, all over the gearbox of that Ferrari in front of him, jinxing left and right, just trying to find a way past. And you can see it's visibly clearer where Driscoll, for Mad Chili, is able to turn tighter. The car looks so much more agile. Can this be it? Is this it finally? Down into Rint. They come along side by side. Driscoll gets to the inside apex. FTR just able to carry that bit more speed around the outside, but there we go. He's finally done it after 2 hours. Driscoll gets ahead for Mad Chili Racing. And could we now see Chris in pulling clear and taking the fight to Texans and No Luck?
Well, I think that would be the quite interesting thing, is maybe like where we were discussing about the setup differences. If he's lacking that top line speed, is Barwick going to be able to get straight back past once he's settled back down again? Or, like you say, is Driscoll now going to be able to set his sights looking further forward? Because Paul Van Loan is only 3.5 seconds up the field.
Chris, we've got a nice little battle shaping up here down it in GT4. Just coming through there, but let's get involved in this battle between D-Line and FTR. You can see the D-Line Porsche not exactly happy there on the lights as they cleared through there, but this is getting close on the run up to Remus. FTR, they're going to try and tempt the outside line, maybe D-Line. They go defensive. We've seen it's almost better to miss the exit apex, and there you go. That's why the car becomes really unsettled. And now they go side by side as they come down the hill. They've got the FTR Porsche just sat behind them, all sitting, waiting to see what happens against this teammate. And they're going to go 3 wide. The GT4 almost having to take evasive action and cost his teammate, because D-Line have now come along right back alongside. They're going to have the inside line into Roush, into Worth. And here come D-Line to take the place back from FTR.
It's top quality driving from the 2 GT4s, and it's a bit surprising, as you say, to see the FTR team almost trip each other up a little bit there. But this is far from over. as you can see, it looks like they're still trying to go too wide almost into some corners where you really don't want to go too wide.
Coming back again here, Chris. Look, the FTR, they're coming back, fighting back against D-Line, trying to send it around the outside, just trying to take that late apex to try and find some more speed off the exit of the corners where D-Line are having to take that shallower line to try and get the move done. It's what 2 attempts looks between 2 cars as FTR, they're probing here. And I think this is it's gonna be interesting. What's gonna happen on this run up the hill to Remus? And can they get the move done into the braking zone? Now you see they've got the GT3 behind them, and that is so the next level racing Audi. What part are they gonna play in this story? And I think that's not gonna help these guys, especially D-Line. They're gonna have to take that wider line. And can FTR capitalise? I think the answer is no, so they just took behind the Audi to try and get some more slipstream off them and just to keep that gap as it is.
Well, in most cars on that turn 2 there, the outside line isn't actually that much slower because you get traction a lot earlier and you're not dealing with the weird camber right on the apex. As you saw the GT3 really bump over it there. It can unsettle the car, so often it's safer to go around the outside.
Chris, this is Barwick of FTR, and let's see what happens to him. And I think they're just coming through, but back to this battle in GT4. These two fighting it out over 3rd in class. Oh wow, that was incredibly close there, and all starting to trip over one another. And this is where you have to be so careful, in multi-class racing, Chris, because of incidents that nearly happened like that.
Yep, it's very easy for just a small misjudgment, and it's very, very rarely deliberate. And you know, all these drivers, they want to get the best possible finish they can, but there's just so much to think about, especially towards the back end of Red Bull. Those last 2 corners are very difficult to do quickly and cleanly when you're also thinking about other classes, and that goes for both the GT3s and the GT4s in this situation. Let alone when you're trying to worry about, if you're Trevor Anderson, you've got Lee Belcher right behind you, you don't want to give too much space to the GT3s because you're going to lose that position. As you see,
Chris,
the closing speed.
That was so close there. But can this be FTR's chance now to capitalise, where D-Line, it was so close to touching. I mean, some might call it precision, some might call it bare luck. FTR, they're around the outside into Slosh Gold. Now to carry that momentum, if they could just keep it alongside D-Line, they're going to have the inside line to the next 2 corners. And who's going to happen? They come hard onto the brakes now, and this looks like FTR are going to get the place back. There we go. No, I was going to say, it looks like the move done, but D-Line fighting back hard here, Chris. Well, I think that's finally the move done.
Yeah,
well,
although there'll be a comeback now.
I say that, Chris. D-Line will not give this up one little bit as he's probing once again and almost gets alongside on the run down to right there.
Yep, but this is where you want to see if you get the good run. We've seen these overtakes into turn 1, although not really in the GT4 class. I still think we'll expect to see turn 2. No, it looks like he's going for it here.
Here we go. This is going to be it. This is going to be it for D-Line to get the place back. Only half a lap later, they're going to get to the inside line. But what can FTR do? They've got the outside line, and they've managed to carry the speed despite being nowhere near the apex there, Chris. So, wow, what a move and what a battle between these guys. This is why we come racing. This is why we love multi-class endurance racing. And there's no better place to watch it.
Yep, you're exactly right. And I think also it's a nice thing where they've got these big gaps behind and in front, they can sort of forget about time saving now because they're kind of out of reach of P2, certainly with the pace JT have shown.
This is getting really close here in GT3 Stage 1 Junior and Arctic Racing, but look who's behind them, it's Texas. They're all jinxing around left, right. Texas just trying to jinx out to the inside line to get some pressure. Vulcan just able to somehow just slot his way in the mayhem. There's also the Prismatic Motorsport ABMW come to join the fight as well. And this could end so nastily, but somehow they all managed to avoid action. But you've got to really feel for Vulcan, who's desperately in that Porsche Cup, trying to get out of the way of all these GT3s that are battling so hard right now.
Yep, they really are. And Eric Molinatti of TechSense was waiting to have a chat with us, and I said that we'll have a chat with him once this race settles down, but that might be quite a while, the way this is going at the moment. This is a really hot battle currently.
It is, and in all this mayhem, all this chaos and passing, Campbell for TechSense is up another 2 places again, and is really probing hard onto the back of Winter for Stage 1 Racing Junior. Absolutely all over the gearbox, you see, just twitching there, this Stage 1 on the exit. And surely you can feel that TechSense, they're coming, and they're really, really gaining. But do they, it's just a case of picking their options. Do they go into Nicky Lauda? The answer is no, but surely on the run up the hill to Remus, this has got to be the move, Chris.
You can see him change his mind almost 2 or 3 times there before deciding, I think because you have the Arctic Racing car just behind, better wait for this one. And he is looking for it a lot more assertively now.
He's coming to what will be the outside turn 3, but they're going to go side by side into Remus and just backing out there the Stage 1 Junior team. And that has allowed TechSense, they're up another place, now up into 4th place in class. And up 6 places since the start, but they're really, really making move. Now, let's take a little look. While this has all been going on, Chris, it's these two at it again. D-Line and FTR in GT4. But that's D-Line getting ahead again there. And, just bumping across the soft skirt. And that's what prevented FTR from getting the move done on corner exit. But cut back to them live now, and here they come. Oh, this is still another replay here. And, wow, Chris, this is... you can't take your eyes off these guys. The way that just seems to be going side by side, almost holding hands around the circuit with one another.
This has been top quality battling, both in that GT4 battle and this GT3 battle. We've seen almost no contact from any of these close battles we've had all race. And the stewards have said, sort of to their frustration and to their glee, because they kind of want to show off the safety car technology, but there's no chance. And it would be nice now, having just seen that lovely move from the TechSense car, we can have a chat with Eric Molinatti. It's going quite well for you guys at the moment, I think it's fair to say.
Well, I think we started the race a little bit better. We had the right number. We actually had our livery on the car, being the prime sponsor and all. So I think that bodes well for a good start of the race. I think we qualified really well. It was really close. I was really excited to see the top 10 all within less than half a second. That was pretty awesome. And we just been really consistent. I had a small mistake coming into the pits that cost us 40 seconds, but we're on new tires, and Sean is just absolutely flying, and we're back into P4 with, I think once the pit cycles come through, we'll be really close back up to P3, maybe P2.
Yeah, I mean, your pace certainly earlier was very good indeed, and we were wondering what happened to you. And I suppose the nice thing there is it's allowed Sean to get some superstar time in the last hour. We've seen pretty much all of his overtakes to cut back through the field, so it must be quite satisfying for the both of you, for you to have the pace to be on the podium earlier, and for Sean to get all these great overtakes.
Yeah, and I think Sean sometimes gets bored out in the lead, so this is it's been a nice little treat. It's my gift to him.
Yeah, it was definitely a nice thing for you to do. And Daniel Muth, it looks like, is pitted, so he's the next on the track, 20 seconds up. Would you like to try and catch up with him and maybe disrupt their pit strategy? Is that something you think you'd be able to do, or is 20 seconds perhaps a bit optimistic?
I don't think 20 seconds optimistic. I mean, that time by alone, Sean was 1 second faster. We are definitely on a different strategy than P1 and P2. We're going to have to probably pit one more time for tires. But overall, I think we got a good shot at the podium, maybe P2.
Yeah, there's been some very impressive driving from everyone in the top 4 at the moment. But is there anyone in that top 3 in particular you think you'd be able to target? Because, of course, we've seen consistency from Emily, pace from Daniel, and very aggressive overtaking from Mark.
I think next level we have a spot to go for. I think Raceline might be a little bit too far out. And Emily's she's been fast all day. And super consistent. So I think that as long as she doesn't make any mistakes, I think she'll walk away with this.
And, just one last question as well. How are you finding the traffic with the Porsches and the GT4s? Because, of course, the Porsches are not that much slower than the GT3s around here.
Yeah, definitely difficult, and learning how to, try to just time your passes and not lose as much time as possible. Sometimes it's okay to give up 3/10s going into the corner, so it's an easier pass down the straightaway, etc. but adds a new challenge. It's fun, it's exciting, and you know, that SIM3D brake rumble kit really comes in handy on these deep dives.
That was well snuck in there. And while we've been talking, it's good for you guys to see you've managed to break the toe to Stage 1 Racing Junior. So good luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully, well, I don't want to be too biased, but it'll be cool to see you guys on the podium, perhaps.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Good luck.
Talk to you guys soon.
That was Eric Molinatti of TechSense Fitski.
Well, Chris, it's been absolutely mental, and Chris, you're off for a bit of a break now, and thank you. I'm sure we'll maybe catch up with you later in the show.
Yes, hopefully. I need to lie down after all that action.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Exactly what you mean. So we now bring ourselves down. We're well under 2 hours now. Just coming to an hour and 3/4 left of the race here, round 2. But let's run through the standings here. It's probably a good opportunity in the race now. So currently in GT3 is Prismatic. They are out in front with Next Level Racing blue behind. Raceline Sim Sports rounding out the current podium as it stands at the moment, but we've seen that can change so quickly and so easily here in this league. Then followed by TechSense the 4th, Stage 1 Racing Junior 5th, Arctic Racing 6th, then No Lucky M Sports in 7th, Mad Chili are 8th, FTR Esports Red 9th, then RPM Racing rounding out your top 10 in GT3 right now. Now, also worth mentioning as well, into GT3 AM, currently in 10th place overall, it is B-Sim Racing, then followed by 11th Temps Racing back, Johnny Elia currently on board for them right now, and then it's the Zabi Ferrari, and then Track Limit Racing and Stage 1 Green, rounding out the GT3 AMs. Then, oh, sorry, I missed off Prismatic. Sunday drives down Prismatic here a little bit further down. But then we're into Porsche Cup. The leader there is Vulcan currently. They are 13 seconds clear of second place Greenleaf. Then it's FTR Esports Black, followed by Virtual Racing Compound 4th. Those cars all running in a line. They're 19th, 20th, 21st and 22nd overall in the standings right now. Then it's on to Virtual Racing Compound Red, and then finally Delta Sport and 11 Temps Racing Team Red rounding out Porsche Cup. That heading down to GT4, slowest the cars, but no means least limiting on action. And wow, what a dominant performance on his debut so far. And they'll be hoping it continue. It's for Total Sim Sports, it's Paul Busby. Currently 43 seconds clear of JD Sim Racing in second place. Followed by D-Line, who've those two just separating, well, sorry, FTR Esports as well. They're in 4th, and those two between themselves and D-Line just running out a little. They've been trading places lap after lap. Now there's 2 seconds gap between them. Then it's back Marker Racing, blue in 33rd. Then Crystal Racing, he was retired the car earlier, as other retirees as well. We're Shark Esports, and then Equipment Geek Racing didn't unfortunately make the start due to a disqualification from entering in the wrong car. So good to see. We've only had 3 retirements so far. That's 2¼ hours of a 36 car grid. But let's just head back down to RD Sim Sport in the BMW. They're 11th overall right now. Obviously in class, they do, and it'd be good to see just come through the traffic and see how they deal with it. It's the Greenleaf car in front of them, right on board with them, just clearing through there. See where we were talking to TechSense earlier. Just it's been a bit of a struggle here for the GT3 to get past the Porsche Cups due to a bit of a look. Oh no! RD Sim Sports just losing it on the exit there, just got onto the sausage curbs and it really unsettled the car. Just keeping one eye, that has allowed Zabi have closed up a little bit, but not dramatically. They're up to, there's only 7 seconds for those 2 cars now. You see them just in the distance behind there. Let's just see the next level, GT3 just coming past your leader in GT4 right now. Obviously, we mentioned earlier, no safety cars here today, and that'll be the last thing GT4 leader will be wanting right now. And likewise, Prismatic A, because they are 47 seconds clear of Next Level Racing. We should put it into contrast. That is around about half to 3/4 of a lap here. Just see them just sitting behind the Arctic machine and just trying to thread their way through between them. And that was nearly a bit of contact there, just trying to clear the JD Sim Racing GT4 there. This is where they need to be careful. Just entering this second half of the race, you've come so far. The last thing you want to do is have a mistake that costs you so dearly from what is currently such a commanding position. And you've got to say, Emily Howe for Prismatic has been on absolute fire today. And I'd be interested to hear from you in chat to see how you're feeling about the race so far. What's your predictions for later on in the race? Who do you think will be coming out on top? I think definitely GT3. We've seen so often that could change, and does change quickly as they go. The leaders into the pits from GT3. The first of the GT3s to take their third stop. What will happen to Next Level Racing Blue? We've seen that Audi last time out in Zolder. He was able to carry on for 2 laps more than all the other GT3s. Will they be playing the same sort of tactics here? We'll see very shortly. Prismatic have nearly got their pit stop in the bag here. Can they come out back into the lead? It's going to be very, very tight. You can bet your eggs that Mark Stevens for Next Level Racing will be wringing the absolute neck out of that Audi. It's at its lightest fuel load. They're going again. Prismatic, I think they're still stationary. So we could well see a change for the lead here as they come across the line. Could be close between them as there we go. They are ahead. And they take the lead here at Red Bull Ring. With 1 hour 40 to go. I think they're probably going to lose a bit of time as well as down to third place. Just checking in with Porsche Cup, and it's starting to really tighten up Delta Sport. They're on the attack. That is Virtual Racing Compound Red, who've gone defensive to the inside. Here comes Delta Sport. They're going to look for the move round the outside, up into Remus. It's hanging it round. They almost touch wing mirrors there, and they come side by side out of Remus. Now, Delta Sport going to have the hard work to do on the run down the hill to Swashbuckle. You're going to have to take that round the outside, but if they can maintain that position, that will give them the inside for the next 2 corners of Roush and Worth. And looks like they're going to get the move done even before then. And Tavares just getting the move done there for Delta Sport. They are up a position now. That's got them up to 5th in class, 25th overall in Porsche Cup. I've got a bit of a way to go. It's a minute 10 up the road. Our Virtual Racing Compound Blue. It's got RD Sim Sport. They are into the pit. But something has happened, I believe, to Prismatic. Emily Howe. Oh no, it's an over rotation there into Swashbuckle, and that's the worst place. This just gets the car to the inside, but facing the barrier ensues the numerous turns, and Emily just able to rotate the car around there nicely. It's going to cost them a bit of time there, surely, and it's going to be well worth keeping one eye on that little battle and see how that unfolds. There she is. She is behind P5, behind Arctic, but she has pitted. So how is that going to shape some things up? Because they did have quite a bit of time. It's a bit of kicking up the disc there. Did Arctic on the exit, really driving everything out of that BMW. Now, something has happened to the sister Prismatic, and oh no, contact there. Oh no, and that's what what I thought was dust. It wasn't. It was tyre smoke from Prismatic B. You can see there you go, the sister A car just going through there of Emily Howe, who now has her work cut out to try and get past the Arctic BMW. really locked into a battle. Now, something, just looking at the timing sheet, something has happened. Yeah, Elsie Main from Prismatic B has headed to the pits. Clearly, the tyres on that BMW have gone, and they're falling through the order quite a bit. Do you see the sister car, Prismatic Motorsport Team A, just really starting to apply the pressure, probing at the back of Arctic right now. It's BMW versus BMW, so they're going to be evenly matched. This is going to come down to pure driver skill. As Arctic going defensive on the inside, down to right. What can Prismatics do? They're going to send it around the outside, and I think maybe as Arctic, they seem to have a really, really slow corner speed, entry speed there into the corner. They've gone into the pits. Likewise of Stage 1 Racing Junior, Zabi therein, and also Funk Motorsport. Good recovery drive from them after their qualifying ban. But this has taken Prismatic back up to 4th. But it's what can Next Level Racing Blue do? Can they take some time out of Prismatic? What has that spin done? How is that gap going to close up after the pit stops? We'll be finding out soon. As you can see, the pit window is fully open in GT3 right now. Right on board with Mark Stevens of Next Level in the Audi, and that's into the pits from the lead. Now, how is this going to shape up? Because Prismatic are roughly about 30 seconds down the road. You think they should be able to come back out into the lead. As we see Move, he's going to go again for Raceline Sim Sports in the GT3 Porsche 911. Also got 11 attempts there into the pits in Porsche Cup. Let's see, mighty Sean Campbell is come in to the pits as what has been mighty, biblical, astronomical stint, carving through the field and really, really hauling the Texans car up the standings. And as we head to Prismatic now, Next Level, they had a driver change, so we're going to have De Vries just getting into the car right now. Now, Prismatic, they are up to P2, but I know Raceline have stopped as well. No Lucky M Sports, you can see them currently in 3rd place, about 5 seconds behind Prismatic, but they are yet to stop. So they are out of sync compared to the rest of the drivers around them. Paul Van Loon clearly being economical with the fuel and able to extend their stop right now. But it could well be for Raceline, they pitted on lap 80, so they're really, really doing well now. They're going to have about another probably 10 or 15 laps there obviously out of sync a little bit. Likewise, 4th place, the Ferrari of RPM Racing. And it's so good to see that all 4 manufacturers occupying 4 of the top 5 right now, with BMW, Prismatic and No Lucky M Sports on 2 places in there. But right now, it is your leader of Raceline Sim Sports. And also, must be worth mentioning, winner of last time, thus leader of the championship, and Raceline looking to extend that dominance, obviously winning Season 1, and they will be looking to take Season 2's title. With 2 wins to 2, it will put them in a strong position as No Lucky M Sports bring their BMW into the pits on lap 94. Now, just looking a little bit further back, Next Level Racing Blue, they are starting to catch it, likewise Next as well, with RPM, and I think just in time for, it's joined by James Parfitt. He's back in the commentary booth with us. I think just in time as we see Raceline there just heading past the D-Line GT4.
Hello, Tim. Wow, what an epic battle we've had going on the screens at the moment. I was sat there while I was eating and was watching it on my TV. It's just so hard to pull yourself away from.
It is, and what a stint from Texans Sean Campbell. Absolutely amazing from him. But it's really, really interesting how these battles is really starting to shape up. And I mean, what has gone from, they were down in, much lower down, and now they find them right on the bumper of Next Level Racing Audi. Talking to me right on the bumper, it's the Mad Chili Ferrari closing in on EM Sports BMW. Now, as he's heading round the outside, and he's just going to get a bit wide. The BMW able to carry the curbs, and this looks like it could be the move done for EM Sports. They're going to have the inside line on the run down to Schlossgold, but they're just looking to back out a little bit. It looks like Driscoll is going to take back that place after nearly losing it into Remus there, James.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible.
James, sorry to cut across you. While we saw that battle going on, TechSense have got their way past the Audi of Next Level Racing. This is down into Roush, and surely not round the outside. That's not possible. But sometime he's going to get this done, James.
Yeah, looks like this, my fateful words of it can't happen there, Tim. And clearly, Sean Campbell has just proved me amazingly wrong again. So I'm doing well.
You are, yeah. It's everywhere. We had, like we said earlier in the show, right at the start of the show, when you said, Zolder that, into the hairpin. You can't overtake that. Nothing will happen there. There's what's happened here. There's Van Loan and the American just taking the car there. Oh no! No. That was the number 1 Porsche there. That was the race leader of Raceline hitting them. Oh, James, another twist of the tail here. Red Bull rig.
Oh, yeah. As we always said during endurance, there's always a twist. And now the twist of the leader of the GT3, whether or not he's going to have any damage, it doesn't look like he's got any.
I'm trying to look past all the dirt here, James. Everyone loves a dirty racing car, and that livery really showing off the dirt there. But I mean, there's a bit of a scuff to the front bumper. I think that's mostly dirt, and looks like somehow Raceline have got away with that one. Incredibly lucky.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, with any accident, it's how you come out the other side. And it looks like Daniel Muff there from Raceline has, survived and lived to fight another day, to be fair. Isn't it, on that one?
Yeah, and the no-luck EM Sports literally putting the no-luck into their name there with that rotation. They are into the pits. Obviously, from that incident, that has tumbled them all the way down the order. They're down to 15th place now. And it could have been so much worse. I think that's what we need to take away from that one.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, the fact that, the Raceline car survived and lives and still takes the lead is a plus out of, as you say, what clearly has been an unfortunate race again for these guys at no luck. They literally have no luck for the first 2 rounds of this series. Their last one out was Zolder was very how could I put it, eventful, and this one's been eventful as well. And it's, I don't know, can they change names of the race teams halfway through the season, Tim?
I don't think they can. I'm not sure if they can, James. So, but just looking into Muffet, I mean, he's trying to keep one eye on Prismatic A, and that gap is closing ever so slightly, but it's only literally, you're talking by a tenth or so, maybe a lap. But I think a lot of that is coming down to the luck of the draw when it comes to traffic. That's heading past the FTR GT. Oh no, that is a touch. Prismatic sees a lock up on the entry to the corner into Swashbuckle there. And that was Lee Boucher, I think, in the FTR, for FTR and GT4. It's cost them a bit of time. It's right on board with them. And actually, they've lost a place to backmark a race. Oh, that was late, or just a lock up there. I'm not too sure. And that's what caused. Let's get it from the Prismatics angle, James.
Yeah, just carried too much speed, too deep in. And unfortunately, they touched. It's Going to be interesting to see what comes of that one, Tim.
Well, I'm seeing that there is a message due to be put up in the steward's announcement, so we'll keep you up to date with that one at home of how that one unfolds. But I feel that that's not going away anytime soon. But I'll tell you what, TechSense, they're starting to close up onto the back of RPM. And this will potentially, if they can get that move done, as you can see, Prismatic on the lights there. Just trying to get past number 192, 10th place machine of BSIM Racing. But Arctic, let's see how these guys are getting on. Well, they're in 7th place. They're up a place from where they started. And I think a relatively, decent race from them.
Yeah, they've just been consistently round, haven't they, for the last 2.5 hours? Do you know what I mean? They've been consistently going around their job, not really sort of getting into anything major. So, yeah.
Now, let's head across to TechSense, because I think they're closing on RPM. And that Ferrari, as they get really bumpy across the sausage curb there. And we've seen already from Campbell that it's only time before he gets his move done.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be long, Tim. He's looking really racy as he closed up to the back of that Ferrari. Looks so much quicker through this section than the Ferrari in front. I just wonder if he's going to be a turn one pass on the inside, Tim.
Well, while we've got chance, I think you've got a quick message from one of our sponsors, Go for the Gap.
Yeah, so find the very best F1 and motorsports art and graphics. Get over to the store on Etsy now and use the code 10TOL-SIMSPORT for 10% off motorsports prints. That's www.etsy.com/go for the gap, or head over to @GoForTheGap on Twitter for more information. Well worth checking out. It just doesn't look close enough this time though, Tim, does he, Sean Campbell?
No, it definitely doesn't. And the straight line speed that Ferrari possesses really starting to come into its own here on the run up the hill. But TechSense and that BMW, they're going to be in the slipstream. What can Campbell do? The gap is closing up, but it's going to be too far back for a move this time around up into Remus. That's who we saw last time around. The RPM just bumped the curves. And TechSense seems to be more dominant through Remus. The BMW definitely stronger through there. Getting closer and closer on the run down the hill. Swashbuckle, but not close enough so far, James. I mean, they are closer than the last lap, but where do you think is going to be the best place for Campbell to get the move done for TechSense?
For Campbell himself, I would try and stay as close as you possibly can to this car going around this next section of curves through Rindt, through Red Bull Mobile. Try and really almost sort of kind of draft him as deep as you possibly can take it, and then set him up for a move on turn one. Or if you can't get it done there, it's got to be the long run up into Remus, where really you've got to be looking at making this pass stick.
No, they were coming up to back marker. That was the leader in GT4 Total SimSport. They've headed to the pits, so that's going to play a part in this story. But TechSense, they are closer than they have ever been. There is 1/10 separating themselves from RPM ahead. This is going to be moving on, just backing out slightly, just trying to get the run out of Niki Lauda. Here they come. He's in the draft. Surely this is going to be the move that's going to get themselves up into the podium places. But no, they're just going to sit behind. And they just seem to lose a bit of time through Lauda. But we know that TechSense are strong through this section. Can they mount a bit of a fight on the run down the hill towards Swashbuckle now? But right now, Campbell just seems to be, he just seems to be hampered by that exit that he got out of Niki Lauda turn one, and RPM really got the drive up the hill.
Yeah, it's weird with the BMW because, like, you're watching him now, he's very quick over the section that you wouldn't expect him to be quick on. It would have been more exiting. We know how the BMW deals with curbs, but you would have thought it would have been there, but not here. But he closes right up here, but just can't carry the gap forward for the next set of turns Tim.
No, really can't. And this is where it's going to, potentially holding it. We've seen that Campbell is strong, but how much stronger is he than his fellow countryman that is ahead of him right now? Right, Crouch currently on board for RPM in that Ferrari as they head round Nicky Lauda up the hill. Just having a little look of who is ahead of them. That is Funk Motorsport. American driver is Eric Johnson in the Porsche. And they're going to be closing in on them. They are currently in 13th place. Right up 8 months. Now, quite possibly, James, do you think almost that 10 cents now are fuel saving? I mean, well, good opportunity to ride on board and have a little listen in. I don't know about you, James.
Yeah.
Actually, yes, isn't it?
Yeah, to be fair though, Tim, it's probably a really smart move from Sean Campbell here, because he's not making a massive impact, but he is doing it slowly, but he's saving fuel at the meantime. So he's hoping to try and, if they can get it within the hour, and it's going to be a big, if they can, they might be all right. That might actually be their final stop of the race if they can stretch this stint a little bit longer.
Clearly, that's what Tank Sense are trying to do right now. But RD Sim Sports, I'll tell you what, James, there we go. Closing up and going for a move on B-Sim. And that's up into Remus. And that looks like the move done. They've got FTR GT4 Porsche ahead of them. And there we go, Mel, just getting the move done. But look, they're fighting back. They're really, B-Sim are coming back at them, looking to try and box them in against the GT4, who's stuck in a bit of no man's land, not knowing where to go to try and get out of the way. These two battling GT3s, and somehow it all sorts itself out. So we're seeing FTR running around the outside, and I'll tell you what, James, you can really see the size difference actually between the two cars there, can't you?
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing. I was just sat here looking at them.
I think they just lost it. No, they've managed to. I just saw it and sort of oversee it on corner exit, but I think they just headed to the gravel and managed to keep out of it, James.
Yeah, as you see Lee Belcher coming around the corner, literally as we were just talking. Oh, just on the gas too early, Tim, and the back end went off, and he's well, he's kept it out of the wall, and he's trundling back onto track, so that's always a plus.
Definitely, as we see B-Sim Racing just coming past the D-Line GT4 there, but turning back up to this battle for the last place on the podium. Right now between these two, RPM Ferrari, TechSense BMW. As we know, TechSense, they are fuel saving. That's a Porsche spinning there. That was Eric Johnson, I think, for Funk Motorsport, just losing it. Corner exit, and that is quite a bit of a commonplace that people do tend to lose that car off as they come down through right. So here we go, we're going to get a replay on, looking backwards from Funk Motorsport. Yeah, just carried it wide. The car over rotating, and oh, here we go. Is this the move done? This is into Remus. They've got the move done, James. Finally, TechSense clearly abandoning slightly that fuel saving strategy into Remus and to get the move done.
Now, did RPM facilitate that move, Tim, and allow him to come through? It looked a very straightforward move there. It wasn't looking like a very defensive line. Do you know what I mean?
Just to yield, combined with the drive out of Nicky Lauda from TechSense, and that's what's allowed them to get that move done. Up into Remus.
Yeah, but that obviously now allows RPM Racing to do the same thing that TechSense has done before. That allows them to fuel save now with just over an hour and 19 minutes to go.
Well, is that what you're thinking? Maybe that RPM? Oh no, RPM have headed to the pits. There we go. So that I was just about to ask you if they'll took it behind TechSense and drag themselves along with fuel save. That's completely out of window. It's likewise Prismatic. While we were concentrating on the battle, hadn't spotted that one. They have come into the pits as well. They're on the exit. They are in second place. They're currently a minute behind, but look who's right behind them, James. It's Texans. And here they come. Can they get Prismatic, who just trying to look at the stop times? I think they would have taken tyre. No, they didn't take tyres Prismatic, so they haven't got the cold tyre issue. But they're both going to, I would say, I don't know about yourself, but it looks like they're both going to need to stop again.
Yeah, 1 hour, 18 minutes left, and they're definitely going to have to go in. I'd expect them in sort of 35 minutes, maybe 25 minutes to go of the race, I would have thought, which is a little bit of an unfortunate time. They didn't quite work out, but they've obviously, the ladies at Prismatic have had that spin, and it's probably thrown them out as well. But this is an excellent drive from Sean Campbell as they head down in to Worth, Tim.
This is getting really, really anxious now. We've got RPM. They have come into the pits as they just see them clear the GT4 leader. Still, somehow, it is Total Sim Sport really ahead, dominating GT4 here at Red Bull. But two Stage 1 teams, they are really close to one another. We've got Green, Neuveld currently on board for them in the AM at the lead of these two cars, and then Bonquart for Stage 1 Racing Senior at the rear. This looks like it's gonna, well, maybe it's not. Just backing out and elected to it, but I think surely this is going to be down into Schloss Gold. But as this is happening, Prismatic have lost a big chunk of time. They clear easily the FTR GT4. He also takes a little bit of grass there just to try and get out of the way. But oh, Campbell just slotting himself in between Prismatic and FTR for Texans. Really, really somehow just managed to get it in there. And you can see what it's looking like. And the American really, really applying the pressure. Fellow countryman, how? I mean, on the back, I did spot on the back of the Texans livery, they do have the word fight written on there. And wow, what a fight Campbell has put in for Texans tonight, James.
Yeah, definitely. You can see how hard he's pushing as well, just with his hand, the steering wheel movements he's got at the moment. There was a little correction coming out the last rint, the rint there, as it almost felt like the back end was going wide sitting here watching it, Tim. But he's definitely giving it some, and you know, the Prismatic car is going to be have to be careful.
A spinner there, James. It was, I think it was Eduardo Gil for FTR. I think, yes, that was FTR in the Porsche as they clear the D-line. GT4 there. This feels like it's coming. Surely Texans just setting up Prismatic on the run up the hill, the closest that they have ever been. Or are they going to fuel save here? I think Gil's headed to the pits for FTR, but just staying for this battle. This is going to really, really play a large part, I think, James, of how this whole race is going to shape up, essentially.
Yeah, I think Sean doesn't want to fuel save when he knows he's quicker. Like, generally, if he's sitting in his car and you know what it's like when you're in a car, you get that feeling that you're quicker than the car in front, but you just can't push that little bit harder. I think if Sean's getting that feeling, he's going to be looking at making that move. And I think that's the thing we're going to be looking out for, is going through this next section of corners, down onto the straight. And I wouldn't be surprised if Sean makes the move past the Prismatic car.
Right. Well, these guys, well, hopefully are going to make a move. As we just got a quick message from sponsors tonight, SIM3D. If you're looking to enhance your sim racing experience with custom design parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use, products made to order, designed by sim racers for sim racers. Head to sim-3d.co.uk to find out more, or also the info is also below in the description on YouTube. But managed to clear through that quickly enough, and luckily didn't have to cut short our sponsors at Sim3D for this race, because right now, while their car, it's Texans, they're really, really closing up, and I'm not sure when this is going to happen, James, but surely it's going to happen maybe sooner rather than later, because Raceline are a minute up the road, and if Texans want to stand any chance of taking the fight to Raceline with an hour and a quarter left, they need to do it now. But to see the 11 Temps guys, they look like they're making a move over Funk ahead of them. 244 Porsche and the 111 Porsche, obviously in different categories as well. And these guys have been closing up slowly, bit by bit, as they run down to Schlossgold. And I think this is where, you know, we've seen some really strong performances so far from Mark Baxter-Jones, James, and Eric Johnson is starting to feel the pressure from him.
Yeah, Mark Baxter-Jones is not going to give him an ounce of time to settle in that car. And, you know, he was fast on his last stint. He's looking racy on this stint to try and get that car back up the few positions. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens to that Funk Motorsport car and Mark Baxter-Jones there.
It's looking really, really racy, and it's coming up to the D line, but just heading back to the front. Let's see how these two are getting on. Prismatic versus Texans. Texans has just been locked up behind. Back with Prismatic for a little while now. Same sort of story, actually, that Texans supplied to Next Level Racing, who are a whopping 10 seconds down the road from Texans. But Raceline, they're into the pits from the lead, James. Also got Stage 1 Racing Senior. But there you go, there's your leader into the pits. Now, would they have picked up any damage they haven't yet cleared from that earlier incident, James, at all?
Well, it's
or would
interesting.
You be clearing it now?
You would be, really, because they've got quite a gap. And if it isn't a long repair that they can clear off and get it done and get out again, knowing that these cars, he's not within, unfortunately, that hour mark that we was hoping that these GT3s might get into, because they're all going to, I think they're going to all have to stop again. But I don't know if these guys, it depends on what his damage is, if he's got any, and how long he takes, because I don't know if these two, second and third here, are going to get past him. If he can, he's on his way out now, though, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, you can see they're just coming down into Red Bull Mobile here. So, there is what we'll find out as we cross the line what the gap has come down to. Just currently updating. There we go. It is down to around about 15 seconds, just shy of that. Let's come up to one of the Porsche. That's the Vulcan Sim Racing Porsche, 4th in class currently, 23rd overall. As they roar past them, just Porsche letting them through. Can see these two are locked in a close battle. Makes sense up the inside of the Porsche, and this is going to give Prismatic surely a bit of breathing space where they're going to get the better line off the corner, but not by much at all. As looks like 11 attempts. I've just spotted out of the corner of my eye, James, from the timing tab that they've got past Funk Motorsport for 13th place.
Yeah, it looks like they come out of Nicky Lauda. Funk got a very slow exit, and Mark Baxter-Jones just got the run up into Remus and got the job done. Tim, to be fair, it looked a fairly straightforward pass heading off out of there. Can't see, yeah, Funk just slotted back in behind him and lived to fight another day.
Living to fight another day. But something's going on in GT4 once again. It's D-line versus back marker. And they are really, really close to one another right now. Just looking at, there's only 2 attempts separating these guys here. You can see the mad chili racing. As really, really happening up at the front is this gap, James. It's close as it's ever been. Texans, they've backed out a little bit into the entry. That seems to be their weakest part of the corner into the circuit. Sorry, into Nicky Lauda. But just trying to get that drive and that exit, and look, that gap is closing. Can this be it for Texas? Are they going to make the lunge up into Remus? And no, just deciding to back out of it a little. And I mean, right now, Howe is defending for their life. And they're going to come up, actually, looking at it, they're going to come up to quite a bit of traffic. So that's the JD Sim Racing GT4 ahead of them. Followed in front of them is the Prismatic Motorsports B BMW from GT3. And then also not too far away from them is the Stage 1 Racing and Zabi GT3s, as well as the JD just allows them through. Texas just following right through on the bumper of Prismatic now. allowing the back markers to get in the way. They're using all the track and some more, just nearly kicking up some dust there. And look, this gap is down to nearly exactly the 10th, and just once again, so their Texans just backing out ever so slightly as well. Prismatic running a bit wide there, going to take the off track and taking it tactically. Anything to try and get away from Texans. But, I mean, James, do you think maybe Texans need tyres? I paused about the pause in there because it looked like it was closing right up to the back there.
It's a possibility, Tim, with 1 hour 8 to go. But I don't know about you. When we look at racers who make intent, it doesn't look like there's an intent there from Sean. Saying that, as he do that, he pulls out on me. But there doesn't really seem to be, I don't know, no aggression.
When Texans were taking on Next Level Racing Blue Audi, and just seemed to bide their time with trying to get the move done and happy to follow. I mean, maybe in part because they know that Raceline is so far clear out in front of me. I know they're currently 13 seconds, but they are running different pit strategies. It's going to play a bit of a part. But I think it's how long. Maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, James, maybe Prismatic just trying to extend their stop as long as possible, so they only require one more stop to get them through to the end of the race.
Yeah, they've got to be trying to look at now maximising the fuel they've got. But it's going to be how they get on with that, I think, for the next hour.
Wow. Talking about how they're getting on. How are these two getting on? Back marker Blue versus D-Line. D-Line to the inside into Swashbuckle. They come hard onto the brakes. And there's contact there, I think, between D-Line and back marker. Back marker just seems to turn in a little bit there and just... They seem to clip the rear three-quarter panel of the D-Line Porsche.
Yeah, that looked very close from these guys. As we'll see it again now, Tim.
Okay, we'll get it on the run down here. So yeah, that's out of Remus, James. Take us through this one.
Yeah, you see, he goes in on the inside. And he looks like he comes down into Remus to hit onto the brakes. And I can't... There's enough room there, just drifts out a little bit wide, and Backmarker Racing just unfortunately didn't really have a lot of places to go there.
It's almost reminiscent of Albon and Hamilton the other year, but I'd be interested to see how those two pan out throughout the rest of the race. Likewise with these two. GT4 and GT3, not incredibly close battles here right now. Red Bull Ring. I'll tell you what, another little battle as well that's getting very close. Also the RD Simsport, they're closing up a little bit as well, but I mean right now this is where the action is at potentially, and who can extend, who can go longer, because this is going to be interesting. So maybe a good time to take a little look at pit stop information, just see where they currently are on their stints and try and throw some predictions in here, James, from yourself of when they could maybe pit as they come up to the sister Prismatic Motorsport B car.
See, Texans pitted on lap 93, right? We're coming on 114 now. Okay, so they've got to be looking, if they can extend it within the next hour, get within that hour, Tim, and extend this stint from Sean, they're looking really good for the end of the race, because they might, if they can extend it enough, might not have to stop again, where we're pretty sure Prismatic and the leader Raceline are going to have to go again. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they can get within the hour. It's anyone's game there, Tim, to be honest.
They're just tripping up now over. This is the last thing that Prismatic won. That is the Virtual Racing Compound Porsche Cup ahead of them. And really, really almost feels like holding them up. Oh, that was incredibly close. You see Texans just really pushing their way through, staying right on the bumper of Prismatic as they run down to right now. I mean, hats off to the sister Prismatic car for really getting out of the way on the entrance to Schlossgold, allowing these two to come through and keep battling so hard as they have been already. And I mean, also, James, it's also, I think, worth keeping half an eye on is Next Level Racing Blue. because they also stopped on the same lap that TechSense did, and we've seen previously from those guys, because they're not. How far behind are they, James? Because also that Audi last time out lasted its extended its fuel stops by a couple of laps over its competitors.
Yeah, well, they're 10 seconds back from this battle, but no, these two guys are not comfortable as such within the battle because they're battling each other, if you see what I mean. So that lines and traffic and defending and not defending, and I would be sitting back if I was. Yeah, they're about 1.5 to 2 seconds slower because of this battle. But I would be looking at now, if you're Prismatic, to settle in. It doesn't look like TechSense. I think TechSense are trying to get within that stint window where they're not going to have to stop again.
Just saw, and they might have caught it. Viewers, obviously, it was the 11 temps red Porsche Cup, just going a little bit wide there out of the shot while we're watching these two following incredibly close. And there we go. TechSense really starting to just pull out, apply the pressure, trying to make Prismatic look into their mirrors and just try and force a mistake so that they can squeeze their way past somehow, some way. You can see there we go, just probing, saying that I'm here, don't discredit me. I will come past at some stage. I'm happy to sit behind you and fuel save. As you said, it's surely going to be only time before this happens. But oh no, here we go. Could this be the move? This is finally going to be the move from TechSense. They've got to go up the inside, and they've got the move done on Prismatic. They're up into second place, and now can they keep going, keep that momentum going, and head up the road and escape from the clutches of Prismatic? I think the answer to that maybe is, James, yes, they're looking really comfortably down into Slosh Gold.
Yeah, I think. As you can see on the car earlier, the big fight on the number plate that they've got. They're fighting. Sean is fighting for every position that he can. And I am half expecting him to put a gap now between himself and the Prismatic car and start trying to really see how far they can get into the race line's lead of, I believe, about 14 seconds at the moment.
It's going to be really, really interesting to see how that one pans out. Just heading back down to guys at Mad Chili at the back of this train. They've got Arctic obviously ahead of them, and then they're just coming around the virtual racing compound red Porsche Cup that's 6 in class right now. These two guys, they're also battling out over 6 in class, the two GT3s, the 6 overall. But Mad Chili have had a brilliant day and just heading to the inside, following the Porsche route. The Porsche is going to be in a sandwich here as they come down to right, 3 wide. Hold tight, everyone. Here we go. They are still 3 wide. Somehow the Porsche and Chile just heading to the pits there, electing there. And surely, James, the Porsche should have backed out of it there a little bit.
Yeah, I think Chris Robertson, the virtual racing compound red there, held on longer than I would have done. I would have backed out and a lot earlier and not took it 3 wide. But obviously, I'm not in the car and they are different classes. So. And he has solo, so it's possible he may not have a spotter, and he's relying on, the tools of Jim to tell him what's happening. But I'm not quite sure what Jim would have said to him apart from screamed at him left and right, left and right, left and right. So, yeah, bit of a difficult one when we're not in the car with him.
It is definitely, and as we come just under 1 hour to go now after 3 hours of racing. Let's just run you through the order and what's happened in the race so far. Well, currently it's Raceline. They are out in the lead right now of the race and in GT3. They're currently 11 seconds clear of TechSense, who are in second place, and Prismatic, who are in third for both BMW. Then we've got Next Level Racing, who are in fourth right now, but you should not discredit them, because they are on, as we were discussing earlier, a very similar pit strategy to what TechSense are, and they're not far behind TechSense and Prismatic. Then we've got Stage 1 Racing Junior, followed by Arctic Racing. Then it's on to FTR Esports, red, their Ferrari, their 7th in class, 8th is RD Sim Sport for BMW. And then it's the B-Sim Racing Porsche in 9th. Then rounding out your top 10, it's the RPM Racing Ferrari, which follows by 2 more Ferraris. It's Sabi Racing Team and then Mad Chili, who are just exiting the pits right now. Then it's down into 2 Porsche drivers. It's the 11 Temps team, they're in 13th, and then 14th is Funk Motorsport. Then it's the No Luck EM Sport Machine, followed by Track Limit Racing, Sunday Drivers in 17th, and then 18th it's the Stage 1 Racing Green. Now, worth mentioning that for B-Sim Racing, they are leading AM right now at 9th overall and around about 12 seconds clear of their nearest competitor in AM, which is the Zabi Racing Ferrari. Running out the podium currently in AM is the 11 Temps Racing Team Black Porsche. Then heading down to Porsche Cup, we have got Greenleaf Racing, followed by Virtual Racing Compound Blue, and then it is the FTR Esports Black Machine cars currently on board for them. Then we've got the Vulcan Sim Racing Porsche Cup, followed by Delta Sports, who've had a bit of a disappointing race by their own standards this time out. And then we've got the Virtual Racing Compound Red, and then rounding out the field in Porsche Cup is the 11 Temps Racing Team. We've had Gavin Halls for Shark Esports. They have retired the car. That was all the way back on lap 60, currently on lap 118. Then down to GT4, and you can see them too close on the track, but actually there's a big time difference between them. So leading, as he has done for the majority of the race really, it's Total Sim Sport. Running the race completely by himself, it is Paul Busby. He is 52 seconds clear of second place, which is JD Sim Racing right now, followed by Backmarker Racing Blue, who are 30 seconds behind them. Then, in 4th place in GT4, it's the D-Line Racing guys, who've been locked in a bit of a battle recently with Backmarker Racing Blue ahead of them. Then it's the FTR Esports White Machine, which is only 2 seconds down the road. They're currently in 5th place. The other retiree was still facilitating Rate 6, which was the other GT4. Then obviously we had the Equipment Geek Racing team. They unfortunately didn't make it to the grid because of entering in the wrong car, so they were disqualified for this round, unfortunately. So as it stands at the moment, only 2 retirees, 1 non-starter at the 33 grid, and yet to see a safety car either. It's just been what's been some pretty clean racing up until now, James.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that in a way, it's great that we've got this race director, but in a way, you're kind of hoping you don't see it. I know now would be an amazing time because it would close all the fields back up, but it would be such a shame for the likes of, you know, the Raceline team or Brian, anyone leading, really. I was going to try and run through them singular, but I think anyone leading, it would be so guttering to have that safety car now. So,
James, while you're just talking there, something's happened to Arctic Racing. They have fallen like a stone and headed to the pit. Let's take a look at what happened to them. Oh, no! That was the 244 Porsche Funk Motorsport. So clearly, they must have lost it there on the exit of Red Bull Mobile. And that is a big, big incident. Managed to clear it. Let's take a look at what happened to Eric Johnson. Is it the textbook lose the rear end, especially with the engine being in the rear for the Porsche? It is. What happened now, James? They've reversed it up, so everything looks okay now.
Oh, no!
Wow, clearly.
Wow.
Couldn't have seen it, and wow, that. Well, I'm not too sure on that one, but that's really, really shaped the race in, well, for those 2 teams. And John, we're all the way to the end here as we head back to the race line. But something's happened to also Belch for FTR Esports White in GT4. So that's last corner. Oh no! Wow, just that's. Surely that steering's got to be damaged now, James. Surely.
You would have thought so, Tim. To be fair, that impact was quite looked quite horrific, and obviously you see the bonnet come flying off as well. But yeah, that's not good, unfortunately, for the FTR esports team.
Just look back. That's Stage 1 Racing Senior. It's actually over position, so that is 22nd overall. It's a Vulcan Porsche Cup behind them. So 2 different categories, so not making any difference in that sense, but right now, that's them getting ahead. And 17th place overall. Sorry, 23rd place even. That's only because we've had 17th place come into the mix. That's Stage 1 Racing Green. Likewise, obviously, Funk we said about they are in, along with the Arctic, and also Virtual Racing Compounded Porsche Cup. They're just heading out of the pits right now. They're currently 6th place. Porsche Cup. But wow, I thought you think it's calming down, James, and all of a sudden you get a bit of drama. But ooh, James, just looking at this gap, while we've been busy with everything else, this gap's really closed up, hasn't it, between Campbell for TechSense and Murphy for Raceline?
Yeah, we had him about 11 seconds, I think it was, one point when we cut away, but we're now down below 8. And we've got the Prismatic car 2 back as well. So if they're able to stay together and, you know, the Prismatic car is able to follow the TechSense car, it could turn out to be quite an interesting battle for the lead at the end. But obviously we've got the Next Level Racing team who seems to be on the same strategy as the TechSense car as well. So it's going to be interesting to see with 52 minutes remaining.
It is definitely going to be really, really interesting. Now, something's happened to Stage 1 Senior, I believe. We'll assume you bring a replay of what happened to them. But, oh, as if by magic, I was about to go to another subject. And here we go, James.
Take us through then. Unfortunately, yeah. There you go.
Hit the sausage curb and round he went, and nice safe rejoin there from Master Stage 1 Senior in the Porsche. But not exactly what they would have been wanted, and after a strong performance during qualifying for them as well. It's disappointing, but tell you what, James, that gap is closing every single lap. Last time around, TechSense were 0.8 of a second quicker than Raceline.
Yeah, it's closing massively, and I know that we think Daniel, who's done pretty much the last 3 hours, is probably solo, so he needs to have somebody, I don't know if he's got a spot or if he hasn't, but somebody needs to get hold of him now to tell him he's closed up 4 seconds already, and he's closing. You see the time coming down.
You can almost sit there and watch the time tumble, can't you? But interestingly as well, Prismatic, although they have dropped a little bit off the back of TechSense, it's not dropping at the same rate of knots that TechSense are gaining on Raceline. It's almost like Prismatic, they're coming along for the ride and they want to be right up there when it all kicks off into the last few laps.
Yeah, that's going to be the exciting thing, I think, with 50 minutes remaining. But we've got a stewards decision on the incident with Funk Motorsport and Arctic Racing. It was a 60-second stop and hold for Funk Motorsport for an unsafe rejoin. But it's also been noted that they may have disconnected, so a post-race decision will be made on how to apply this penalty. So that's going to be an interesting one for the stewards.
Interesting. So it looks like, James, the last rounds of pit stops are starting in GT3. This is where we're going to get to find out how it all shapes up. Stage 1 Racing Junior, they're in. B-Sim are in. Prismatic B, they are in. The Arctic, I know they're showing up as being in, but they've already been in for a while. After that incident James just mentioned about, the FTR Esports Red, they're in as well. For Ferrari, this is where we're going to find out, as you see now on the screen, that is how long that they are in the pits for. So this is, I don't know how this is going to pan out, James. I genuinely don't, because there's so many different variables in there. You can see Raceline stopped the most recently on lap 109. We're on 123 right now. TechSense are due to stop very soon. Their stops on lap 93. As we see, well, that was the Ferrari. Zabi was, yeah.
Zabby Racing there.
Thank you for saying that, James.
Sorry,
And then we
that's
got
what I'm here for.
it's look after each other through this endurance, and but also Next Level Racing Blue. So they're on the same strategy as what TechSense are. There we go. They're in the pits. So that must mean TechSense have carried on. So they're going to go a lap longer. But also Prismatic are on a similar strategy to what Raceline are. So we've got two different cut teams on two different strategies. Well, two sets of teams on two different strategies, and it's not long until we can start to find out how this is all going to pan out.
Yeah, I think what you're going to see is, I think we're going to have an interesting thing here, Tim, as well. Obviously, as you see, the Raceline car has not pulled away from the car behind, which is the number 23 car of
Stage 1 Junior, that is.
Thank
yeah,
you. See that, Tim? Thank you for saving me.
That's all right. Well, repay the favour there.
Yeah, exactly. But if Next Level now are in, TechSense are in, Prismatic are categorically going to go 9 laps longer, because that was 9 laps, pitted 9 laps later. So it's going to be in theory. So it's going to be interesting to see what Prismatic will do now, and whether or not they're going to cover them off, or if they are going to take that 9 lap gap that they had. And the same with Raceline, because technically Raceline should have, what's that, 10, 16 laps difference. Do you see what I mean? It's going to be interesting to see how they all pan out among them top 4 at the moment.
Now, James, I've had the abacus out. Dangerous thing, I know. But now, if
the abacus.
If Raceline were to pit right now, they would come out behind Prismatic as it stands at the moment, based on average pit transition times, etc. So this is all to play for. Now, obviously, Prismatic, very similar strategy. So this would mean TechSense would take the lead, but TechSense, there they are. That is what the gap looks like. And there is third place. There is only 8 seconds covering first to third. This is going to get. If you've got anything to do, just don't do it over the next 45 minutes, because this is going to get really interesting, and it is going to go down to the absolute wire. And I think everyone's just going to be throwing the keys in and go for this, aren't they?
I can't work this out, Tim. I can't see where they're going to go. TechSense is almost out of schedule of stops, and they're going really, really ringing long. So
Apparently.
I can't see where they're in the pits now. TechSense are in the pits.
So there he is. He's from second place. Campbell is in, the American, for TechSense.
Now Prismatic can see that, and if I was Emmeline Howe now, I would put in my boot down on that accelerator pedal as quickly and as safely as I can to clear this gap. Because if we worked it out right, she's got 9 laps to put the hammer down to clear, try and get as much gap as she can between this TechSense car.
It is definitely hammer time for Prismatic, but don't discredit Next Level Racing in the background. But just a little bit further down the field, Morgan Driscoll Vermageli is really having the pressure applied right now from the BMW of Stage 1 Racing Junior. Here they come to the inside, up to Remus, and that is going to get them ahead and up into 6th place. The TechSense there on the pit exit right now, so that looks like, yeah, they've just come out in front of Next Level. Now they are 7 tenths slower than Raceline, so 7 tenths quicker than Raceline were in the pits. Oh, this could be. I don't know, James. I genuinely don't know. There's too many variables, and the last thing we would need for these drivers just to confuse us even more as commentators is if somehow the safety car went out. But I feel that's incredibly unlikely due to the nature of this track and also the caliber of the driving we've seen so far in the last 3.25 hours.
So we're looking at it. We've got 102, 103, 105, right? That's pit lane time, including stop, in and out.
Yes.
Prismatic was on the last one at 46.8. Okay. So if her stop is going to be along the same lines as 102, right? Emily Howard has only got 49 second gap at this moment in time. and Raceline have only got 8 seconds.
Now,
So
however, James,
both of these teams, she's going to be 12 seconds behind, and both of these teams are in danger that if they go into the pits, Tech Sense are going to pass both of them.
now, however, Prismatic. Now, the average stop roughly, well, between Raceline and TechSense was about 30 seconds. Prismatic were only stationary for 16 seconds. So clearly they've somehow managed to switch up their strategy there. But this is for second in AM on your screen right now. Johnny Elia and the 11 temps Porsche. And that is Provaznik behind them for Zabi in the Ferrari. Got out in the end there. A bit of started to get a dry mouth from the last few hours.
We're 3 hours and 15 minutes in, Tim. You could be forgiven.
Thank you very much. I'll take a sip of water and go again at this one. But just like Zabi, they're going for it up into Niki Lauda. You can see just how I love the way that car is almost covered in dirt. It looks a completely different shade of blue to when it started on the front end, but that is job done. Up into second. The nose is coming up, the side is kicking. I think it's only literally that bit below the rear wing that doesn't have any dirt on it, but they've got themselves up into second place in AM. And I think it's going to be too much of a struggle for them. With 14 seconds up the road and similar pit strategy is the B-Sim Racing Porsche. I don't think they're going to have enough time really, well, never say never, to catch them really, James.
Yeah, and at the back of this pack is the Prismatic of Emily Howe, sister car in front, and really hasn't caught these cars in the best possible place. She might be far enough away where they don't affect her race and running to get this gap that she needs to Tech Sense.
But we have seen that from prior, the sister Prismatic, Elise Main, currently on board for them, is very conservative and yielding when it comes to they go to their teamwork, to the team orders, cutting in there. Clearly, just the team manager on the radio to the both of them and allowing that move through. Because right now, Howe for Prismatic A is looking very strong here, and this is going to come down to the absolute wire. Right ahead of them, that's the 11 temps Racing AM Porsche. I'll tell you what, James, the gap has really, really extended between them. Obviously, they dropped that place, and Zabi have managed to really, canter away up ahead.
Yeah, they've definitely cleared off up the road as you see him coming up to the back of the GT4 leader there, Paul Busby, in the Total Sim Sport car. But do you know, I'm watching this and I've got flashbacks of this weekend in America where if I was Emily Howe, I'd be on the radio to the guys in front telling their boss to get onto 11 temps and let them through because she's trying to get a gap, and there she is in the background to try and clear. It reminds me of the Max Verstappen getting on the radio to Haas and telling Schumacher to try and move when he's being closed down by Hamilton. It's very gripping and exciting, and I just don't know where this is going to go with 40 minutes remaining.
There's so many variables that need to be taken into account here at Red Bull Ring, between all the different strategies that are happening between realistically our top four of Raceline, Prismatic, Tech Sense and Next Level. One Porsche, two BMWs and an Audi. And this could go anywhere. We've got 40 minutes left to go. You see a leader there in GT4. They are 50 seconds clear. That's the Total Sim Sports, Porsche Cayman. And being swallowed up by the GT3s there. You can really see the speed difference there. They are 50 seconds of stay clear of JD Sim Racing in second. Backmarker Racing in third. D-Line are currently fourth. FTR Esports, they are heading out of the pits, but they are 4 laps down. And then obviously the Seoul team, they retired 107 laps ago. But I think what's going to be real credit to them is the GT4s, despite the short nature of the track here, James, they are only 10 laps so behind the lead GT3.
Yeah, and I think you look at it as that's impressive in its own right. you know, we're on a lap 120 for these guys now, and obviously the leaders are on a 131. So, you know, to stay within that time, it just goes to show that they've how stellar they've actually been throughout the last 3 hours and 3 hours and 20 minutes.
I think ultimately, James, this is why these drivers race and we just commentate. Because I know I could definitely do what they're putting in. Is we see another strong lap after lap from Hal right now. Of this top four, well, these Texans are the quickest. Last time around a 130.2, 130.8 from the leader, although Raceline, they've just gone a little bit quicker at 130.5. But I think this is a lot of this is really down to traffic, because it's the only one, that's what's holding them up, and it's where they catch them. And this is what it's another factor that needs to be taken into account of how this is going to shape up. But I mean, Texans, they don't seem to have caught too much up onto.
No,
back, have they? You know, it seems to have stagnated a little, that gap between themselves and first, obviously after the round of pit stops.
Yeah, and they've got quite a lot of clean air. Looking at the track map at the moment, there's nothing really in Texance's way that's going to cause them a big problem. Going down, you know, they've got a few cars in front of them on the straight, but Murph and the Raceline and Prismatic are more in traffic at this moment in time on the parts of the racetrack they're in, if that makes sense to him. Whereas there's nothing in front really for the Texans to really worry about too much. Without, obviously they've got the two cars there, but they're not in their way. Whereas Raceline and Prismatic are kind of locked into traffic at the moment.
You see the FTR Porsche Cup and GT3 there, but talking of another FTR GT3, here comes the Porsche getting a move done on the stage one racing, as they almost have contact there. If not, they definitely did. They're just trying to get out the way. JD Sim Racing's GT4 there, just trying to keep well out of the way of these two, flashing on the lights, not impressed by that at all. These two, wow, that could have been absolute disaster. But here comes stage one again. They're heading up the inside, and they're going to get to the apex first as they run the FTR Ferrari out wide, trying to push them out to kill off some of that momentum. But FTR, they're going to have the inside line for the next two corners as they come down into Roush now. It's a short blip down to Worth, and they're absolutely all over the back of the FTR Ferraris. We're right on board right now with massive stage one Porsche. That could have been disaster there, James.
Oh,
as RPM have headed to the pits. Yeah, that could have been complete disaster there for these two teams.
Can you imagine the stress you would have had in your car at 36 minutes remaining out of a 4-hour race if you go and hit each other and bin it? Oh, I cannot think of anything worse. Tim, I'm just glad they kept it they played clean.
Now, it's 17th and 18th in class this, but they are still racing hard and battling all over this position. But I think, yeah, probably the most, I would imagine, James, the most stressful one would have been the JD Sim Racing Porsche Cayman GT4. Because the last thing you want is, like you say, to get taken out, let alone by someone else from two other cars battling, where you're just trying to mind your own business.
Yeah, you're just sitting there. That's the thing. You're minding your own business. Next thing you know, you got two thundering GT3s on the inside. I couldn't have guessed what was going through Caskett's head, to be honest.
Now, two cars we haven't really mentioned in a while. Down in Porsche Cup, Delta Sport and Green Leaf. So after a strong start, Green Leaf. They're down in 5th now. As you see, Delta Sport just ahead of them there with D-Line in front of them. But we've got some battle of mention. So 11 temps, they just lost the position there to No Lucky M Sport. Pizza Remus, wasn't that?
Yeah, it was. As you see, he just come up and got the job done there. As you see the run down from Nicky Lauda down at Inter Remus. It looks a fairly straightforward overtake. Goes up the inside, on the brakes, rolls it round. Job done. So there you go. Position 12 overall.
Just watch the No Lucky M Sport BMW. Actually, to be fair to them, pulled a gap over the 11 temps Porsche. Obviously, this is the difference, but that, you know, not really on their position overall. But no look, BMW in pro, and obviously the 1110s Porsche in AM. But oh, Prismatic, they're in the pits. They're in the pits, James, and this is where we start to find out how this race is going to pan out, how the story of Red Bull Ring is going to unfold, and what do they do? How long are they going to fuel for? But look who's being held up. TechSense, they're being held up. Can Prismatics, by some stretch of the imagination here, can they actually come out back in front of TechSense as they're being held up by, who's there in front of them? That's Lowry.
Lowry, yeah.
FTR. Red.
This is going to be interesting because they're in now. We're looking 40 seconds. We've got 20 seconds. What we worked out roughly, but they've only got half an hour. She's on her way out, I believe.
Yeah, there we go. She's on her way out.
Is she on her way out now?
Look, if just try and keep
I'm trying
one
to see
eye. It's going to be so
yeah,
close.
she's on the way.
This is going to be a battle up the hill to Remus. This is. Here we go. Where are they? In the background, there you can see the TechSense BMW on the lights. You can see the Prismatics come out the front. He knows that's the race surely gone. And it's gifted it to Prismatic, who by some stretch of the imagination has managed to get out in front. As they just finally, the TechSense BMW clears the FTR Ferrari. Wow, James.
Whoa.
That, I think, could be a race-defining moment, that.
And do you know what's worse as well? Is they were in the pits for about 57 seconds as well, and they've still got to keep hold of that position. It just goes to show how much short and TechSense got held up behind that FTR car.
It really did hold them up, and it's potentially cost them that second place on the podium here in round 2. But just looking at it, will Raceline need to stop again? My feeling is yes. Now, as it stands at the moment, James, if they come into the pits, they would get out in front of Prismatic and resume the lead of the race here.
Well, it depends when they come in. I'm not trying to be a cynic, but Prismatic was in the pits for 57 seconds. But they didn't of less time. Yeah, they wouldn't have had to fuel completely. Obviously, we know Raceline aren't going to, but depending on, obviously, with the pit lane run as well, even if he goes in for a quick stop, it's still going to be 40 seconds. So they will come out in front unless Prismatic can do something really amazing and close up as much of this time as possible. Because as we've seen, TechSense get held up as well. So I don't know.
We were talking earlier about Greenleaf down in Porsche Cup. Sim Racing Baggio has put in the chat on YouTube that Greenleaf took an early stop to try and beat the rest on strategy. Then came back with probably won't work though, so clearly a bit of confidence. But yeah, they're 5th in class right now, but they're not really far behind Delta Sport. Well, they're only 7 seconds behind them, who are only roughly about a second and a half behind Vulcan in 3rd in class. So, and then equally, FTR are only about 40 seconds up the road, and there's not a massive difference between them in first place of Virtual Racing Compound. So this Porsche Cup is but far from over. We could see an absolute stroke of genius from Greenleaf potentially as we see Vulcan coming past the lead GT4 there. But Delta, that's what the gap looks like. They've managed to utilise the traffic there to really close up the gap onto Vulcan.
Yeah, this is another battle with half an hour to go that's going to really, well, come down. It's going to be either great defensive driving by Vulcan or trying to stop Kevin Tavares, and he's quick, so it's going to be a defensive masterclass if they can keep this car behind them with half an hour to go.
So we just see lead GT4 just being squeezed out a little bit by that was a Chase Small there for Track Limit Racing, and here comes Zabi. They're coming through as well. So it's just Sunday Drive is the last of the GT3s to clear the GT4 leader right now. There you go. Oh, so it's not stop actually. I think that's the last one. And there's the no-luck BMW behind them, and actually not too far behind. We've then got a Porsche Cup and also Prismatic B, who were right on the back of FTR. But I think she's dropped down, hasn't she? So was that a bit of a slowdown maybe there?
Yeah, possibly a
No
slowdown on
momentum.
that one. Yeah, she just kind of slowed down, and then Chris Cook went past from FTR. As you see the green leaf of Router there being overtaken by a different class by Chris Cook. So 28 minutes. 28 minutes.
That is all it is. But look, Delta Sport, they are tucked right up behind Vulcan right now. And this is getting incredibly close in class. I mean, they've not really got too much around them. So stage 1 Racing Cena, they've come into the pits. They are ahead of them in position, about 30 seconds up the road, but they are a completely different class. This is getting a little bit spicy, as you can see. Small is right behind them for Track Limit Racing. And this is where it gets tricky, and they also got behind them the Zabi team as well. Really struggling. Oh no, Zabi's just getting up the inside. It's just overtaken. Oh, that's why, because they're heading to the pits there, just trying to get defensive. And okay, so an instant coming to pits, but Zabi surely is going to clear at least the first of these Porsches. Being down speed, but there's not much speed difference on the straights between Porsche Cup and the GT3s here, James.
No, we touched on this earlier. You know, we did say that even with the restrictions on it, there's not a massive amounts of difference between them. I think we had a P Cup catching a GT3, if I remember correctly, earlier on in the race.
Yeah, we did, didn't we? And
yeah,
I mean the Porsche Cups. Here we go. Oh, this is going to be it. Vulcan they've slightly, had a bad exit out of Remus, and now that has allowed Delta Sport to get to the inside. They're going to come hard onto the brakes now, down into Slosh Gold. Can they get the move done? They've got the nose in, and there you go. That is the move done, and Vulcan really suffering through that corner there, James.
Yeah, and they just seem to sort of not really line it up right, and they got it right, and they got Delta through, didn't they? And Delta got through, and as I said earlier, they're going to have to either drive for half an hour defensive, because we know this Delta Sport car, and obviously in the hands of Kevin Tavares, is very, very quick. So I kind of thought that they might not hold the position, but you're kind of hoping that they would.
There we go. So we've had Virtual Racing Compound Blue. They've come in from the lead, so they've had to pit. Where will they come out? They're on the pit exit, so they should come out in front of this battle, or will they? Actually, they're only just on the pit. This is going to be really close. This is going to be, reminiscent of what we saw in GT3 between Prismatic and Texent. And that's the leader there in class. But yeah, he's managed to get, Plasto has managed to get out in front of them somehow, but he's got to get that Porsche 911 up to speed. As they look at the closing speed, they're really coming at them hard and fast, right onto the rear. But luckily, the corner arrived just in the nick of time. But Delta are really, really pushing hard at the hands of Tavares right now. The Frenchman, he can smell blood. He can smell that position, and he's trying to get it off Virtual Racing Compound Blue. But what's going to help essentially this battle is the new luck BMW just coming through there. And that might just give Plasto, the Virtual Racing Compound, the slight advantage that they need to win over this battle.
Yeah, the overtaking cars are definitely going to make a difference with 25 minutes to go. They're going to be separating the two cars fighting, Tim, and I think that would give them the gap that they need, that Plasto is hoping for, but he has got Delta right up behind him.
Now, James, just while this has been going on, Texans, you can see it on your screen now, that is down to half a second between them and second place Prismatic. After those pit stops, I mean, Prismatic, they held them for, what, James, was it 5-6 laps last time?
Yeah, it was about that, and I think they're going to have to do the same job. I don't know if the team manager's on the radio just saying, Emily, you got to just defend, and see how they get on, or they kind of, I don't know. Sean Campbell's quick.
Well, there we go. That's Dalsport. They've coming on up the inside. They've managed to get that move done on Virtual Racing Compound. And also, interestingly, Dalsport have made more stops, so they could go to the end here, James. And this could give them the lead because Koss for FTR Esports Black, he is up the road, but he has yet to stop. So he is due in. There you go. I called it as if by magic. They're into the pits. So they're going to come out, I would say, James, roughly, I don't know about yourself, definitely behind this battle we're currently watching. Or even potentially in 4th place because Vulcan are too far behind, but they are also yet to pit as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to call it for a minute, Tim, because last time we saw them, the gap between this far apart, and we've seen it with the last GT3s, and we saw it in the last one as well, the P Cup, I believe we watched. They were heading, they splashed and dashed and headed out, and I believe they're on their way out again. I believe Koss is on his way out again, and the same scenario, yeah. And I didn't want to call it because we were at the same point, Tim.
No, it's getting incredibly close, and this could go either way. Just keep one eye on your screen. Here we go. They're on the exit. Now, there you go. There they come. They're going to go through. They're going to have the momentum. Surely, James, this is going to be the move from the slowness on the exit. Koss for FTR is going to defend that inside line, but they've got their lead. And also, the GT3 is going to help them here because it's going to block off FTR's Porsche Cup car, and that has got them into the lead for Dalsport. A Virtual Racing Compound have found themselves behind FTR, as well as losing that place to Delta.
Yeah, that's incredible. Oh, the pit stops at this end of this race has caused such a massive difference.
Oh, this is getting close here, Josephine Texan. Now, what are we going to see here? Oh, there's a bit of smoke up ahead. Let's keep just one eye to the left side of the screen, see if there's any spinners merged. No, there is not. But we saw earlier on in the race, James, that Texans were happy to sit behind Prismatic. They also did the same with Next Level's Audi as well, where they sat behind for about 5-6 laps and then went for the move. We've got 20 minutes here to go. That is going to be around about 10 laps, 10 to 15 laps, something like that. As it's clear through the lead in GT4 there. It's the Total Sim Sport machine. And I'm not sure. This is where, well, will Texans have to splash and dash? I think that is the key question here. So even if Texans do get ahead, they need to do it now, surely, to build a gap, to give themselves a buffer to protect themselves from Prismatic coming back at them.
If they've got a splash and dash, there is no way they're going to pull a big enough gap in 21 minutes to cover their pit lane and their splash and dash. It's not going to happen. I think out of the ones here, if Raceline have got to stop again, which we're on the suspect level, they may have to. Prismatic, possibly. I don't know. Tim, Texans, it's going to be close. 20 minutes to go. Don't go anywhere.
It is, and I'd love to hear from you in chat. How do you think this battle is going to emerge? Will it be Prismatic taking second place on the podium? Will it be Texans? We've only got 20 minutes to find out, but we'd love to hear what your thoughts are in chat right now. Put in your predictions of who you think is going to get this second step of the podium in GT3 and overall. As Backmarket Racing Blue from GT4, they are into the pits for their final stop. Another stop just to get themselves home for the last 20 minutes potentially. I think they're going to keep hold of that. They should keep hold of that second place in class right now. Keep half an eye on that, as well as keeping an eye on this battle. The second place. But this is reminiscent of last time out, wasn't it? Because FTR Esports say crazy how everything is still so close, near 4 hours in. Absolutely spot on. But this is reminiscent of the last round at Zolder. Texans, they were chasing down hard and just managed to get it within the last couple of laps, and here they are again.
Yeah, I would be praying that these cars are out the way. Please, I cannot express the feelings you would get if you were Emily Howe right about now, with massive verbal communication going on to try and get them out of the way. because I'm being chased in by somebody who's literally Sean Campbell attached to a bumper.
Yeah, if we were to be inside the cockpit right now, producer Sean would need the bleep button ready and armed, definitely. But also in chat, we'd love to hear from you. What are your suggestions for team of the day, driver of the day? You know, as you see that more team of the day rather than driver of the day, because obviously you have so many drivers with each team. But yeah, who is your team of the day? Love to hear your suggestions. Throw those into chat right now. We'll have to throw up a poll as well, and
I've got
from you.
I've got some ideas there, Tim. I've got ideas for a poll. We've got quite a lot of these in the race this week. We've got a lot of solo drivers. Emily Howe, Pete Plaistow, Chris Roberts, Paul Busby. 4 drivers solo, 4 drivers team of the day if they... Oh, and Daniel Murph. I don't know how many you can put on a poll, but maybe not that many. But I'm just saying, that would be my ideal poll, I think. I don't know how you feel.
Oh, I don't know. It's so many to choose from. It's so hard. I mean, from Paul Lestow, good to hear from you in the chat. Prismatic to take second. That's his prediction. Oh, this is getting tight. They've hit a roadblock of GT3's and GT4 as they try and thread the needle now to squeeze their way through this somehow as well. As you can see, Campbell for Texans jinxing around, just trying to get that last little bit of slipstream off the cars around them, and somehow, after what looked an absolute chaotic scene on the exit of Nicky Lauda, they come through Remus, and somehow they've all sorted each other out. Prismatic, they're really under attack. That gap is down to 0.2 of a second. And Texans is all over the gearbox of that BMW in front of them right now.
I would not want to be feeling this pressure that poor Emily Howe, with the fastest man on the circuit currently as well, Sean Campbell, chasing her down with 17 minutes to go and traffic and no way of moving these guys out the way. Oh, I cannot imagine the stress that poor young lady's going through. Oh, I don't know about you, Tim. I couldn't cope.
No, I couldn't cope. I can't cope being sat here in the commentary box, so God knows what there's. We've got spinners. Oh, I'm not sure who that was. I think that was Roy Mass there, who just spun out. And somehow, by luck, that really managed to be a massive amount of luck. That was on the inside. So the poll is up for drive of the day. It is Prismatic, TechSense, Delta Sport, or Total Sim Sport. Wow. Any of those would be an absolutely brilliant choice, and already you're straight all on it. 7 votes already in, but let's stay with this battle right now, because this is, well, I don't know. We've seen brilliant defensive masterclasses from Emily Howe for Prismatic already this season. We've seen this race how Sean Campbell likes to sit behind, stalk his prey for a few laps, and then pounces. Oh, it's so close. You almost like trying to breathe in there, James. We're trying to anticipate, where they're getting so close. Just breathe in, everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tim, but I thought that was literally, we're going to see Sean Campbell nudging the back of that car going in to Slosh Gold there. He seems so much quicker through that Slosh Gold section, but then Emily picks it up for the rest of the lap. This is nail biting stuff, and I don't want to be either of these drivers right about now, Tim.
No, and well, it nearly. I mean, they got lucky, obviously, with where Roy Mass span out, and luckily that was on the inside of this sort of section now between Wright and Red Bull Mobile, which so it didn't impede these two, because the last thing that we want here is for something like that to end this amazing fight, and we want this to run right down to the last lap, because it'll be an absolute spectacle that could go either way. And with only 15 minutes left to go, here comes Campbell for Texans. He's going to go to the outside. He's going to have all the work to do. What can Hal do for Prismatic? They're going to get the similar sort of drive off the corner, out of Remus. It looks ever so slightly like Prismatic have just got a bumper ahead, but Texans, they've got the drive. They're going to have the work done to do. Round the outside into Swashbuckle, but if they can hang it out there, they can just keep hold of the inside line. They bang wing mirrors, and here they come down into Roush, and that looks like Texans have got ahead. But look, Prismatic trying to fight back by getting the undercut there, but they're not going to be able to get that done here. And somehow, eventually, Texans, after all that battling, they've managed to get past Prismatic.
Oh,
But it's not over yet, because look, Texans just going heavily defensive to the inside there as they come down into right now. This just, oh no, I thought there was going to be another moment there, but just bumping the corner on the curb on the inside to Texans. You can see that right now, Prismatic, they've got Nathan Richardson tucked up behind them, and they need to stay behind. But let's head across to Greenleaf. How is their inspired Prit strategy working out? Well, they've got Vulcan only 6 tenths ahead of them. It's the Arctic Racing BMW GT3 behind them. And there's only, this gap is closing.
Steadily and surely, isn't it?
Now, let's check in with also leader in class FTR Esports. They've got Virtual Racing Compound. It's just behind them. And this is going to be another fight to the death, a battle to the end. Like we've got in GT3, that's over second place, but this is over first place in Porsche Cup. Now, Greenleaf.
Yeah, I've just read that. I've read about that in chat. Greenleaf just got a meatball for cruising through the sand.
Okay.
So
Let's
take
take a
us
little
through
look.
it, Tim. I'm a bit confused.
Well, if you're confused, oh, locked it up. There you go. That's what happened. Locked it up. Is it? Have they had those tyres on the wagon too long, and they are completely spent, and that's why they completely locked up. Of course, no ABS on the Porsche Cup, but this is getting really, really close. There's Delta Sport. Oh, hold on.
Where you? What?
Wow, that didn't get nudged, or it looked like almost a complete failure because he just kept the foot to the floor. He kept going. That's up into.
Listen up. Listen.
That's accelerating, James.
Now,
He slowed down for the corner, and then all of a sudden the car accelerated hard and kept going straight, and just went straight to the barrier.
yeah, that's unfortunate because there has been just a steward's inquiry with Delta as well. They just got a drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin. So.
Keeping one eye. We've got obviously these 2 key battles happening on track right now for the win in Porsche Cup. After 3 hours and nearly 50 minutes, all that is separating first and second place is 0.3 of a second here. Virtual Racing Compound in second, FTR Esports in first place right now. Also keeping half an eye on second place in GT3, Prismatic. They are within half a second of Texans in second place right now. And this is going to end up going right down to the wire here because we've only got 10 minutes left to go. And these drivers are starting to run out of time. Only about 7 laps left. 7 short laps across the 4.2 kilometre long circuit here at Red Bull Ring. And yet again, in the SIM3D GT Trophy presented by FTR Events, it is going down to the absolute wire.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'm lost what to say, Tim. With so much action going on, with 10 minutes remaining, apart from obviously a puncher on the left front for Greenleaf.
Just clearly just trying to extend the stops out. Maybe James just pushed it too long. And look, there's the leaders coming past them in Porsche Cup.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting as well that we've got Sean Campbell there on screen.
Well spotted, James, because
dealing with the traffic is only 5 seconds behind with 9 minutes.
So that means it's half a second a lap just to catch. To catch race line. But he's then going to try and get it past. And this is gonna, what I've been so engrossed in that battle for second place, and also what's happening down in Porsche Cup, that I haven't even spotted that one. And clearly traffic playing a bit of a part here, because that gap's slightly extended now between TechSense and Raceline in first and second. But look who's just looming in the background, not letting TechSense get away. It's Prismatic Motorsport A. They're coming with them for the fight. Could we see a three-way battle for the lead on the last lap here in round 2 at the Red Bull Ring? We've only got just under 9 minutes to find out. You can see the flash of the lights from TechSense. They know that they've got the victory within their sights, potentially just trying to clear through. As likewise, same thing for Prismatic, and they've got Stage 1 Junior just coming through there as well. They are locked in a battle. That's RPM's Ferrari ahead of them. That is a battle on track for 5th place as well, and that's incredibly close. Why does this always happen to us, James? Everyone seems to come back together for the last few laps, and we don't know where to look to bring you all the great action at home.
I don't really know. Arctic have had a late pit stop, just to let you know, XL Mitchell in YouTube chat. And that unfortunately has put them down the field at this moment in time. Look at Tim, look at this. This is just incredible. You've got Prismatic cutting through like hot knife through butter at front, going 3 wide. No,
that's Prismatic. They've gone. There's carnage down at right.
That's
that has completely and utterly changed the shape of this race. But hold on, was that the Prismatic B?
No, it was Chris Draper from the Mercedes. It was Sunday drivers.
And that has completely and utterly changed the shape of the race. After 3 hours and 53 minutes of epic driving from Half and Prismatic A, it's going to end like that, but there's still no safety car, amazingly, after that. But that's going to... Blasso's made the move. He's on the outside. He's going to get this done here. Potentially, he's going to have the run, carry the momentum, but no, maybe not. He's just elected to tuck back up behind FTR's Porsche Cup. But here, he's going for it again. This is on the run, down to Schlossgold. Can he get the move done? Round the outside. Here comes Plasto. Can he get around Cross? No, they both locked up. And Plasto coming off the worst. His tyres seem to have gone, and he's headed off. And I think that sorts out one of the battles as well. Oh, what look for an absolute grandstand finish here in Porsche Cup. At the Red Bull Ring has completely and utterly changed. We're now down to 6 minutes left. The gap between first and second, between Raceline and TechSense, is 4 seconds. My question to you, James, can Campbell for TechSense close in on the for Raceline and get the move done? He's running out of time.
Thanks, Tim, for putting me on the spot. 5 seconds. He's pulling out 2 to 3 tenths per lap. I don't think he's going to have enough time. He's there. You can see him there in the background. Closing. I don't know, unless he's going to take a second a lap out. I can't see this getting done, Tim. Working out on my Abacus.
What's just keeping one eye of what's going on for Prismatic. They look like they could even finish off the podium, because Next Level Racing have caught catching up to them a bit as well. That's getting a little bit. No, sorry, that looked. I think that might have been my timing sheet just slightly going skew if, because I thought I'd gotten really close there. But no, that's okay for them. But when we did cut to Prismatic there, it didn't look overly happy. I don't know about James. Is that car grabbing?
It's not happy.
It really isn't.
It's not. Let's have a look at the steering. Has it even got power?
It sounds underpowered. There you go. Look, in a straight line. That is pointing. That steering's pointing what? Must be 20 degrees. Oh no! Wow, how there? Wow.
That is a sick car.
It is. It is Larry, and as they come past the D-Line GT4. Now, let's see what this lap time is, and can somehow. I don't think they're going to be able to do it, but next level, I think they're going to be too far back to close this down. With 4 minutes left to go here, Texas Saints aren't. What was? I was trying to see what the difference there changed. Was about a second.
Yeah, they lost. They lost 2 seconds, and they've got 40, and they've got probably three laps. So that's 6 seconds if they can keep it on the road.
But that's the thing.
Yeah, you know, and I know keeping a crabbing car on the road is an impossible task most days anyway, without going 4 hours, 3 hours, 57 minutes into a race on your own, solo.
Just to bring it up to date with the poll for team of the day, Prismatic currently on 46%. Then in second place, it's Total Sim Sport with 36, followed by Delta Sport, who are on 11, and then Tech Sense, who are on 7%. Make sure you get your votes in for the end of the race. And we haven't got long left, only just over 3 minutes left here at Red Bull Ring. And now, what happens to Arctic? We might have a replay for you here. Let's take a look at how this panned out for them. There you go, they got clips. That's what happened to them. And there we go. That was what happened to Arctic for you. One of the few retirees that we have had here today. But right now, just heading back down this battle between RPM. Just ahead of them is the Stage 1 Junior machine. They're getting close. And half a second. Can somehow Richardson for RPM in that Ferrari get ahead? It's going to be close, James. It's going to be so close.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow multiple things on screen at the moment.
I know,
with the battles of...
Now, just have to take a little look. They're getting really close. But now, let's have a look. Plasto came off track.
Yeah, he ran. That was the one where he ran wide.
Yeah. So that's that battle. So, yeah, scratched off our list. I think we're pretty much down to the. No.
Tim, I'm sorry. The Sunday Driver Prismatic Motorsports A and the virtual racing compound incident that we watched. Post-race 30-second penalty for Prismatic A for avoidable contact and causing a collision.
Oh, wow. They tried to thread the needle. We saw it where they tried to thread the needle, just desperate to see onto the back of Texent. Oh, no, hold on.
They're in the pits.
They're going to have to do a splash and dash. That was all they needed. One more lap, and that has gifted Nathan Richardson of RPM Racing in the Ferrari the position. And I tell you what, FTR Esports, they're in as well. Drivers under-calculating their fuel. And that's going to bring Mad Chili up through the ranks as well for Ferrari. They're going to gain a place. Now, let's take a little look. I don't think RD are going to make it back through. But it looks like Mad Chili, they might even pick up 2 places. They have. They've picked up 2 places, James.
They have.
With under a minute to go. A slight miscalculation on the fuel. Not FTR. They're still in the... They're just coming out.
Coming out.
This is going to be close here, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the close. There he goes to run up the hill.
And surely RD, they're in the BMW just behind the Ferrari. They've got the speed differential coming off turn 1. But as somehow FTR looks like they're going to keep a hold of it. They come hard onto the brakes. The BMW squirrels under braking there. And somehow FTR, they've just got away with it. But with what must be round about half a lap left to go. Just looking at the timer, I think Raceline are going to come across and take the checkered flag potentially. It's going to be close. They might have to go round once more, actually.
One more.
Look. One more lap. So that's going to get this place to RD Simsport's hand in GT3 because they've got another lap to get the move done here in the round 2. And this could go anyway. Absolutely anyway. And all it takes, we've seen, people are starting to run out of tyres as well, James.
Yeah, they've been slipping all over the place.
Oh no, here we go. This is going to be the move. Caught up behind the D-line car, didn't pull out, but RD did, and they've got the move done. They've swooped past FTR. That was on the exit of Worth, and look at that BMW. It's all over the place under acceleration. but somehow,
One more lap.
Mal just manages to get the move done over Lowry, and that has got Hardy Simsport at the place at the depth. We're on to the last lap now. This is going to get really, really close because they've got 4 tenths behind. One other battle is just keeping an eye on. It's the no-look battle behind them. That's closing right up as well. They've got past Zarbi. They've got past them for position. But what can these guys do? Can FTR get past? No. RD have managed to just hold on to it. They've got how much of a lap left? They've got around about just over half a lap left to go. This is going to come right down to the wire. But right now, here is your race winner of round 2 of the Sim3D GT Trophy for FTR events. It is Raceline Simsport, followed by Texsense Fitzy Motorsport, and then Prismatic are a bit down the road, but looks like they're going to come through in 3rd. But let's just cut back to this battle. FTR, they're running out of time. They're half a second behind, and I think they almost low it. I think Lowry knows it. He knows that he's running out of opportunities, he's running out of time, and he's not going to get the move done here. It's going to take an absolute mistake here from RD, as they've got 2 corners left to go. Prismatic, there we go. They're going to come home in 3rd. They're incredibly crabbing across the line. RPM have come in 5th. Sick Mad Chili, it's a race to the line, but there you go. 4 attempts after 4 hours of racing. RD take it over FTR Esports to get 8th place. It's just keeping one eye as well on everything else. I think BSIM, they've not got much of a lap left, but looks like they are going to come home potentially with a GTM victory. Not long left to go now. Out onto the last corner. They head to the inside. They'll lose a place to no luck, but they don't care because that is a winning class here for round 2 for them. Now FTR Esports Parts, and this is, but it's looking like the Total Sim Sports on its debut. The GT4 is going to take the victory home at an absolute canter here. A dominant force display from start to finish by them. The flash of the lights indicates that. Congratulations, Paul Busby, on your victory by over half a lap in the end. But also, FTR Esports coming home with the victory. Obviously, the unlucky King Plasto for Virtual Racing Compound, where he had that lockup. But it was an absolutely epic battle between those two, wasn't it, James? And I feel so gutted for Plasto, because that could have been so close across the line, and could have almost been a victory for him.
Yeah, we could have seen an absolutely epic battle there, and it just went in too deep, and it unfortunately cost him. He managed to save it before it hit the gravel, but yeah, it's such a shame as well, especially as he's driving solo for the day as well. Could have been an epic ending, but unlucky for him as well.
Wow. I'm not even sure where we begin. Well, first of all, need to give a big shout out to our sponsor of the league, Sim3D Racing. And to give him a shout out during all that battling, but it just went down to the absolute wire here at Red Bull Ring. So just to catch up on that, thanks to them. If you're looking to enhance your sim racing experience with customized design parts with the sim racer in mind for both durability and ease of use, all the products are made to order. They're designed by sim racers for sim racers. Head across to sim-3d.co.uk to find out more. And the description in the description is more details, and I've lost my word, James. Here, it's all their details and their links. James, do you want to talk about Go for the Gap, our other sponsor?
Yeah, well, you take a minute to recover there, Tim. You know what I mean? After our epic period of time that we've had. Don't forget, guys, second sponsor of their evening, the Go for the Gap. Find the very best F1 and motorsport art and graphics. Get over to the store on Etsy now and use the code 10 TALSIMSPORT for 10% off motorsport prints. www.etsy.com/shop/Go for the Gap. Or head over to @GoForTheGapCo on Twitter for information. Again, all links can be found in the YouTube description. in the Total Sim Sport YouTube channel.
So,
Wow.
a chance to gain a bit of breath before we'll bring you up the Class 5 results. But while we do, James, let's bring him across into the commentary box. Congratulations, Daniel Move for Raceline Sim Sports. James, over to you.
Dan, how are you?
I'm freaking done.
Another solo performance, a solo win. Wow.
Yeah, it was really difficult this time. Felt like I was lacking pace, and I was like basically 4 hours constantly pushing. Yeah.
Did you ever doubt that you would get the win? Was there a moment of doubt where you could see that you were being caught? Did you doubt that you were going to get it?
I was doubting every second. I was constantly looking at the relative, seeing the gap getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But yeah, somehow kept it in front and got the win. Really happy.
And what, was there anything you struggled with today, Dan, that you made me think that's why you couldn't get the pace out the car, or what was it setup wise?
Yeah, I didn't really feel comfortable with the car. Feel like I was top speed. Didn't help that I'm got some damage off of the curbs. So yeah.
Yeah, that's to be fair, you know, that you've just done 4 hours of driving solo in a car that you wasn't happy with, which therefore makes your performance even more spectacular. You know, you've got to be over the moon, but probably go to bed early.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, because I think that, to be fair, all we can say is congratulations on your win. Now, obviously, we're going off to Spa for the next one, Dan. Are you taking your couple of days out like normal and then going off on to practice for Spa?
Yeah, we'll definitely take some days off, and hopefully next time we'll be with a teammate. 6 hours is way too much to solo for me.
Yeah, don't solo 6 hours, mate. If you can get a teammate, that would be amazing. But guys, that's Raceline Sim Sports. Daniel Muff there. Dan, thank you very much for joining us in the Corey box. And once again, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
No worries at all. Take care.
Right, next one we've got lined up. It's winner in GC Am for B-Sim Racing. It's Loic Lamar. Congratulations on the win and 11th place overall as well.
Thanks. Yeah, it was a really hard one. We struggled all week with the car and setup, and at the end we had to save a lot of fuel to make it.
Yeah, there did definitely seem to be quite a bit of fuel saving going on out there. Plus, also, you were being pressured a lot by the Zabi Ferrari as well behind you.
Yeah, he's a really fast driver. Last season he was also very quick. So
Obviously,
I knew I had a lot of work to do.
Obviously, with a tight, compact track that Red Bull is, and so many drivers, and obviously the 3 classes out on track. How did you find traffic management today? It did look a bit chaotic out there at times.
Yeah, in the beginning of the race it was really good. I had a really good traffic management, but to the end we had a bit of bad luck with the slower classes, but I managed to get around them.
So, obviously, next time out, we head to Spa. How are you feeling about that one? Normally the Porsche is quite good round there.
Yeah, Spa, I love that track. One of my favorites.
So,
yeah.
well, needless to say, congratulations on the race winning category, and a win in both the GC categories for Porsche. So, congratulations on that one to yourself.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. So, James, next one we've got lined up for you from FTR Esports Black. It's Eduardo Gill. Over to you, James.
Eduardo, how are you?
Well, we're stoked, Caralho. Yeah, really happy. Yeah.
An epic battle all the way through that 4-hour period, but it was close with Pete Plasto from Virtual Racing Compound at the end there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really close. we were managing tires, and I guess he was as well, and he was probably a bit tired because he was soloing, and managing incident points as well. So that was in the because we had 47x by the end.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that was really close, but it was very enjoyable. Igor was in the car, and he had a LASIK surgery on Wednesday.
He had what, sorry?
A LASIK surgery, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so his eyes weren't the best, but yeah. It was good, yeah.
That even makes it even more impressive that he got to the end.
Yeah.
Was there a moment, Edouard, and I've got to ask, was there a moment where you saw Pete go off into the gravel? Did you cheer, or did you think, oh no, because obviously it was so close to the end? What was the feelings and emotions? Because we don't experience it here in the booth.
Yeah, honestly, it was a bit of a relief, because that just gave us the the space we needed to keep managing the tires and the incidents till the end. Because we were swarmed by GT3s by that point, so we really needed to be careful. So honestly, I was stoked. Unfortunately for him, fortunately for us, really good race though.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd ask because obviously, from our point of view in the commentary box, we just sit here and go no to a lot of incidents that happen right at the end. I just wanted to get your perspective on it. Now you've got Spa coming up.
Yep.
What's the general feeling going into Spa? Are you guys confident?
Yeah, I mean, we know the field is super close this season. We've got really good teams here. We'll just have to play it by ear, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, well, congratulations to FTR Esports Black for the win in the P Cup there, and we'll see you next time out in Spa.
Yeah, cheers, man. Thank you.
Take care.
So, next driver we'll be hearing from is winner in GT4 on his debut in the championship for Total Sim Sport. It's Paul Busby.
Hi, Tim.
Congratulations on your debut victory. I mean, it looked really tough out there. Did you just have to throw your keys in the bowl and go for it?
Yeah, big time. Yeah, had to throw the keys in, as you say. Honestly, right now I am in a pool of my own sweat, and I can barely move my arms above my head. I'm absolutely written off after 4 hours of that. But yeah, it was great fun, really good race, really respectful driving from everyone, and I had 5% tread left on my tyres at the end, so you can imagine how fun the last hour was.
Wow, that must have been really challenging for you, and I mean, it's definitely a performance of someone, even the strengths of someone like Daniel Ricciardo would be impressed with. Now, obviously, just what was it like in terms of traffic management out there? Where you've got the faster cars coming through. We're saying to some of the GT3 drivers earlier. What did it feel like out on track with having to deal it? Obviously, with Red Bull Ring being such a small circuit.
So for me, to be honest, it's easier being the slower car for sure. The GT3 guys have obviously got it the hardest because they've got to kind of judge what everyone else is doing. But I was just making it really clear really early whether I was staying on the inside or the outside. Everyone seemed to pick up on that, and I didn't have any trouble at all really, other than a slightly dodgy rejoin from someone in, I think it was about half an hour in. That scared the living shit out of me. But other than that, all good.
So next time out, we head to Spa. How are you feeling about that one?
I cannot wait for Spa. Spa is one of my favourite tracks, and endurance just works at Spa. So looking forward to that in a couple of weeks.
Also, you picked up second place in the Team of the Day as well. So congratulations on the race victory on your debut, and also second place in Team of the Day as well.
Cheers, Tim. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the broadcast. I'm looking forward to watching it back later. Cheers.
Paul, just one final question before you go. It's James, by the way. Are you getting a teammate for the 6 hours?
I haven't decided yet. I'm not going to lie. The extra 2 hours will probably kill me, so I might get a teammate, but I'm not sure yet.
Oh, okay. No worries. Just checking, because 6 hours is a long time.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks so much. That's Paul Busby there, winner for Total Sim Sport in GT4, and rounding out what has actually been a dominant day for Porsche. Of course, obviously by natural instincts, they will win the Porsche Cup category, and also GT4. because there's only Porsche in there, but also a win in GT3 Pro and AM for Porsche. And James, do you want to run us through the final Class 5 results here at Red Bull Ring?
Yeah, so first in GT3 Pro, you got Raceline Sim Sports. Second was TechSense Fitzy Motorsports. Third was Prismatic Motorsports, but these are provisional results. Fourth was Next Level Racing Blue. Fifth, RPM Racing. Sixth, Mad Chili Racing. Seventh, Stage 1 Racing Junior. Eighth was RD Sim Sports. 9, and FTR Esports Red. 10 was No Luck EM Sports. And 11, FTR Esports Black. 12th was Stage 1 Racing Senior. And 13th, Arctic Racing. And 14th, Funk Motorsport. So, in the AM, you've got B-Sim Racing was your winner this time out with second place Zabi Racing. 11th Temps Racing Team Black were third. Track Limit Racing fourth. Sunday Drivers fifth. Stage 1 Racing Green sixth. Prismatic Motorsport in B in seventh. And Equipment Geek Racing, they finished eighth, but they never took the start line. So in the overall GT3 standings, you've got Raceline Simsport first, TechSense second, Prismatic A third, Next Level Racing Blue fourth, RPM Racing fifth, Mad Chili Racing sixth, Stage 1 Racing Junior seventh, RD Simsport eighth, FTR Esports Red at ninth, No Luck EM Sports 10th, B-Sim Racing 12th, Zabi Racing, B-Sim in 11th, Zabi Racing Team in 12th, 11th Sense Racing in 13th, Track Limit Racing in 14th, Sunday Drivers 15th, Stage 1 Racing Green 16th, FTR Esports Black in 17th, and Prismatic Motorsports B in 19th position. So in the P Cup, you have FTR Esports Black are your winners from Virtual Racing Compound Blue in second, Virtual Vulcan Sim Racing P Cup in third, Greenleaf Racing Red in fourth, Virtual Racing Compound Red in fifth, 11th, 10th Racing in 6th, Delta Sport in 7th, and Shark Esports in 8th. So there you go, Tim.
Got the GT Force as well.
Yeah.
Can't
So
forget about them.
So we got the Total Sim Sports solo Paul Busby in first place, second place JD Sim Racing, third was Backmarker Racing Blue, fourth was D-Line Racing, fifth was FTR Esports White, and Soul Team 6 were sixths. But they were 38 laps down. So there you go. It was wow.
What a race. I'm not sure about you, James, but yeah, I think lie downs all round in a cold, dark room is needed after that one.
Yeah, now I don't know if I could go to sleep, Tim. I think I'd be so hyped now. I'd probably still be up at 2 a.m. You know what I mean? It's just incredible when you see it so close at the end.
It was absolutely spectacular. Just to bring you up to date with the poll for the Team of the Day, Prismatic won that with 41% of the votes, followed by Total Simsport with 35%. TechSense, they picked up 14%, and Delta Sport with 8%. So thank you for everyone for voting in that one. I'm just picking up one of the comments. Sean Campbell's been in the chat from TechSense saying that was really fun. My God, it looked through it on stream. Arrow TV saying Busby is a legend. Mega solo drive. And, well, I mean, if that hasn't been enough for you, then we do have got more coming up on the channel every week. You can catch Top Split European Sprint Series on a Thursday night, as well as GT3 League Racing on a Sunday and F3 League on a Tuesday night. Both of those from 8 and 9 p.m. respectively for the iRacing UK community. I've got to say a big thank you to our sponsors from SIM3D and Go for the Gap for sponsoring this event. You can find all their details below in the description for the video. Of course, the next round for the FTR League is on the 27th of November, where we head back to Belgium to the mighty Spa-Francorchamps for round 3 of the Sim3D GT Series, presented by FTR Events. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up and a subscribe. Of course, from myself, James, Chris, and producer Sean, thanks to you all, and good night.
So here we go, on with a little of the knowledge that we're gonna need right now. You light up my life, I wish that you could read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty. Nobody's been around at all, this world's ours now. Stop, listen, can't you hear my heart?